She was going to pass out. She leaned her shoulder against the wall. She was back on the street outside Adam's house. Hearing Hannah scream, watching the gun go off, seeing Cole run with his vest flying out behind him, feeling the grate cleaving behind her, an iceberg breaking off, a giant limb splitting from a tree. She was set adrift. She was falling. She was completely lost without him. "Emmy?" Jonah knocked on the glass door. "Are you okay?" "Shit," she whispered. These men just kept pecking at her. "What do you want?" "I want you to open the damn door." Emmy twisted the lock. The dank smell of weed preceded him into the lobby. His bar closed at 2, which meant he'd spent a good while drinking before getting behind the wheel. He asked, "You all right?" She stepped back to get away from the smell of him. "I'm fine, Jonah. What do you want?" "You ain't gotta be a bitch about it. I want to know if our son is okay. He's not answering my calls. I was heading to the house when I saw you through the glass." Cole didn't pick up Jonah's calls on a good day. "Maybe give it until the morning. We're all having a hard time right now." "Yeah, I get it," he said. "I felt like I was hit by a damn freight train when my dad died." Emmy leaned back against the wall. She silently begged him to leave. "You remember the funeral?" Emmy remembered Jonah being so drunk that he'd passed out in the back seat of the car. "I wish Dad had lived to see me get on my feet, you know?" Jonah had a sad smile on his face. "Running my own bar, playing gigs every weekend. I think he would have finally been proud of me. Yeah, but he didn't live to see it." Emmy reminded herself that it was no longer her job to stroke Jonah Lang's ego. His father would have been disgusted. The money to buy the bar had come from Emmy being forced to sell her grandmother's house so she could pay him to go away. Will you call Cole for me?" Jonah asked. "Tell him he needs to talk to his daddy." Emmy struggled to swallow her irritation. "I'm not getting in the middle. He'll call you when he feels like talking. There's no good that'll come from pushing him." Jonah laughed. "If I waited until that boy felt like talking, he'd never open his mouth. Me pushing him is the only reason he didn't turn into some damn robot like you." Emmy couldn't do this again. "Did you try the station?" "Jesus Christ, girl. Did you make him go back to work?" "He told me that's what he wanted." "And you let him?" Jonah sounded indignant. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "I'm sure you have a list somewhere." "The whole town's got a list." "Cole is an adult. He's entitled to his space." "He's a fucking Clifton is what he is. You made damn sure of that." "Jonah." She had to get him out of here before she lost her shit. "For the millionth time, I didn't have anything to do with Cole changing his last name. He did that for Dad when he found out about the cancer." "What about my dad? He died too. Do you know how that would have made him feel? His own damn grandson won't carry on the Lang family name. It's gonna die with me. Is that what you want?" Emmy pushed away from the wall. What she wanted was to punch him in the kidneys until he pissed blood. "Can you please for once not make every goddamn thing about you? My father was murdered less than 24 hours ago." "He was gonna die anyway." Emmy didn't realize how furious she was until it was too late. Rage shot adrenaline into every cell in her body. Her vision sharpened. She could taste blood in her mouth. She didn't punch him, but she slapped him so hard that he fell back into a chair. Then she slapped him again and again, screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" He shoved her away. His lip was bleeding. "You fucking bitch." She saw his hand clench into a fist. "Please hit me. I dare you." "You wish I would." "You want to know what I wish?" she yelled. "I wish I could dig up your father and tell him the only reason you've got that fucking dive bar is because I gave it to you. It was my hard work that paid for that bass guitar you don't know how to play, and my life savings that got you into that traveling band that kicked you to the curb the minute the money ran out. That ain't how it fucking happened. Jonah bolted out of the chair and stomped across the lobby. He swung open the door so hard that it popped back on the hinges. Fucking bitch. Cocksucker! Emmy screamed after him. The sight of him jumping into the truck that she'd paid for made her phosphorescent with rage. She shoved her hand in her pocket, gripped her phone. She should call a patrol unit to search his car. Ticket him for the joints she knew would be in his console. The open bottle in his cup holder sent his ass to jail overnight. Emmy forced her hand to release the phone. She couldn't do that to Cole. Neither could she get the rage to dissipate. She started pacing back and forth across the lobby, took in deep breaths, shushed out the air between her teeth. At some level, she knew her anger was misdirected. Not that Jonah didn't deserve to have his ass kicked, but her body was forcing out the grief through the only emotion Emmy knew how to express right now. Hi. Emmy swung around. An older woman was standing in the entrance to the chapel. She was wearing a black leather jacket, dark jeans, and lace-up motorcycle boots. A suede purse was slung across her shoulder. Smoky eyeliner, shaggy, shoulder-length brown hair. It was almost 3 a.m, and she looked like she was about to go on stage with Courtney Love. Emmy struggled to compose herself. She was still in uniform. The best she could manage was to pretend the woman hadn't seen her lunge at Jonah like a rabid dog. Can I help you, ma'am? I'm Special Agent in Charge Jude Archer. Well, not so special anymore. She gave a quick smile. That's a longer story. Emmy almost laughed. You don't look like an FBI agent. I get that a lot. Your people are back at the station. Emmy would let Seth Alexander deal with this imposter. Right now, her jaw was so tight she felt like it was going to lock up. That's 3 blocks down on the left. I'll join you there when I'm finished. Actually, I'd like to speak with you privately. Jude indicated the chapel. Why don't we sit down in here? If she was stupid enough to think Emmy was going to sit in a church pew and pour out her heart, she had more issues than impersonating an FBI agent. Listen, lady, I don't want to talk to you. I want you to turn around, go back to wherever you came from, and leave me alone. Okay. Emmy waited for her to leave, but she didn't move. She stood there like she hadn't said okay in agreement, but to acknowledge that she'd heard a request had been made. The cadence, the lilt at the end, was so familiar that it was almost like Gerald had gotten up off the table in the embalming room and was standing in the chapel doorway. Emmy's nerves started to go haywire, sending a pulsing electricity from the top of her head into her toes. The tickle, the bad feeling, the don't feel right. She knew who the woman was. She was far from a stranger. Please don't do this, Emmy begged. Not now. Ah, Jude said. They told you. The glass door opened before Emmy could respond. Tommy walked into the lobby. He was looking down, trying to work the zipper on his jacket. He glanced up, then did a double take. The shock on his face was almost comical. He was momentarily dumbstruck. He whispered, Martha. Jude smiled at her brother. Hey, Tommy. Chapter 11. Jude watched as Emmy's mouth opened, then closed. Then she wordlessly exited the building through the glass doors. Tommy said nothing. Did nothing. Then he let out a long sigh that bypassed the last 40-plus years. They could have been crammed in beside Henry under the hatchback of Myrna's Chevy Vega, waiting for Gerald to finally stumble out of the bar. But they weren't kids anymore. Henry was long dead. Tommy had the rounded posture of a man who'd spent too much time behind a desk. Dark circles were under his eyes. He hadn't shaved. He was completely bald. Jude asked, "You're not going to go after her?" "She's not the go-after-her type." Jude wasn't surprised. Cliftons like to make a clean exit. Tommy crossed his arms. He studied her for a moment, then said the most Tommy thing ever. "Does Billy Idol know you stole his look?" "Does Kojak know you stole his?" He smiled his same, long-ago, half-smile. "Are you here to dance on Dad's grave, or—" Jude waited for the "or," but he didn't finish. "How's Myrna taking it?" "She doesn't take anything these days." Tommy scratched the stubble on his cheek. "She's got Alzheimer's, late stage. Doesn't recognize any of us. Forgot she's supposed to eat. Can't bathe herself. Wakes up in the middle of the night screaming about—" Jude heard the abrupt stop in his voice. She watched Tommy take a long look at his watch to give himself an excuse to hide his grief. "Wow. Didn't realize how early it was." He cleared his throat before looking back up. "She's being transferred to a home at 7:30 sharp, so just a few more hours. Dad arranged it before he died. Didn't give us much of a choice." Jude took her own moment to process the information. She had braced herself for Myrna's sharp tongue and cutting glances. To learn that her mother was effectively gone made Jude realize that she had been secretly hoping for some type of reconciliation. She said, "You don't seem surprised that I'm alive." He smiled again, a nervous affectation. "Mid-90s, 2 FBI agents knocked on my door. Said they were doing a deep background check as part of your potential employment." "What'd you tell them?" "Did a lot of stuttering and stammering at first. Kind of shocked that they were acting like you were alive. Then I told them the truth, that I hadn't seen you in over a decade, that you liked to party back in the day, but I couldn't guess what you were up to lately." Jude guessed he'd done her a favor. "Did they talk to Dad?" He shrugged. "It'd make sense, but he never mentioned it to me." Jude knew the follow-on to his answer. Tommy hadn't mentioned it to Gerald either. She looked at the doors Emmy had just left by. "She clearly knows." "Dad sat us down last year and told us." "And you acted surprised?" "Don't know if you remember, but I'm pretty good at acting." Jude watched the nervous smile return. She gathered that Tommy was still not one for confrontation. He'd always had a loner quality about him. Henry and Jude had been Irish twins. Born 14 months apart, they'd been each other's shadow. There hadn't been much room for Tommy to get what he needed. Jude figured that was a good place to start. "One of the many things I regret is that Henry and I left you out so often. I'm sorry we excluded you. We should have all stuck together. You were a good brother, Tommy. It was never about you." Probably a bad idea to dig into regrets right now. He scratched at his stubble again. "Dad stopped drinking after you left. Went cold turkey. I came home from college and all the bottles were gone." "Did he say why?" "Nah, but I figured it was because of Emmy." The smile was genuine this time. "She was like a ray of sunshine. Gave them another chance. Gave all of us one, to be honest. They were so good with her. Better people. I can't explain it, but if I didn't love her so much, I'd be jealous." "They were like that with Henry. At least, in the beginning." "No, it wasn't the same. They didn't worship her. They adored her. Mom even took a whole year off from school just to be with her when she was a baby." Jude felt herself smiling, too. Well, who corrected everybody's grammar while Myrna was gone? They both said the answer at the same time. Celia. Sharing a moment of laughter with her brother helped lift a little bit of weight from Jude's chest. She was glad that Emmy had gotten a better version of Myrna and Gerald than she'd had. Every kid gets a different set of parents, even if they grow up in the same house. He seemed puzzled by the insight, but then he said, The FBI guys told me you were a shrink. Criminal psychologist. And you're a history teacher and Celia's the principal at your high school. His right eyebrow arched. Does the FBI know you're monitoring us? You put all of that on your Facebook page. Hot for Teacher 81. He laughed. You married? Got kids? Divorced, but he was a good guy. And I was never the mother type. Jude looked at the doors again. The street was dark and empty. She's really beautiful. Tough as hell, he said. When Emmy was little, we had to put a nightlight in her room, but not because she was afraid of the dark. The dark was afraid of her. Jesus, Tommy. He gave a dry chuckle. She's so damn smart. Dad took her under his wing, taught her how to be a cop. Like he did with Henry. No, I meant it when I said they were different. None of the pressure or anger. Dad was patient, kind, just trying to help her do something she's naturally good at. Jude couldn't wrap her head around the notion of a kind and patient Gerald. She's good at the job? Better than him in a lot of ways because she gets that people aren't so black and white. He shrugged, but it was a big thing. Her son, Cole, he's amazing. Got his mother's smarts and his father's charm. Jude had overheard Emmy's argument with Jonah. She wouldn't have called that charm. She was there when Dad was murdered. They both were. Cole's a cop, too. Tommy's faint smile lifted the corner of his mouth. Neither of them had the guts to go into teaching. Jude smiled, too, but she could see this was still a sore spot for Tommy. He was the oldest, but Henry had always been Gerald's golden child, the one he'd trained to fill his shoes. She said, I remember Dad telling me that he wasn't going to waste his time teaching me to be a cop because I'd end up quitting when I got married. I remember, too. Tommy shrugged again, but she could tell he still felt the slight on her behalf. Dad wasn't like that with Emmy. He completely supported her. We all did. Mom watched Cole so she could go to college. Dad gave her time off from work. Celia and I helped when we could. One big happy family. Tommy gave her a sharp look. No more smiling. Don't hurt her, okay? Jude felt a strange kind of emptiness in her body, a pull to disassociate. She'd forgotten the sensation over the decades, this family, this town, these people. Her soul held onto the memory of the pain they'd caused. Some things you could never leave behind. The Jude back in San Francisco would have talked it out. But this was North Falls, and she had come here for a reason. Okay. Tommy nodded. Okay. He left by the chapel. Jude watched until he disappeared through the door behind the lectern. Her brother would find Gerald laid out in the embalming room, Milo sitting at his desk, the disbelief on the funeral director's face when Jude had walked into his office had been quickly replaced by wariness. She was glad for the icy reception. It told her that no matter how much time had passed, North Falls people had remained the same. Jude stuck her hands into her jacket pockets as she left through the front doors. She was still on West Coast time, but the 5-hour flight, then the 3-hour drive, had taken its toll on her body. Then there was the added stress of being back in a place she used to call home. Downtown North Falls hadn't changed since she'd fled in the middle of the night with a stash of money and a handle of Jack Daniels. The storefronts had different signs, but the buildings were all the same. Low-slung, one-story shops lined either side of Main Street. The sheriff's station was at one end, the hardware store was at the other. Jude could still remember making the trek between the two with Henry by her side, checking to see if their father was at work, then skirting through the back alley to see if their mother's car was parked behind the stacks of lumber where Myrna used to meet Louis Singh for after-school trysts. Jude looked down at the sidewalk, watched her boots hit the concrete. tried to ground herself in the present instead of letting herself get yanked into the past. There was a long speech stuck in Jude's head, one that she'd silently composed as she'd waited at the gate for her flight, as she'd sat on the plane beside a flirty businessman, as she'd driven down from Atlanta. Mom, I'm not here to cause trouble. Give me this opportunity to help. Jude knew what Alzheimer's looked like. Natalie Daniels, Freddie Henley's sixth victim, had been the only child of a single parent. Doug Daniels had acted as a liaison between the FBI and the families. He was a peacemaker, a gentleman, and someone whom Jude had enormously respected. She'd been one of the first people Doug had told about his diagnosis. She'd also been one of the few people who'd visited him long after he'd lost his mind. The fact that she hadn't been able to bring Natalie home during his lifetime had been one of Jude's greatest professional failures. She reached into her purse for her packet of tissues. She knew she was tearing up over Doug Daniels because she couldn't bring herself to cry for her lost mother and father. Martha? Virgil Ingram was standing outside the station. He'd been looking at his phone, but he quickly tucked it into his back pocket. Virgil was at least 15 years older than Jude. Her memories always had him in uniform standing beside Gerald. Now he was in jeans and a long-sleeved T-shirt. His hair had gone gray. She assumed from the muscles rippling under his clothes that he was still spending every free moment riding and showing horses. He said, "I wondered if you'd show up." Jude took a deep, bracing breath. "I gather the report of my death was an exaggeration. Gerald told me last year, said you were some kind of FBI bigwig." She didn't let her mind dwell on the fact that her father had relayed the information to Virgil. "I'm here to help with the Paisley Walker case." "They could use it. I'm technically retired, doing PI work now. Emmy asked me to come in and help. Poor little girl vanished off the back roads, just like the last time." He started to explain. "There was a case. I listened to the podcast. Misguided Angel?" Virgil grunted. "Jack Whitlock is an asshole, and that was some Class A bullshit putting all the focus on Emmy. She wasn't in charge of the case, Gerald was, and for the record, nobody was misguided. They got the right guy. You remember Adam Hunsinger? He was always rotten to the core." Jude knew people could say the same thing about her. She looked up at the sheriff's station. The red brick had been painted dark gray. There was a lighted sign instead of the brass letters. "Who's in charge now?" "Emmy, I guess. Gerald made her chief deputy after I retired." "She up for it?" "For doing the job? Definitely. She's basically been running the shop for the past 2 years. Gerald was pushing her to take over, but I don't know. I don't think she wants it. And I'm not sure the squad would accept her anyway." "Even though she's been doing the job already?" "Big difference without Gerald backstopping her. A man has to prove himself once. A woman has to prove herself every day." He laughed. "You some kind of feminist now?" "I'm a realist." She nodded toward the station. "What am I going to find in there?" "Let's see." He held open the door. "After you." Jude had spent her career walking blind into squad rooms. The smell was always the same, sweat and desperation. Usually there was an air of hostility or resentment. For a lot of cops, calling in the FBI was a necessary evil at best and an admission of failure at worst. The fact remained that no one was ever happy to see her. She couldn't blame them. When the FBI took over a case, the FBI got the credit. Unless the case went sideways, then the blame lay squarely on the local force. "Holy shit," a man said. "Dr. Archer?" She watched him practically leap across the desks to reach her. Short hair combed to the side, crisp white shirt, light blue tie, American flag pin. Jude recognized the clean-cut, button-down look of a career FBI agent. His hand was out. Jude could feel the sweat on his palm when she shook it. "Dr. Archer, what an honor to meet you in person. I'm S.A. Seth Alexander." He sounded like a breathless fanboy. "My boss told me he was sending the big guns, but I didn't know it'd be a howitzer." "Thank you so much for coming, ma'am. I saw you speak at Quantico a few years ago. I'm honored to be on your team." "Thank you, but I'm officially retired. I'm here in the capacity of a consultant." Jude looked for Emmy, letting her gaze skip over Gerald's empty office. "Where's the acting sheriff?" "Stepped out for a minute. You want me to locate her?" Jude didn't think she could handle Emmy right now. It was far easier to fall back into a familiar pattern. "Catch me up to speed first. What do we know?" "Paisley Walker, 14-year-old female." Seth led her to the back of the squad. Jude looked down at the map of North Falls that was laid out on a desk. Circles tracked the abductor's possible trajectory. "Here," Seth pointed to a red X on Coleman Avenue. "Mother says Paisley left by bike to go to school a little before 7. Around 7:30, a witness called 911. She was here, on one of the dirt farming tracks that locals call the back roads. Caller said there was an abandoned kid's bike. No sign of the rider, back tire bent, chain off, blood at the scene. Local responder called the usual places, searched the family home, all came up negative." Jude looked at the map, though the route was already mapped out in her head. She used to ride her bike on the back roads with Henry and Tommy to fish at Millie's Pond. She asked, "And then?" "They talked to the parents, looked into relatives, interviewed the school staff, spoke with neighbors, canvassed the area from the house to where the bike was found, checked dumpsters, trash cans, sewers, alleys. We've got the girl's father, Elijah Walker, back in interrogation. The mother's name is Carol. She's at their home address. Had to be medicated, but my agent tells me she's ready to talk." Jude asked, "Anybody you like for it?" "No, ma'am," Seth answered. "Got a wily uncle on his way over from Alabama and a Hispanic male in a black truck who did some yard work for the family 4 months ago. Father says he might have seen the same black truck the morning of the disappearance. We're tracking the man down through a payment app." "You want to be careful with that." Jude looked back at the squad room. She spotted a young deputy with his head bent over a computer. Handsome, curly brown hair, distinctive features. She told Seth, "Small town, people get stirred up easily." "Yes, ma'am," Seth said. "You know about the officer who was murdered?" "I do." Jude looked away from the deputy. "Have you explored possible connections between Paisley's disappearance and the Adam Hunsinger case?" "Hunsinger was released from custody 3 days ago pending a rape charge. Should we be looking at him? Is this a serial?" Undetermined. Jude didn't like the excitement in his voice. He was thinking too much of the chase and not enough about the victims. "What else do you have?" "We've got Elijah Walker's phone." He waved over another clean-cut button-down agent. "S.A. Damian Reynolds. He's our IT guy." "Dr. Archer, it's an honor," Damian said. "One of the locals managed to get access to Elijah Walker's phone. Texts are clean. Browser history is mostly fantasy football and porn. I need to run the software to break his WhatsApp, but his photos tell a story." Jude found her reading glasses in her purse, took them out of the case. She scrolled through the photos. There had been many times during her career when Jude was acutely aware that she was the only woman in a room full of men. Now, as she looked at the lewd photographs of men's and women's genitalia stored on Elijah Walker's phone, was definitely one of them. Damian said, "The metadata has been scrubbed for location, but the date on all of the pictures is from last year." She took off her glasses. "What sort of porn was in his browser history?" "Light bondage, adult women, nothing too kinky, nothing underage or barely legal." "What's the main password for the phone?" Damian read the number from a scrap of paper. 872316. Jude told Seth, "Tell me about the parents." "Elijah Arnold Walker, 37, white male, insurance broker. Church deacon. Wife is Carol Diane Walker, aged 31, white female, homemaker, volunteers at the local charity shop 3 days a week. No previous marriages for either. Paisley is their only child. So she was 17 and he was 23 when they had Paisley, Jude said. Alibis? Seth took a moment to absorb the math. Mother was at home. Neighbors saw her checking the mailbox after the daughter left. Father was at work all morning. Secretary was with him at his office when he got the call. Take me to him. Yes, ma'am, this way. Jude didn't need help finding the interrogation rooms, but she was glad to let Seth take the lead. She let herself look at Gerald's empty office. The lights were off. His desk had been turned away from the window. Another desk was pushed up against it. Jude saw a laptop, a faded photo of a boy with a mop of curly brown hair that matched the young deputy who was still bent over his computer. The sense of unease returned to her body. Tommy had said that Gerald had changed because of Emmy, that Myrna had gotten better, that Emmy had brought a ray of sunshine into their lives. What her brother hadn't said was the obvious. The light had only broken through after Jude's darkness was gone. Seth stopped outside the closed door to the first interrogation room. You need me in there, ma'am? I assume there are cameras. Watch from afar. I'll signal if I want you. Jude stopped him before he left. Who's the local who got Walker to unlock his phone? Emmy Clifton. I let her take first swipe at the interview. Jude tried not to bristle. Getting the phone voluntarily unlocked was not inconsequential. Did she share her impressions of Walker? She said he came off as controlling and, her words, ma'am, a tight ass. Thought he was hiding something. She flagged that he didn't like how his daughter dressed. Seth shrugged. Pretty normal for a father to be worried about that. Could be Emmy was bringing in her own issues. Do you know her well? Jude saw the question in his eyes. You keep calling her Emmy. Isn't she the acting sheriff? No, ma'am. I don't know her, but she is the acting sheriff. He had the sense to look apologetic. The FBI had a strict code of conduct that Jude usually didn't give a shit about. I'm hearing Sheriff Clifton was really close to her father. Didn't make a move without him. Maybe her own feelings are clouding her judgment. Are you saying she's not up for the job? She's been chief deputy for a while, but I gather from some of the locals that her father did all the heavy lifting. She screwed up the Adam Hunsinger case. Probably in over her head again. He smoothed down his tie. He was nervous, trying to redeem himself. Kind of strange her father's dead and she's still working like it didn't happen. I find it commendable. It takes a lot of character to push aside your own grief and search for a missing child. You're right, ma'am. Seth smoothed his tie again. Don't know what I'd do if my dad was murdered right in front of me. I would hope that you would keep your head down and do your job. Jude opened the door to the interrogation room. There was a split second when she felt like she'd walked through a portal back in time. Jude was 13 again, pacing the room as she played both good cop and bad cop to Henry's master criminal. Then she blinked, and there was just an angry, middle-aged man about to yell at her. What the hell is going on here? Elijah Walker had clearly been waiting to explode. He pushed his chair back from the table. His face was red with rage. It's the middle of the night. I should be with my wife right now. Who the hell are you? I'm Dr. Jude Archer. I'm working in the capacity of a consultant with the FBI. She tapped the password into his phone, showed him one of the many lewd photos from last year. Is this your penis? The man went completely still. He wasn't even breathing. Jude repeated, Is this your penis? How did you? Elijah tried to grab the phone away, but Jude pressed it to her chest. Sit down, Mr. Walker. He looked like he wanted to hit her, but eventually, slowly, he sat down at the table. How did you get into my phone? The phone you unlocked and handed to the acting sheriff? That stupid bitch had no right to look at anything other than my Cash App. Jude asked, To whom were you sending penis photos? He shook his head. I'm not. She showed him another photo, this one of a woman. Whose vagina is this? Elijah stared at her with open hatred. This is ludicrous. You're wasting time. Jude pulled out the other chair. She sat across from him at the table, took a moment to look at him. Elijah's hair was oily. His skin was slick with sweat. He was pasty white, but for his face, which was so red against his neck that he resembled a cherry lollipop. Mr. Walker, I've asked you 2 simple questions. Are you refusing to answer? His teeth were clenched. She could see a vein pulsing under his eye. I told you, that has nothing to do with Paisley. Were you having an affair? He said nothing. Were you having multiple affairs? Jude put on her glasses and scrolled through more of the photos. Looks like the same vagina to me. That's an interesting birthmark on the inside of her thigh. Stop it! Elijah banged his fist on the table. She could tell he was used to weaponizing his anger. It probably worked with the women in his life, but it wasn't going to work with her. Mr. Walker, you absolutely have a right to remain silent. Jude stood up. We're doing a press conference at 7:30 to ask the public for information on the whereabouts of your daughter. I can put the question about the woman's identity to the public. What the fuck? Elijah's voice raked up. You can't do that, you goddamn bitch! I can, and I will. She reached for the door handle. Wait! Jude leaned her back against the door. She studied his face again. The color had drained, leaving a stark white. His eyes shifted as he tried to figure a way out of this. Emmy was right that Elijah Walker was someone who felt the need to control. Jude had pulled the world out from under him by taking away his power. Now it was time to give him some of it back. She looked at his hands. His left index finger was calloused at the bend of the first knuckle. She asked, Are you a fly fisherman? He was clearly thrown by the question. What? The callus on your finger looks like it's from line burn. My brother used to get cut in the exact same spot when he was float fishing downriver on the Flint. Again, Jude repeated herself. Are you a fly fisherman? Elijah looked at his index finger as if he'd never seen it before. Yes. Then you know what it's like to cast 100 different times into 100 different spots, hoping to catch something. Jude crossed her arms. That's what we do when a child is abducted, Mr. Walker. We cast hundreds of lines in hundreds of directions, and we hope we catch something. These photos on your phone, they could be a fish or they could be some trash caught on the line. You can either waste my time tracking it down, or you can tell me the truth. They're trash, he said. That's all it is. You're having an affair. He shook his head. It's not an affair. Is she a sex worker? Are you paying her? He leaned his head into his hand, his fingers shielding his eyes. Jude silently waited for him either to give another excuse or give up a name. Elijah dragged out the time. She listened to the muffled ringing of the phones in the squad room. The clock on the wall was coming up on 3:40 in the morning. Jude knew the statistics on child abductions, the difference in odds of survival if a parent was involved versus a stranger. This wasn't the first time she'd been alone in a room with a possible predator. But it was one of those rare moments when her gut wasn't giving her the answer. She silently reviewed the facts of the case so far. Jude's instinct wasn't clouded by being back in North Falls. It had nothing to do with Tommy or Emmy or even her parents. Adam Hunsinger's release changed the equation. The abandoned bike on the back roads, the bent rear tire, chain hanging off, blood at the scene. Jude wasn't one to believe that there were no coincidences in policing, but she knew damn well that there were no coincidences in North Falls. Elijah drew in a sharp breath. I haven't seen her in months, okay? I stopped. The guilt was too much. How did you meet her? Online, he said. We were both on a dating site. I can't remember the name of it. Jude nodded. Okay. I was clear up front that I was married, that I would never leave my wife. He started to shake his head. I thought she was interested in me, but then she started talking about money. Her first name is Trixie. I never got her last name. It was just a few times. How did you arrange to meet? She had me download WhatsApp. That's how we communicated. We sent pictures at first. Then we met in person. He heaved out a breath, as if the admission was tearing him apart. I promise it was only a few times. I stopped seeing her 3 or 4 months ago. It's like I told you, like I told her, I would never leave my wife. I love Carol. I love my family. Where did you meet to have sex? A hotel in Clayville. The Dewdrop Inn. Jude knew the place from her misspent youth. Elijah Walker must have stood out like a Mormon missionary. That's a shifty part of town for someone like you to be in. Do you enjoy taking risks? It wasn't. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Carol isn't adventurous. We've been married a long time. What was Trixie giving you? Are we talking kink? Bondage? No, always vanilla. How much did she charge? $4.50 for 2 hours, plus the cost of the room. Jude shifted tenses to the present. Do you give the money to her directly, or is there an intermediary? I leave cash on the dresser. Then I take a shower. Then when I come out of the bathroom, she starts the clock. He sat up in his chair, straightening his shoulders. The last time was months ago. I haven't had any contact with her since. Do you know what kind of car she drives? He shook his head. I never noticed. Did she mention hobbies or anything to do with her family? I don't know anything about her. He kept shaking his head. I wasn't paying to hear her whine about her kids or her problems. I was there for me, only for me. What's the password for your WhatsApp? I don't know. I told you I haven't logged into it in months. I only downloaded it because she told me to. Mr. Walker, do you have any idea where Paisley is right now? No, I promise on my life. He finally looked at her. Please. I'm begging you to let this go. It has nothing to do with Paisley. Wait here. Jude walked into the hallway and closed the door behind her. Seth was already coming out of the old storage closet. She could see the glow of monitors on a desk, 2 chairs crammed in front of them. Seth said, That detail about fly fishing was very impressive. Sheriff Clifton's read was accurate. He's hiding something. Jude handed him the phone. Tell Damien we need this cracked open pronto. I want you to send a team with Walker's photo to the Dewdrop Inn to see if they remember him. You need to bring in Walker's secretary, knock on her door, wake her up. She's his alibi for yesterday morning. I want to know if she's sleeping with him. If she's not, I'm sure she has an inkling about who Walker has been stepping out with. You mean Trixie? That's not the name she gave him, Jude said. It'll be something like Ashley or Katie. $450 for 2 hours is a girlfriend experience. He spends 10 minutes screwing her, then the rest of the time talking about how his life is hard and his wife doesn't understand him. Seth looked more surprised than he should have. The escort will have an agency that screens all of her clients. They're the ones Walker's paying. We need to comb through his credit card receipts and all his payment apps. There has to be a trail. He didn't find this woman on a dating website, or the man, for that matter. That's clearly not Elijah Walker's penis. Seth's eyebrows shot up. Ma'am? Walker's hands, neck, and face are pale. Unless he's going to a tanning booth and only sunning his genitals and stomach, that's not his penis. Yes, ma'am. Seth took the phone. You think Walker's being blackmailed? Jude had seen Paisley's photo on the bulletin back in San Francisco. His daughter is an attractive young blonde. Yeah. Seth no longer looked surprised. He'd heard of child sex trafficking, at least. What you said about a press conference at 7:30, I'm sorry, but I didn't realize you'd already set that up. Are you going to make an appeal? I was bluffing, but I want you to set it up anyway. 7:30 will give the national media 4 hours to make it down from Atlanta. This will be your show. Jude didn't want to be the face of the investigation. Make sure you thank Sheriff Clifton and the local forces for their cooperation. Tell the media we're following leads. Ask for any witnesses to come forward. Give out the number for the tip line. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to talk to the mother. Carol Walker might know what her husband's been up to. Jude started to leave, but then she thought of something. I need you to print out 2 photos from Elijah's collection. 1 of each, full size, in color. He looked shocked. You're going to show them to his wife? Sweetheart, you need to understand that I'm not here to hold hands and tiptoe around feelings. I'm going to do whatever it takes to bring a 14-year-old girl home. Yes, ma'am. I'll get an agent to drive you to the Walker house. No, I'll catch a ride from the sheriff. Chapter 12. Emmy sat in the dark inside the jail complex. Her leg had finally stopped shaking, but that was only because the muscles had burned themselves out. As the hands on the clock circled up to 4 in the morning, she'd felt every single tick draining the life out of her. There was nothing left to give. All she could do was stare at the bank of video monitors in front of her. 12 different cameras on the men's side, 8 on the women's. Paul Dalrymple was being held in isolation for his own protection. He'd been pacing his cell when Emmy had first relieved the jail monitor. Now his fists were wrapped around the bars. He was gently tapping his forehead against the steel. Sweat had saturated his black and white striped uniform. Vomit stained the front. They'd had to call maintenance for his clogged toilet. He was going through alcohol withdrawal. They should probably call a doctor, too, but Emmy wasn't in the mood to help the man responsible for the death of her father. She let her gaze travel to the lower right monitor. Hannah was also alone in a cell, but that was because she was on suicide watch. She hadn't moved from her cot since Emmy had walked into the monitoring station. She was lying on her side, curled into a fetal position. Her head was down, but Emmy could see Hannah's shoulders shaking as she sobbed. Emmy's heart broke for her. She wanted to go into the cell, to hold her, to tell her that everything was going to be all right. In truth, she wanted Hannah to do the same for her. There had been so many times in the past 12 years that Emmy had ached for the comfort of their friendship. When Myrna had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, when she'd really started to decline, then Gerald's lung cancer, then the liver cancer. And now this insanity, with her older sister suddenly back in town less than 24 hours after their father had been shot dead in the street. Hannah had been the one person in Emmy's life who'd told her that the Clifton craziness wasn't normal, that the things all of them had witnessed but none of them ever talked about, like Gerald's past alcoholism or Myrna's sporadic affairs, or Millie's kleptomania, or Taby's OCD, or this cousin's hoarding, or that cousin's gambling, or that uncle's weird obsession with collecting the stickers that were put on fruit, was actually so very fucked up. Emmy looked at her phone on the desk in front of her. When Gerald had first revealed that Martha was alive, Emmy had done every kind of legal search possible on Martha Judean Clifton. It had never occurred to her that her sister would start using her middle name, just like it had never occurred to her that Martha might have gotten married and changed her last name. Emmy had been typing in a fresh search when Seth Alexander had done the work for her. His text had been practically giddy. Can you believe how lucky we are? She literally wrote the book. He'd provided a link to the book in question. Statistical Comparisons of Investigatory Modalities in Child Abductions and Kidnappings. Revised, 2022. By J. M. Archer, Ph.D. Emmy already knew the scholarly work. She'd used an earlier version to write her dissertation. "Mom?" Cole was standing in the doorway, which was the downside of the entire family having Life 360 on their phones. His eyes went straight to the monitor in the bottom right corner. Hannah had continued her relationship with Cole because she loved him, and it wasn't his fault his mother was a terrible friend. Emmy could read every emotion on her son's face. And then she could read nothing, because she had raised him to be as stunted as the rest of his family. He said, "The FBI sent a woman to take over. She's pretty badass. I overheard one of the agents talking about how she caught a serial killer." Emmy took a deep breath. "What's she doing?" "Interrogating Elijah Walker. Maybe she'll get something out of him." Emmy made herself let go of the breath. She couldn't add this extra level of stress right now. She had to keep her focus on finding Paisley Walker. "He remember anything else on the truck?" Cole leaned his shoulder against the door jamb. "Nothing, but he kept hitting on how Paisley was dressed when she left the house. Told me he forbade her to wear leggings without putting on a skirt or shorts over them. Said that I knew the reason why, which I took to mean because men are disgusting." "Does that strike you as strange, him going on about what she wore?" "Seems more strange that he's using it as a way to blame his daughter for her own kidnapping." Cole shrugged. "Did Papa care how you dressed?" "It was usually Grandma yelling at me to wear something other than jeans and a t-shirt." Cole's smile didn't last more than a second. "Dad texted me." Emmy had almost forgotten about the fight with Jonah. She watched Cole lean over to place his phone on the table beside hers. She looked at the text. "Tell your mother you're welcome for not having her arrested for assault." He's always struggled with contractions. Emmy guessed turning into Myrna was the shit frosting on yet another shit cake. "Baby, sometimes when somebody dies, it brings up a lot of unresolved stuff." "Are you talking about Jonah or you?" He was too clever, her son. "Don't call him Jonah. He's still your father." "Did you know he gave Adam Hunsinger a job at the bar?" Emmy had to swallow down the words that wanted to come. "Everybody's got to work somewhere." "Okay." Cole grabbed his phone and started to leave. "Hold up. Sit with me for a minute." Cole was visibly reluctant, but he did as he was told. "What is it?" Emmy felt her resolve start to crumble, but there was no way around this. She didn't want her son blindsided the way she'd been. Still, there was no easy way to say it. "I don't have the energy for subterfuge, so I'm just going to be blunt about this. Your Aunt Martha is alive. She's the FBI agent who had Seth Alexander jumping around. She's calling herself Jude Archer now, but it's her." Cole said nothing, but his shock flashed like a neon sign. "Papa told me and Tommy about her last year." Emmy knew she was throwing too much on him at once. She gave him a few seconds to catch up. "After your Uncle Henry drowned in the river, Martha went off the rails, started drinking and drugging. Then she started stealing things to support her habit. Eventually, she stole your great-aunt Millie's car, got drunk, nearly killed somebody on the highway. The other driver is fine now, but he was in the hospital for a week. A lot of people were angry. Martha ended up leaving town in the middle of the night. Never looked back." Cole shook his head like he didn't understand. "But why did Papa say she was dead?" "Because there were people in town who wanted her charged for the car accident." Emmy could still see his confusion. "Baby, this was over 40 years ago. There was no internet. Nobody had computers. Every police report or complaint was written on a sheet of paper that could be shoved in the back of a filing cabinet or thrown away. Your great-uncle was the county prosecutor. Your other great-uncle was the circuit judge. Aunt Millie was editor-in-chief of the Herald. Uncle Penley was the mayor. If Gerald Clifton said his daughter died in a car accident up in Memphis, Then everybody accepted that his daughter had died in a car accident up in Memphis. Okay. Cole was clearly tapping the weak spots. What about the funeral? Papa told everybody she was cremated. There wasn't a funeral. Tommy was away at college. I was still a baby, so I had no idea what was going on. Millie was furious about her car. She shut down the cousins. It didn't take much effort. Jude had burned a lot of bridges. Amy gave him another moment to think. She skipped ahead to the next question she knew he would ask. Obviously, your grandma knew the truth. That's one of the reasons Papa told us. Grandma kept saying Martha was still alive. Papa thought it was wrong for us to keep insisting she was dead. And I guess Papa wanted us to know too. This was around the time he was diagnosed with lung cancer. The prognosis wasn't good even then. He said he didn't want his ghosts turning into our demons. Cole kept tapping. Why didn't she come home before now? I can take a guess, Emmy said. She told Papa she wouldn't step foot back in Clifton County until he was dead. Cole's jawbone stuck out again. He'd always been protective of his grandfather. What did Tommy say? That stuff was more complicated than Papa was letting on, but he kept those complications to himself. Emmy knew this was the least surprising part of the story. Anyway, Papa said he made a lot of mistakes back then. Mistakes can give you a reason to forgive. He was quoting Gerald. Emmy bit her lips so that she wouldn't tear up again. Cole asked, Why didn't anybody tell me about this before? Because Emmy knew the levers she could pull right now to shut down further lines of inquiry. They were the same levers Gerald had pulled, the same ones Tommy swung on like a monkey. And she wasn't going to weaponize them against her son. Because we're all cowards who refuse to talk about things that upset us. Cole gave a startled bark of a laugh. That sounds about right. Emmy let out another long breath. She'd reached her limit of uncowardly gestures. Did you give your statement about Papa shooting to Sherry Robertson? He took a moment to adjust to the abrupt change in subject. Yeah, but she keeps asking me about the gun. I told her I couldn't see who was holding it. That's what I told her, too. Emmy took a quick breath. I want you to go with me to interview Carol Walker. We need to see if she's remembered anything. I'm ready. Hold up. I want you to do something else first. Emmy nodded toward the monitors. She didn't know if she was doing this for Dylan or for herself, but at this point, it didn't matter. Go back to the women's isolation block and let your Aunt Hannah see you at the door. Stand at the glass, but don't go inside. That way your face isn't on the cameras. Then you can meet me outside, and we'll go to the Walker's house. He looked uncomfortable. What if she tries to talk to me? Just smile or wave or whatever you feel like. Then walk away, okay? He clearly had questions, but her son had inherited the coward gene, too. Okay. Emmy tracked his progress on the monitors as he secured his Glock in the lockers that lined the hallway, then went inside the jail complex. She started to stand, but someone was blocking the doorway. Jude said, He's a nice-looking kid. Emmy felt her teeth grinding together. She wondered if her jawbone stuck out the same way Cole's did. She said, I hear you're taking over my case. I'm only here to consult, and you're still in charge, Sheriff. Emmy's jaw started to ache. I'm the chief deputy, which means you're the acting sheriff now that Gerald is gone. You need to make sure people know that you're in charge. You need to stick your advice up your ass. Emmy could tell the punch hadn't landed. Does the FBI know you're an alcoholic? Yes. And a cokehead? Coke is fantastic, but alcohol was my problem. Jude leaned her shoulder against the door jamb the same way Cole had. I disclosed everything as part of my background check. I've been sober for 39 years and 2 months. Hooray for you. Emmy pointed toward the doorway. Why don't you stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours? Elijah Walker's been cheating on his wife. Emmy struggled to keep her expression neutral. He told you that? I told him that. Jude slid a large envelope from her suede purse. She pulled out 2 printed photos, held them up for Emmy to see. These were on his phone. To say Emmy was caught off guard would have been to say the last 24 hours had been taxing. It wasn't primarily the photos, but the fact that Emmy was standing inside the jail where her ex-best friend was being held for murder and her dead sister was showing her a dick pic and a split beaver like she was bragging about her European vacation. Jude asked, "What do you see?" Well, Emmy was still thrown. That's not Elijah's. Unless it was back when he was going to the gym every day and spraying himself with bronzer. Good, what else? Emmy didn't want to, but she looked closer. It'd be easy enough to see if he's got that mole right below his belly button. It's possible he's bisexual, but my guess is he took a screenshot of somebody else's penis and passed it off as his own. That's my guess, too. What about this one? Jude handed her the woman's photo. Elijah says he met this woman on a website. He says she gave the name Trixie and that she charges $4.50 for 2 hours. Emmy blinked her eyes. She felt as if she was being tested. Trixie has to be a working name, but it doesn't jibe with the cost. That's 12 times what the girls charge at the truck stop. The butterfly birthmark could help identify her, but the Brazilian is your best lead. There's 2 places in town that do that kind of waxing. Sugar Babies at the Outlet Mall and Peggy Ingram's place. Peggy Ingram, Jude repeated. She took over her mother's business? Yes and no. Emmy handed back the photo. She moved the salon out of the basement when Virgil retired. He's a private investigator, needs a discreet place to meet with clients. Peggy took over the storefront across from the hardware store. Where the cobbler used to be? Sure, right beside the baker and the candlestick maker. Jude's smile acknowledged the joke. Text Peggy. See if she remembers a customer with that birthmark. Emmy looked at her watch, then she looked again, because this had been one of the longest days of her life. It's almost 4:30 in the morning. The sun's not even up. Peggy will read it when she wakes up. Jude turned to look behind her. Cole had stopped in the hallway. You must be my nephew. Cole looked at Emmy, then at Jude. You must be my dead aunt. Jude Archer. She slid the photos back into the envelope before he could see them. Cole, why don't you ride with us to Carol Walker's house? Cole looked at Emmy again. He was waiting for her answer. So was Jude. There were a lot of things Emmy could have said in this moment, but none of them would help bring Paisley Walker home. Jude had been in town for an hour, and she'd already gotten more out of Elijah Walker than Emmy had. This wasn't the time to open up new wounds. If Paisley had been abducted by one of her parents, she could still be alive. Emmy said, Let's go. They walked single file out to the parking lot. The moon was waning in the sky. The parking lot lights felt angry as they held back the dark dome of black. Emmy started the text to Peggy Ingram. She nearly broke her brain trying to figure out how to phrase the question. Peggy was a soft, grandmotherly type. Then again, she waxed genitals in the back room of her salon. There probably wasn't much that would shock her. Sorry to bother you, but I have a weird question about a possible waxing client of yours who has a butterfly-shaped birthmark on the inside of her left thigh. Brazilian, bleached strip of hair, probably Caucasian. Can you help? I have a photo, but not sure you want to see it. Jude asked, Which ride is yours? Emmy gave her a giant clue by getting into the cruiser parked in the spot marked Chief Deputy Clifton. She cranked the engine. Jude climbed into the passenger seat. Cole slipped into the back. The bright light of his phone illuminated his face as he typed on the screen. Jude flipped down the visor so she could look at him in the mirror. Sweetheart, are you Googling me? Emmy caught Cole's flash of guilt in the rear view. "Mom," he said, "it says she captured Freddie Henley." Emmy had watched The Pinnacles Killer docuseries with Dylan last year. There were no women on that case. Jude said, "Not every cop wants to be interviewed." Emmy turned onto Main Street, "Especially if they're supposed to be dead." True, but he would have stopped talking to me if I'd become more famous than he was. Jude looked back at Cole in the mirror. "Maps and mistakes. That's what caught Freddie Henley. That's what catches a lot of these guys. Ted Bundy was stopped on a moving violation. Son of Sam got a parking ticket. BTK used the wrong computer. It's not that investigators are particularly clever. It's that the bad guys panic and make stupid mistakes." Emmy could tell she had Cole's interest. He asked, "What about the map part?" "Freddie's third victim was abducted inside Pinnacles National Park. The rest were abducted from areas around UC Santa Barbara, which has one of the top geology departments in the country. Pinnacles is a remarkable geological site. The park is split in two by rock formations. There's a west gate and east gate, but the roads don't connect. The caves on the east side are closed to protect the bat population, but the ones on the west side are open. You following?" Yes. Cole wasn't just following. He was hanging on her every word. "The west side is more isolated." "Right. So if you want to hide a body, you choose the west entrance. The parking area leads to flat hiking trails, easier to get in and out, lots of cover, less effort on your part. From mid-June to early September, it's too hot to climb, which means the west area is sparsely populated, but you don't want to be the only person there, right?" "Right," Cole agreed. "I checked the weather patterns, figured out the best months and times to visit, cross-referenced those times to the abductions, then talked to every person who had a connection to both the university and the park who'd visited during the optimal time periods going back to the late 80s. Cole looked astonished. He'd done his share of door-knocking on patrol. "How many people was that?" 928. "You talked to all of them?" "I got lucky at 6:49. Jude's smile said there was a hell of a lot more to the story. "One day, I knocked on Freddie's door and he confessed." "Just like that?" "A little like that." Jude hedged. "It's lonely being a serial killer. There's not a lot of people they can talk to about their hobbies." Emmy saw the corner of Cole's mouth lift in a smile. He asked, "Are you a profiler?" "The behavioral sciences unit already had its token number of women when I joined. I'm a criminal psychologist. My focus is on missing and kidnapped children. It's your turn, sweetheart. Paisley Walker, I've already got the timeline. What do we think we know?" Emmy felt gut-punched by the question, which she'd only ever heard from her father. Cole didn't skip a beat. "Paisley's kidnapping is similar to the kidnapping of Cheyenne Baker, which is linked to the kidnapping of Madison Dalrymple. Abandoned bike on the back roads, damaged rear tire, blood at the scene." "Are we sure Paisley was kidnapped?" Jude asked. "Technically, a kidnapping occurs when a child is separated from his or her parent. An abduction is when the child is removed and held against their will." Emmy bit her lip. She didn't need this woman schooling her son. Cole asked, "Are you saying maybe the parents took her?" "The father was having an affair. The mother could have staged the kidnapping for revenge, or Elijah could have staged it to give himself leverage over Carol. Or there could be someone else in the father's life who took her." Cole started nodding his head. Emmy felt her eyes wanting to roll. This woman was some kind of witch. Fewer than 5 minutes had passed and Cole was already in her thrall. Cole asked, "What if it's a serial killer, though?" Jude said, "If the same perpetrator abducted 3 children, then we might be looking at a serial offender. In those cases, the victims tell us who the perpetrator is." Emmy had heard enough of this horseshit. "We already looked for links between all 3 victims. There were no overlaps." "The bike, bent tire, blood at the scene? Coincidences, not proof." "I've spent my entire career trying to bring lost children home to their parents," Jude said. "If it's the same perpetrator, there's always an overlap. You just haven't found it." "All right, Dr. Archer," Emmy said. "You're the expert. Tell me the overlap." I haven't reviewed the original case files, but my starting point would be controlling parents. Emmy laughed. Welcome to the club. There's going to be 1 million more kidnappings if that's the criteria. Cole, don't get into any white vans. Good advice in general, but the thing about controlling parents is that they are teaching their children how to be controlled. Jude said, if all 3 girls are victims of the same serial predator, then it's someone in or around Clifton. Someone trusted or who's in authority. Someone hiding in plain sight who has a history of pedophilia. Wow, that really narrows it down. A pedophile. We've already checked all the registered sex offenders. That still leaves about 20,000 suspects in the county. Around 94% of sexual abuse offenders are men. Emmy wasn't going to give her the high horse on statistics, even if she wrote the damn book. Okay, so roughly half the population is female. That leaves around 10,000 male suspects. Pedophiles tend to rape within their own demographic. A white child is more likely to be assaulted by a white male. Sure, good point. The county's 65% white. Now we're at 7,000 suspects. Offenders tend to be involved in jobs or volunteer organizations that put them in contact with potential victims. Okay, so let's assume 1/3 of the number. We're still at nearly 2,500 white men. To accurately profile a killer, you need the victim's body. Were you at the autopsies on Baker and Dalrymple? Emmy felt gut-punched again. The question sent her back to the autopsy suite at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation headquarters. Madison laid out on the stainless steel table, the sheet pulled away, her small body exposed to the harsh lights, her hands and feet grotesquely misshapen where the bones had been shattered. The medical examiner had explained to Emmy that the skin was black because Madison had bled internally for hours. She cleared her throat. I was there. I'm sorry. Jude had picked up on her shift in mood. I've never witnessed an autopsy on a victim who was known to me. That must have been difficult. Emmy didn't want her compassion. What's your question? Were the bones in the hands and feet systematically broken or randomly broken? Emmy felt a lump in her throat. She had known Madison's hand was broken when she'd held it in the pond, but she hadn't understood the extent of the damage until she'd seen the x-rays. Systematic. Every bone was shattered up and down her hands and feet. Can we assume the perpetrator has medical knowledge? We can assume he has hands and feet, Emmy countered. It's not a mystery where the bones are. But the breaks weren't random and frenzied. Jude's measured calmness was grating. The perpetrator is someone who's careful and controlled. At the very least, a skilled worker. Sounds like every guy at the factory, except most of them are from North Africa. There's a refugee center over in Clayville. They were all from Cambodia when I was here. Jude turned her face toward the window, but not before Emmy caught her pensive look. Emmy wasn't going to let her recover. What was the point of that exercise? If this is a serial, the predator is likely a white man who works in a skilled position that requires some education and discipline. His job takes him into frequent contact with children. He's well respected in the community. He's likely a family man, but that's only to give himself cover for his crimes. He works very hard to present as normal, but only in service of hiding his crimes. Emmy scoffed. No wonder they didn't want you in profiling. Adam Hunsinger wasn't any of those things. There's always a lot of pressure when a child goes missing. With 2 abducted, you can get lost in the urgency. Mistakes get made. Jude turned back to her. Are you sure it's Adam? I'm sure I'm not going to let you disparage my father's police work. Nonetheless, Jude turned away again. We've narrowed it down from 20,000 suspects to roughly 2,500, which is much more manageable, don't you think? Emmy wasn't going to give her an inch. Trust me, you don't want to know what I'm thinking right now. The walkers are up on the right. Emmy felt her teeth grit. She knew where the damn house was. She nosed the cruiser into the curb, stopping short of the mailbox. Someone had painted the family name on the side. The Walkers, apostrophe. Jude said, "Does no one understand possessive apostrophes anymore?" Emmy heard Cole's laughter from the back seat. Listening to this woman run down a case like Gerald was bad enough. Hearing her snipe about punctuation like Myrna was hell on earth. "Cole," Emmy said, "call the station. See if they've got an ETA on the brother driving over from Alabama. I don't want to be surprised." "Yes, Chief." Jude started to get out of the car, but not before turning back toward Cole. "Sweetheart, I know it's hard, but you should call her sheriff now." The door closed before Emmy could correct her. She had to unwrap her fingers from the steering wheel before she could get out. She looked at Jude over the top of the cruiser. "You can stop your Socratic method with my son. He knows how to be a cop and he knows what to call me." She gave a curt nod. "Understood." Cole started to get out of the back. Emmy closed the door, trapping him inside. She told Jude, "I want to make this clear in case you're not seeing it. I don't want you here. And the only reason I'm putting up with your presence is because you seem to know what you're doing. The minute you stop being valuable is the minute you're off this case." Jude nodded. "Okay." "Don't okay me like you're part of my family," Emmy said. "You just bragged about spending 40 years trying to bring lost children home to their parents, but it never once occurred to you to bring your own ass home?" Jude said, 27 years. "What?" "That's how long I worked at the agency. 27 years, not 40. Emmy opened the door for Cole, then walked toward the Walker's house. Chapter 13. Carol Walker opened the front door with a string of rosary beads in her hand. She blinked in the darkness before remembering to turn on the porch light. Her movements were slow and careful, as if every gesture was designed to draw the least amount of attention. Jude's gut signaled this was probably not a parent abduction. The woman was too cowed. Grief and worry hadn't worn her down overnight. She had the demeanor of someone who'd spent her entire life being told that she was wrong. The only way Carol Walker would ever leave her husband was on a stretcher or in a hearse. "Ma'am," Emmy said, "I'm sorry we don't have any news about Paisley. You remember my son, Deputy Clifton. This is Jude Archer. She's with the FBI." Carol's slow nod made it clear she'd only heard the first part about Paisley. She was no longer drugged, but her eyes had a glassy quality. She worked her rosary beads with the furtiveness of a trapped bird as she led them into the living room. Jude studied her from behind. The time was coming up on 5 in the morning, and Carol was wearing white leggings under a long denim skirt that looked like it had been slept in. So did her white blouse with lace trim along the collar and the cuffs of the long sleeves. The fussy living room complemented the old-fashioned look with its floral patterns, glass figurines, and doilies. The temperature was too hot, the lights too bright. No dust was visible. Everything was in its place. Appearances were clearly important to the woman. Jude's guess was that Carol probably knew that her husband strayed, just like she was probably too afraid to confront him over it. The only question now was whether or not she knew the name of her husband's mistress. Emmy had clearly made the same assessments. She had zeroed in on the array of family photographs hanging on the wall behind the couch. Different sizes, shapes, frames, colors. They were all centered around a giant cross with Jesus carved in full three-dimensional color. His head hung down. The blood from the crown of thorns rendered in bright red rivulets on either side of his pained face. This was definitely not a family that would consider divorce as an option.
"Is Elijah..." Carol's voice was timid. "Is he okay? I called up to the station, but they said he couldn't talk to me, and he didn't answer his cell phone."
"Yes, ma'am. He's been really helpful. All he wants to do is find Paisley." Emmy turned toward the back of the house. "Is someone here?"
"Father Nate," Carol said. "He's making tea."
Jude offered, "I'll give him a hand." She didn't wait for permission, nor did she need directions. Her great-uncle Constantine had designed the houses in this part of North Falls. He hadn't been a good architect so much as a good salesman. The Walkers had benefited from the upgraded window package that kept the house from feeling like an underground bunker. The overhead lights were on in the kitchen. Dawn gave the backyard a purple undertone. Father Nate Trask was putting the kettle on the stove. He nearly dropped it when he saw Jude.
"You were supposed to be dead."
She shrugged.
"They said the same thing to Jesus." "I see you still have that nasty mouth," he said. "Why are you here? This family has been through enough. I won't let you cause trouble."
"I'm here to bring Paisley Walker home." Jude still had her old business cards. She reached into her purse and slapped one on the counter. "Where were you yesterday morning, Father?" He made a show of leaning down to look at the card rather than touch it.
"Judas betrayed Jesus."
"Thanks for the breaking news. Where were you yesterday morning?" He puffed up in outrage.
"What are you implying?"
"There's no implication. I'm explicitly asking you for an alibi." "Father," Emmy had sneaked up behind Jude. "Carol needs you. I'll bring through the tea." Jude returned the priest's scalding look as he passed by. Emmy said, "Virgil just called. Highway Patrol lost Carol's brother. They're trying to find his car again." Jude nodded, though Nate had managed to snap her equilibrium. She looked for concrete objects around the kitchen to bring her back into the present. The Cuisinart food processor, the Keurig coffee maker, another 3D Jesus hanging on the wall with family photos arrayed like a Venn diagram. She felt her heart rate return to normal. "That's the brother, Reggie McAllister." Jude didn't bother with her reading glasses. Reggie stood with his arm around Paisley. They had the same blonde hair and blue eyes, though Reggie's prison tattoos were a stark contrast to the girl's white communion dress. Emmy turned the knob on the stove. The gas caught under the kettle. She leaned her hip against the counter. "Why were you going at Father Nate?"
"Spite," Jude admitted. "Seems I've fallen back into old patterns."
"Elijah probably keeps beer in the fridge if you want one."
"Jack was my drink, but thank you."
Jude opened the cabinets in search of tea bags. She'd had quite enough of Emmy's bitchiness. "If this is an acquaintance abduction, it's through the father's illicit contacts." "Yep," Emmy said. "I sent Cole to poke around the parents' bedroom. Maybe Elijah left some phone numbers in his pockets."
"You're doing a good job with him. He's a smart kid."
"I'm not looking for your approval." Emmy opened a cabinet above the stove. She found the box of tea bags and shook it like she'd won a trophy. "What's your beef with Father Nate?"
"He's a priest, in a time when priests have lost the benefit of the doubt," Jude said. "Also, he's an asshole."
Emmy shrugged as if to concede the point. Jude asked,
"Did Nate have any contact with the previous victims?"
"The Bakers were staunch Catholics. Paul Dalrymple didn't go to church. Hannah was raised Baptist, but she calls herself a Christmas Christian, only there for the holidays." Jude noticed a change in her tone.
"Hannah Dalrymple, Madison's mother?"
Emmy nodded. "Yep." The curt answer was like talking to a mini version of her father.
"Hannah and Paul were involved in the shooting."
Emmy shrugged. "Paul's the one who drove with a gun to the scene and pointed it at my chest. Hannah's participation is undetermined. Nobody saw who pulled the trigger." Jude felt her eyebrow arch.
"He pointed it at you first?"
"Yep." The curtness was gone. "Hannah yelled to warn me and reached out to stop him."
"Was she touching the gun when it went off?"
"I was so panicked I couldn't see anything. My father was murdered right in front of me. I wasn't memorizing everything so I could give a comprehensive report. I was too busy sobbing like a baby." Jude found it interesting that the person who tended to leave the room to avoid showing her feelings was suddenly admitting to a lot of feelings.
"I'm sorry you had to."
"Did you know about me?" Emmy asked. "After you left town." Did you know they had me? I did. Jude chose her words carefully. She couldn't tell when Emmy was going to strike or retreat into silence, but she knew the answer mattered too much to care about the response. I was a mess. I was still mourning the loss of my brother. I was struggling with addiction. I didn't think I had room in my heart for anyone else. Emmy busied herself dropping tea bags into the cups. Her back was to Jude. She braced her hands on the counter, looked out the window into the backyard. The eerie purple light brought out the leaves on the trees. Jude took the hint. She left Emmy alone in the kitchen. She saw that Cole had finished his search of the bedroom. He was leaning against the wall by the front door. His thumbs were hooked into his duty vest. There was a casual air about him, but she could tell he was paying close attention. Carol Walker was sitting on the couch beside Father Nate. She held the rosary between her clasped hands while Nate prayed for Paisley's safe return. Jude waited for the Amen before she sat down in the chair across from them. She quickly calibrated the best approach to get the information she needed in the least amount of time. Showing Carol the nudes from Elijah's phone would probably send the woman into hysterics. Demanding to know the name of his lover would likely make her retreat into shamed silence. It was better to ease her into the conversation rather than wasting time by breaking her down, then putting her back together, especially with Nate perched like a buzzard in a cassock beside her on the couch. Mrs. Walker. Jude was careful how she addressed the woman. I'm very sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances. As Sheriff Clifton told you, my name is Jude Archer. I'm working in the capacity of a consultant with the FBI. I know you've already been asked a lot of questions, but I'm afraid I have some more for you. Carol glanced at Father Nate as if to seek his permission. He gave one of his curt nods. Then he glared at Jude to put her on warning. The woman told Jude, Go ahead. Tell me about Paisley. What's your daughter like? Tears streamed from Carol's eyes. She'd been bombarded with questions about times, locations, minute details that didn't seem to connect. No one had asked her about her little girl. She said, Elijah's always telling me he's going to have to run off the boys with his shotgun one day. Don't know how I got such a pretty little girl. She's always been so happy. Even when she was a baby, everybody would say to me, she looks so happy. Jude glanced at the framed photos above the couch. Family vacations, various school pictures showing Paisley over the years. The transition from girl to young woman had been documented in real time. One year, Paisley was soft and cherubic. The next, her features had sharpened and her smile was not as easy. Jude said, 14 can be a difficult age for some girls. Lots of changes. Oh, she can be a pill sometimes. Carol let out a nervous laugh. But she's a good girl. She listens to her father and I. She tries to do her best. Jude suppressed the inner Myrna that wanted to correct her grammar. Does she do well in school? Is there a subject she's particularly interested in? Yes. Carol started nodding, but again she glanced at Nate for approval. She loves chemistry. It's her favorite class. Jude watched the woman's hands fall into her lap. She had stopped worrying the rosary. Why chemistry? Is that something you're interested in? I used to love math and science, but now I'm just a mom. Carol's tone was dismissive. Elijah teases her about studying so hard. Boys don't like smart girls. Jude kept her opinions to herself. Is Paisley involved in sports? Oh, no. Elijah doesn't want her to bulk up like that. Carol gave Nate another weak smile. It's not feminine, is it? Nate's mouth opened just as the kettle started to whistle in the kitchen. Jude watched his mouth close. She found his obvious discomfort interesting. The father Nate Jude had known took it as his personal mission to police the young girls of North Falls. She turned her attention back to Carol, asking, "Does Paisley have a favorite teacher?"
"She loves Miss Heller, her chemistry teacher, and Dr. Clifton has always been so nice."
"Dr. Clifton is the principal." Jude tried to tread carefully. "Did Paisley ever get in trouble at school?"
"Oh, no, nothing like that. There were just some 8th grade girls who were being mean to her last year. Dr. Clifton shut that down. She was real nice about it." Again, Carol looked to Nate. "Elijah says Dr. Clifton's a harsh woman on account of she could never have children. But she took care of Paisley, and that has to mean something."
There was a lot to unpack in that last sentence, but Jude made herself focus on the only part that mattered. Were the girls teasing Paisley about something in particular?
"Well, it's what you'd guess. Paisley matured before they did."
This time she didn't look at Nate. She sheepishly tilted her chin down toward her chest, as if only she and Jude knew that young girls developed breasts.
"They were jealous is all. But then summer came and they all moved up to the 9th grade, and everybody caught up with everybody else, so it wasn't a problem anymore."
Did the girls spread rumors about Paisley?
"Yes, that was the hard part. They said that she was being promiscuous."
Carol turned her body toward Nate, speaking to him directly.
"Paisley never did anything like that, Father. You can ask Dr. Carl. Elijah had him check after the rumors started because you never know. But Dr. Carl says she's still intact."
Nate's mouth opened again, but not to speak. He actually looked concerned. Carol. Jude wondered if she had discounted Elijah's involvement too quickly. Her gut hadn't been able to get a read on him, but an idiot could see there was something profoundly wrong about his relationship to his daughter. Is Paisley allowed to have boyfriends?
"Oh, goodness, no. She's too young for that. Elijah doesn't even like her wearing makeup."
Jude took the opening. "I spoke to Elijah a little while ago. He seemed concerned about how Paisley has been dressing lately." Carol's fingers started worrying the beads again.
"It's more like he's sad. He wants her to stay a daddy's girl."
"Were you bothered by the way Paisley dressed?"
"Yes," she said, but her head was shaking in disagreement. "She wants to look like her friends. Girls that age, it's better for them if they blend in. Boys don't like it when you stand out for the wrong reasons."
Jude watched as Carol's eyes flitted down to the beads. She asked, "Mrs. Walker, is there someone that Paisley talks to, confides in?"
"She always knows that Father Nate is here for her."
Carol's smile was weak as she glanced at the priest.
"She had a friend at school, Lily, but her family moved away over the summer. Her father got a job at the auto plant up in North Carolina. I gave that other policeman, Officer Temple, her mama's number and all."
"Thank you. It's good that you're doing everything you can to help." Jude figured now was the time to get to the point. "I'm probably going to duplicate some questions you've already been asked, but tell me about yesterday morning. Did Elijah leave for work before Paisley went to school?"
"Yes,
Carol glanced at Nate yet again.
"She always left after he did."
Jude had always waited for Gerald and Myrna to leave before her, too. Was that because she didn't want him to see what she was wearing? Carol gave Nate another glance before she nodded.
"It's just easier sometimes."
To ask for forgiveness rather than permission? Carol looked down at the rosary again. There was a weariness about her that had nothing to do with Paisley's disappearance. Jude wondered how much time in her day was spent walking on eggshells just to keep the peace. She also wondered if Carol was her best use of time. Elijah was the one who swung from one emotion to the other. If Jude could push him a little harder, he might end up cracking. Emmy chose this moment to walk in with the tea. Jude noticed something stiff about the way she moved when she placed 3 mugs on the coffee table. She'd clearly been listening to the interview from the kitchen. She'd clearly found Jude's technique wanting. Emmy made a point of looking at Jude. Then she looked at the photos on the wall. Jude followed her gaze. The photographs showed the same family members as the ones in the kitchen: grandparents and cousins, sisters and brothers, picnics and Girl Scout retreats, and family vacations. The photo Emmy had directed her to was in the top right corner, larger and glossier, the kind that had been professionally printed. Reggie was dressed in a blue tux. He was sitting on a black leather couch with a protective arm around the girl in his lap, holding her close to his chest so that her head rested on his shoulder. Emmy had called out a similar photo in the kitchen, but without her reading glasses, Jude had mistaken the girl for Paisley and assumed her white dress was for communion. Her distance vision had always been sharp. Sitting 8 feet away in the chair, she could clearly see the long train belonged to a wedding dress and that the young girl in Reggie McAllister's lap was not his niece. Jude caught Emmy's eye, gave her a nod to acknowledge her earlier mistake. She told Carol, "I see you've got a close-knit family." Carol turned to look at the photos. She pointed out the different people.
That's my grandparents. That's Elijah's mama, his 2 older sisters, and his Uncle Jeremy and his family. His daddy died when he was a baby. This is my brother Reggie. He lives over on the bay in Alabama.
I can see the family resemblance. Jude stood up, pretending she needed a closer look, though the image blurred without her reading glasses. Who's that with him?
Oh, that's Shelley. They got married last year. She's expecting twins.
How wonderful. Jude tried to infuse her voice with genuine feeling. Are you close with your brother?
Reggie's had some problems in the past, but he's always been good to me and Paisley. He's gonna make a great daddy. Already put together the crib and changing table in the nursery.
Jude asked, Does Reggie visit you often?
Not as much lately. Her voice was lowered, as if to share a confidence. He had some trouble a few years back, but that's all behind him now.
Jude could tell from the way Emmy tensed that she had more information about the trouble than Jude did. Jude crossed her arms, making it clear that Emmy could take over. Mrs. Walker, Emmy said, I just heard from one of my deputies that Reggie's a few minutes away.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Carol looked visibly relieved.
Maybe he can talk to you. He's much better at this kind of thing than I am.
Much better at what? Emmy asked.
Well,
Carol seemed flummoxed.
Talking to people, I guess.
To cops. Emmy's tone had shifted at just the exact right time. Reggie is on probation, right? He got into some trouble at a football game.
That was just foolishness,
Carol addressed Nate.
Reggie got caught up in the excitement with some of his friends. He's always been like that.
Emmy asked, Does Reggie spend much time with Paisley?
Not since the...
Carol shrugged.
Well, he wasn't allowed to leave Mobile. Then he met Shelley, and he needed to focus on her for obvious reasons.
What are the obvious reasons?
Well...
Carol's shoulders went up to her ears in another shrug. More remarkably, she seemed to be fighting the urge to turn toward Nate.
I mean, Shelley was pregnant when they got married, but that's not why he married her. He loves her, obviously.
She's young, Emmy said. She doesn't look much older than Paisley. Carol's smile was tight across her face.
She's legally an adult.
Jude let her gaze travel to Father Nate. His spine had stiffened, his lips were pursed. That was the prissy, disapproving scold she recognized from before. Emmy asked, How long has Shelley been pregnant?
I wouldn't...
Carol's fingers moved so quickly that the rosary beads clicked like teeth.
I don't know.
Nate shifted on the couch.
Carol, how old is she?
Carol's hand fluttered to her chest.
17, Father. She just turned 17.
Carol.
Nate's voice was surprisingly firm. He was actually trying to help.
How old was Shelley when Reggie impregnated her?
Carol's eyes met Jude's, but only because she couldn't look at Nate.
Carol,
Nate pressed.
Now is the time for complete honesty.
The rosary beads clicked furiously. Carol looked down, watching them run through her fingers like water.
15 the first time. But she lost the baby, and now she's 5 months. It's a blessing, isn't it? Having children?
Jude saw Emmy's jaw clench. She knew what silent recriminations looked like. Emmy was chastising herself for not following up on the brother sooner. Understandable, but not productive. Jude started counting the seconds of prolonged silence. She was planning to take over when the number hit 10, but she was denied the intervention by a loud knock at the door.
Carol?
A man's voice called.
Open the door, it's Reggie.
Emmy nodded for Cole to back her up. She opened the door. Reggie stood with his hand raised to knock again. Emmy didn't bother with introductions. She grabbed Reggie's wrist and spun him around, then frog-marched him toward the street.
Stay here.
Jude didn't wait for an answer. She ran out the door. Emmy was pushing Reggie up the walkway. The street lights were still on. The cruiser was lit up as if it was on a stage. Jude had a perfect view of Emmy slamming Reggie face down onto the hood of the car. She started searching him, emptying his pockets onto the sidewalk. Jude watched a flurry of crumpled receipts escape from his brown leather wallet as it hit the concrete. Cole picked everything up. He had a panicked look on his face. This wasn't his mother's normal behavior.
Talk to me, asshole.
Emmy pressed Reggie's face into the hood of the car. Where's Paisley?
I don't...
Reggie gasped as she wrenched up his arm.
I don't know!
Tell me where she is, Emmy ordered.
I told you, I don't... That's how you want to play it?
Emmy's handcuffs came out. She shackled his wrists behind his back.
You have the right to remain silent. Please, Reggie begged. I don't want trouble, okay? I don't know where she is. I live in Mobile, for fuck's sakes. I just got here.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Jesus, lady, I'll talk to you, okay? Just shut your fucking mouth, Emmy warned. You have a right to an attorney.
Jude put her hand on Emmy's shoulder. She meant it as a kind of check, to bring her back to the moment, but the gesture had the opposite effect.
Get your fucking hand off me, Emmy ordered. Cole, move her away.
Jude held up her hands in surrender as Cole approached.
Please, Reggie begged. Just listen to me. I promise I can... I told you to shut up.
Emmy spun Reggie around. She balled the front of his shirt into her fist. She had tunnel vision. She wasn't listening to a damn word he said.
If you cannot afford an attorney... Reggie,
Jude raised her voice, trying to startle some sense into Emmy.
Are you waiving your rights? Is that what you're telling us? You want to talk? Hell yes, that's what I'm saying, Reggie yelled back.
Emmy cut her eyes at Jude, but her sudden spark of rage had clearly been dampened. It took a few long seconds before Emmy's steely resolve returned. She looked at Reggie as if she was seeing him for the first time. The panic in his eyes, his chest heaving in fear. Emmy's fist released the front of his shirt. She took a small step back, asked him, Reggie Lee McAllister, are you waiving your rights?
Yes, the word came out like a plea. I'm on probation. If I get another arrest, I'm inside for 5 years. It don't matter if you're wrong. My life is over.
Emmy was still visibly shaken. Jude knew that sickening feeling, the desperation that made you do stupid things to stupid people. It was easy to miss the forest for the trees.
Reggie, Jude took over. Where were you yesterday morning between the hours of 7 and 8?
Reggie had to stop to catch his breath.
I was working. I clocked in at 6:30, then I got in my truck to make deliveries. It's got a GPS in it. They can tell where I am. You can check it.
Mom. Cole had one of the receipts. He showed it to Emmy. She studied the information for so long that Jude assumed she was buying time to get her emotions back under control. Then, she finally handed the receipt to Jude.
Need my glasses.
Jude could probably make out the small print under the light, but she wanted to buy more time for Emmy to collect herself. She reached into her purse, dug around the envelope with the photos from Elijah Walker's phone, found her reading glasses, slipped them on, studied the receipt. The logo was for the Wawa gas station in Fairhope, Alabama, a town across the bay from Mobile. One large mochaccino with a bagel, purchased yesterday morning at 6:38. Fairhope was on Central Time, an hour behind Clifton.
That's proof.
Reggie's voice was filled with relief.
I had to fuel up before making my run. That's the receipt for my breakfast. The diesel went on the company card. You can check on the cameras at the Wawa, right?
Jude knew they would check the cameras, just like she knew that Mobile was at least a 6-hour drive from where they stood. There was no way Reggie could be in North Falls abducting Paisley when he'd been buying a coffee and a bagel at the same time in Fairhope. Jude waited for Emmy to make the same calculations.
Turn around,
Emmy told him. Reggie turned. Jude watched the handcuff key slide into the lock. Emmy's hands were shaking. She was still wound up.
Jude asked, Reggie, when's the last time you saw your niece?
Christmas?
He rubbed his wrists. I had to get permission from my parole officer. I was still on the ankle monitor. They only took it off 2 weeks ago. You can check with him, right? I called him before I left to get here. All this is on the record.
Does your PO know how old your wife was when she got pregnant?
Shit.
He kept rubbing his wrists.
She came on to me, okay? She was working at the McDonald's down the road. We just hit it off is all. Her parents gave us permission to get married. You can ask them.
Cole. Emmy's voice was shaky. Walk Reggie to the house. Get the parole officer's number. I'll run down the rest. Cole dutifully followed orders as the two men headed up the sidewalk. Jude hung back. Emmy looked as if she wanted to say something but changed her mind. She took her phone out of her pocket. She looked at the screen for a moment, then she dialed a number. Jude didn't listen to the call. She studied Emmy's face. The tension in her brow, the exhaustion in her eyes. Being at the center of an investigation into a child abduction could take years off your life. Add to that watching Myrna slowly fade away, seeing Gerald shot to death, then having to deal with a virtual stranger who knew everything about your family but nothing about you. Any one of those things could break even the strongest person. Jude didn't know how she was still standing.
Okay.
Emmy ended the call. That was Virgil. He'll track down the Wawa footage. Damien got the information from Elijah's Cash App. The landscaper is named Antonio Ramirez. He lives in Phoenix with his family. The black truck is registered in Arizona in his name. Seth sent some agents to knock on his door, but there's no way Elijah saw Antonio in the street yesterday morning.
Why is Virgil reporting that information to you and not Seth Alexander?
Emmy held out her hands in an open shrug. Does it matter?
Yes, it matters. There's a chain of command. You're not an afterthought in this investigation. You're the acting sheriff. Seth should report directly to you, not through a retired deputy.
Virgil was a cop for longer than I've been alive. He knows what he's doing.
Emmy.
Jude tempered her tone.
I can't imagine what the last 24 hours has been like. But you need to listen to me if you want your job when this is over. You're all over the place. You need to rein yourself in. You're going to miss the important details.
You want to give me a detail I'm missing? Emmy asked. You told Dad you wouldn't step foot back in town until he was dead. Is this your victory lap?
That's a conversation for another day. Right now, you need to put your head down and do your job. You can find new ways to hurt me later. You think I'm the one hurting you? Emmy scoffed. Take a close look in the mirror, lady. That's my blood in your teeth. Jude looked up at the sky. She took a deep breath before diving back in. You're exhausted. You've been through a terrible trauma. It's understandable that you need to take it out on somebody. Stop psychoanalyzing me. I can't fight with you anymore. I'm not asking you to fight me. I'm asking you to fight them. Mom? Cole was clearly used to inserting himself in between two warring adults. He was trotting up the walkway to distract them both. I talked with Reggie's parole officer. His story lines up, all of it, even Shelley's parents giving permission for them to get married. Jesus. Emmy was looking down at a text on her phone. It's Peggy. She wants to see the picture. What picture? Cole asked. Emmy shook her head again, but whether it was to tell him not to ask or to acknowledge how much worse the situation had just gotten was beyond Jude's powers of deduction. Jude reached into her purse for the envelope. We should send her both. There's an off chance she might recognize the other one. Fine. Emmy's voice was monotone. She told Cole, Elijah had pornographic photos on his phone, close-ups of a man and a woman's genitals. He was probably passing off the man's photo as his own. I thought Peggy might recognize the woman if she's one of her waxing clients. Oh, Cole said. Okay. Jude assumed someone of Cole's generation had seen worse than anything Elijah Walker had on his phone. She held up the woman's photo so that Emmy could take a picture. Then she held up the man's, saying, There's more than one mole that might identify him. Cole's eyes went wide, but to his credit, he kept a straight face. Shit. Emmy hissed out a long stream of air between her teeth as she sent the texts. She asked Jude, Why didn't you press Carol about Elijah's affair? Do you think she would have told me the truth? If Father Nate told her to, yes. You have a lot more confidence in Nate than I do. Seriously? Emmy asked. He's the one who made Carol tell the truth about Reggie's child bride. Jude realized her emotions were probably making her miss details too. She opened her mouth to own the mistake, but Emmy cut her off before she could speak. People aren't the same as when you were here. It's been 40-plus years. Whatever tight-ass version of Father Nate you got, that version changed. Because that's what people do. They change. Jude couldn't tell whether Emmy was angry or exasperated. This isn't about Father Nate, is it? I don't know what it's about. Emmy looked down at her phone. Jesus Christ. Peggy identified the woman in the photo. Chapter 14. Emmy was practically vibrating with exhaustion by the time they made it back to the station. Her brain couldn't handle the sound of phones ringing and agents running around and the furious tapping on keyboards, all signifying nothing that would return Paisley Walker home. Virgil silently offered Emmy his chair, but she leaned against the desk as Seth Alexander listened to Jude run down the latest on the case. The sheriff managed to get an ID on the woman on Elijah's phone. Her name is Belinda Pfeiffer, 22 years old, works at a chef's supply store in the local outlet mall. No priors. Jude glanced at Emmy before turning her attention back towards Seth. What did you find out? Elijah's secretary, Misty Norris, said she definitely noticed something was going on last year. Elijah had a standing appointment the last Friday of every month where he blocked out a few hours in his calendar and disappeared. Norris said this always coincided with around $600 missing from petty cash. Walker never brought back a receipt, but he's the boss, so she didn't question it. Jude glanced at Emmy again, then asked, What about the motel? Did anyone recognize Elijah's photo? No, ma'am. Night clerk said she's never seen him. Obviously, she denies that there's anything untoward going on at the place, but it's a real dive. Lots of gang activity, several motorcycles parked outside. Looks like it's a hot spot for the drug trade. It is, Virgil confirmed. A lot of my PI work has me setting up across the street photographing cheating spouses. There's a dealer named Wesley Woodrow who set up shop out of room 19 in the back. Goes by the name Woody. He controls most of the fentanyl and heroin in and out of the county. What about the day clerk? Jude's gaze landed on Emmy yet again before she looked back at Seth.
You said you showed the night clerk Elijah's photo. What about the day clerk? Seth seemed thrown. I don't know if Damien followed up on that. Damien reports to you, Jude said. You need to find that clerk. Seth smoothed down his tie. Yes, ma'am. What about the tip line? The usual, Seth said. Lots of women turning in their boyfriends and ex-husbands. Lots of reports of white vans, which isn't surprising because white vans are everywhere. We're following all the leads, knocking on all the doors, trying not to turn into clue clowns. What about bloodhounds? The assumption is he took her away in a vehicle. Don't make assumptions about Paisley Walker's abduction. Get the dogs on the back roads. Let me know as soon as you speak to the day clerk at the motel. Show them a photo of Belinda Pfeiffer, too. Jude dismissed him, turning toward Virgil. Anything else on your end? Verona PD just picked up Belinda Pfeiffer. She lives in those new apartments your Uncle Penley built. They're bringing her here. Virgil ripped out a sheet of paper from his notebook. Meanwhile, I've been looking at Paisley's Snap and Instagram accounts. She interacts with a handful of girls from school. I've written down their names to follow up on. Most of the videos are what you'd expect. She likes cats, loves to read, enjoys science classes, loves Taylor and K-pop. Typical 14-year-old girl stuff. Jude said, I'll follow up on her electronic devices with IT. She might have a sock puppet account. Sheriff, can I have a minute? Emmy opened her mouth to respond, but Brett came out of nowhere. Emmy? He was holding a stack of papers in his hands. I got the list of landscapers who work in the Walkers' neighborhood. You sure you want me to go through this? Maybe you didn't hear the FBI found the guy who spread the pine straw. Emmy felt her teeth set. She probably wouldn't have noticed except for Jude constantly banging on about it, but Brett had stopped calling Emmy by her first name 10 years ago when she'd been appointed chief deputy. And now that Gerald was gone, he was back to using her first name again. She pushed away from the desk, tried to put some steel in her spine. Yes, deputy. I want you to call every single one, get their schedules and the names of all their crew members. You can do this while you're doing covert surveillance on Adam Hunsinger. Adam? Brett questioned. I mean, shit, Emmy. Do you really think? I think my father got murdered yesterday morning, and I don't want another vigilante mob doing something stupid with both of Adam's elderly parents inside their home. Emmy wasn't finished. Brett, I want to make this clear. You need to have eyes on Adam at all times. If you have to take a piss, use a bottle. If you got to take a shit, then you call someone to watch Adam before you go. Understood? His nod was curt. Yes, Chief, she told Virgil. Let me know when Belinda gets here. Virgil nodded too. Yes, Chief. Emmy spotted Cole sitting at his desk. He was bent over his keyboard again. She motioned him over, telling Jude, Let's go to the back. They were barely out of earshot of the squad room when Jude started talking. Well done. I told you I'm not looking for your approval. Somebody has to be in charge of this place. It's what Dad wanted. Hey. Jude stopped her outside the door to the monitoring room. What you said before. I'm not here for a victory lap. I'm here for you. Emmy couldn't keep juggling back and forth between work and whatever this was. She turned on the lights. The two monitors glowed on the desk with the Bluetooth speaker between them. The left-hand monitor showed Elijah sitting at the table in the interrogation room. The sensitive microphones in the ceiling picked up the sound of his labored breathing. Emmy looked at the other monitor, which showed the empty chair across from Elijah. Her vision doubled. She closed her eyes for a moment. She was so tired she literally couldn't see straight. Emmy, Jude said, you're right that I don't know you. But this is what I'm good at. And if you could just look at the last 40 years as me preparing myself to help you with this case, you'd be doing both of us a favor. Fine. Emmy saw Cole making his way down the hall. He looked distracted. She asked him, What's going on? There's a lot more chatter online. People are saying that Adam Hunsinger abducted Paisley and that we're too stupid to figure it out. Emmy felt the familiar knot twisting in her stomach. Anybody sounding like they want to do something about it? It's hard to tell who's blowing smoke and who means it, but
The temperature's definitely up. Cole sounded genuinely worried. There's a citizen detective group tossing around theories. None of them are saying anything new. Most people think it's Adam. Jude said, "It's smart to monitor these groups. Some take the work seriously, others are just bored and want to stir up shit. What are your thoughts on Adam Hunsinger?" Emmy wasn't sure about her thoughts. "I trust Brett to keep an eye on him. Whether Adam's the one who took Paisley or not, I don't know." Jude asked, "What's your gut telling you?" Emmy's gut wanted to throw up from lack of sleep. "I can't get a read." "Neither can I," Jude said. "What do you know about Belinda Pfeiffer?" Emmy was startled to realize she hadn't let herself think beyond the name. "I'm in a book club with her mother, Daphne, who puts raisins in her potato salad. I don't know much about the family beyond that. Belinda's not on our radar for being a sex worker. I doubt her mother knows what she's up to. Cole, did you find anything?" He supplied, "Belinda's not on any patrol field notes. Nobody's got her on their radar. She's never been arrested, never gotten a speeding ticket. Her TikTok is mostly about The Bachelor and all the housewives." Jude asked, "Does she go to the Catholic Church?" "She follows the New Holiness Church, but there's nothing religious that I found on her social." "That's the Pentecostals," Emmy told Jude, but then she realized Jude probably already knew. "So maybe Elijah actually met Belinda on a dating site? Like an Ashley Madison sort of thing?" Jude said, "I doubt he stopped at one affair. There have to be more women in his background. Cole, did you find Viagra when you searched Elijah and Carol's bedroom?" Cole looked surprised by the question, but he said, "Yeah, but not in the medicine cabinet. It was in a shoebox inside his closet." "He was hiding it from Carol," Jude said. "Men like Elijah use Viagra for their mistresses. They don't waste it on their wives." "Elijah told me Carol wasn't adventurous enough." Emmy was hit by a wave of dizziness. She looked down at the floor, took a deep breath. Between Myrna's night terrors and staying up for over 24 hours straight, she felt like her brain was swimming inside of an aquarium. Jude asked, "You okay?" "Yep." She looked back up, determined to push through it. "Virgil said that Belinda lives in Penley's apartments over in Verona. It's got a lot of single young adults with money in their pockets. Jonah's bar is down the street. It might not mean anything, but Woody runs drugs out of the back." Jude asked, "The same Woody who works out of room 19 at the Dewdrop Inn?" "The same," Emmy said. "Woody is clever. Keeps his hands clean. But his name came up on the Broken Angels case. He was a teenager then. Cheyenne had a lot of hard drugs hidden in the ceiling of her bedroom closet, along with 16 grand in cash. We never found out where she was getting them." "Adam wasn't her supplier?" "No. He only ever dealt pot as far as we could tell." Emmy saw Virgil at the end of the hall. He lifted his chin. She told Jude, "Belinda's here. What do you want to do with her?" Jude paused. "You tell me, Sheriff." Again, Emmy had to stop to think it through. "She's got a clean record. She's probably never been inside of a police station, either." Jude was smiling. "Throw her in with Elijah and listen in on their conversation?" "Yep." Emmy pointed Virgil toward the interrogation room. She waited for him to nod before she allowed herself the pleasure of sinking into the chair in front of the monitors. A kind of groan came out of her mouth. She fought the urge to close her eyes, instead staring at Elijah Walker's profile on the screen. He looked as drained as she felt. He was holding a styrofoam cup between his hands. She thought about watching Dale Loudermilk on these same monitors 12 years ago with her father at her side. Emmy looked up at her son. Cole's shoulders were tensed. His eyes were still bloodshot. She should send him home to get some rest, but she didn't want him to leave. "Cole, turn out the lights and close the door." The room darkened. Jude took the other chair. Emmy could see Cole's wounded expression in the glow of the monitors as Jude sat in his grandfather's spot. Emmy reached back and squeezed his hand. He held on tight before wiping under his eye with his fist. "Belinda!"
Elijah's voice was jarringly loud from the speaker. Virgil had just tossed her into the room and shut the door. Emmy watched Elijah hold out his hands in an exaggerated shrug. He asked, "What the fuck are you doing here?" "What do you think I'm doing here?" Belinda shot back. "Your daughter is missing and you're cheating on your wife. This is every Dateline ever made." "Don't be ridiculous," Elijah huffed. "No one thinks I kidnapped my own daughter." "Honey, look at where you are." Belinda sounded incredulous. "They don't keep you inside a police station for hours unless they think you've done something bad." Elijah stared at her, unblinking. Then his face changed as it slowly dawned on him that she was right. He sank into the chair, rested his palms on the table. Emmy recognized the absolute exhaustion in his eyes. They'd deprived him of sleep, peppered him with questions, taken away all sense of control. He had been running on fumes, only reacting to the thing that was directly in front of him. But now, reality was hitting him, and he knew that everything had changed. There was no going back to his life of 2 days ago. His voice was gravelly. They kept asking for my WhatsApp password. Maybe they hacked into it. That's probably how they found me. Belinda was clearly tracking details better than Elijah. All our texts are going to be out there for everybody to read. They wouldn't. They couldn't. Oh, honey, yes they will. Belinda pitched up her voice as if she was talking to a senseless child. Elijah, stop worrying about people finding out about shit that's inconsequential. The only thing that matters right now is getting Paisley home. You're right. You're right. He started nodding his head. This is insane. Stuff like this doesn't happen in... Emmy could see that they were both silently finishing his statement. Stuff exactly like this had happened in North Falls 12 years ago. Do you... Elijah's throat made a gulping noise that traveled through the speaker. Do you think they'll find her? I've been praying that they will. Elijah missed the equivocation. They keep asking me the same questions. I don't know what to say. I just want them to find her. They're asking you the same questions to make sure you give them the same answers. Elijah looked surprised. He was caught in the perpetual loop of compartmentalizing what had happened so that his body didn't completely shut down. Emmy could remember Ruth Baker going through the same emotional turmoil 12 years ago. It was unfathomable for a parent to think about losing a child. Belinda asked, You're being honest with them, right? Obviously I am. I didn't tell them about you because I didn't think it mattered. Belinda pulled out the chair and sat across from him at the table. Her face filled the second monitor. Elijah, listen to me. You need to tell them everything. Let the experts decide what matters. Emmy caught the furtive look that Belinda gave the camera in the corner. She knew that they were being watched. Jude had caught it too. Smarter than she looks. Emmy turned her attention back to Elijah. Tears slid down his face. That cop promised me that everybody's looking for her. It's taking too long, isn't it? They should have found her by now, right? I was going to volunteer to help search, but I didn't know how that would look, you know? Belinda had dodged his question again. I saw folks all over the woods near the back roads when the police brought me in. Everybody's doing everything they can do. What if? His voice went up. He was trying to swallow down the fear. What if they don't find her? Belinda didn't offer platitudes. She glanced at the camera, then looked back at Elijah. All we can do is pray that the Lord is watching over her. I've been trying to pray, but this voice keeps coming into my head telling me it's my fault. Emmy moved to the edge of her seat. So did Belinda. How is it your fault? I'm her father. I should have protected her. That's my only job. He took a pained breath. She was so mad at me when I left for work yesterday, just seething. I thought about calling her from the car, but then I saw there were 8 messages, and I just got distracted, and now I'll never be able to tell her that I'm sorry.
Emmy saw Jude put her elbows on the arm of the chair, rest her chin in her hand. She was staring not at the monitor, but at the speaker. Elijah's tone had changed. He was finally telling the truth. Belinda asked, "Why was Paisley seething?"
Last week. She asked me for help with her science project, but I told her if she was going to take on big assignments, she needed to learn how to do them by herself.
Well, Belinda drew out the word. You were just trying to teach her to be independent. That's a good thing.
No. It was a selfish thing. I didn't want to work on the project. I wanted to watch TV and go to bed. So I yelled at her until she stormed off to her room.
Elijah started shaking his head. Emmy thought he looked like a man who'd spent his time alone in the interrogation room, going back through all of the opportunities he'd missed with Paisley. He said,
"Yesterday morning I was heading out the door and I tried to kiss her on the cheek. She pulled away like I had the plague. And then when I told her that I love her, she just rolled her eyes. She's always rolling her eyes at me. I told you she's been so disrespectful. These past few months, it's like a demon possession. One minute she's being sweet, and the next, she's trying to call all the shots like I'm not her father anymore."
Emmy mumbled,
"That sounds familiar."
Jude looked at her.
"Who?"
"Madison was always pushing Paul and Hannah's buttons. Felix and Ruth Baker said the same thing about Cheyenne. They blamed Madison for her wild streak."
Jude asked, "Who did you blame?"
"Puberty," she shrugged. "Honestly, the two of them together fed off each other.
I think they were their own worst enemies." "That's not unusual," Jude said.
Emmy didn't bother to agree. She watched Belinda take a pack of tissues from her Fendi bag. The Verona cops had let her change before dragging her into the station. She was wearing a cropped black t-shirt that showed off her flat stomach and a short black skirt that revealed the shape of her legs. Her makeup was smeared, probably because she hadn't bothered to take it off before going to bed. Emmy couldn't help but contrast her with Carol, who had been dressed like a dour Victorian. She told Jude, "The photo's in the kitchen. Carol looked a lot different in the early stages of their marriage. She was dressed more like Belinda." Jude said,
"He's drawn to her because he wants to break her spirit."
Emmy knew she was right. Jonah had been the same way. He had loved her for being opinionated and driven when they were dating, but he'd ended up hating her for those same qualities when they were married. The speaker echoed with the sound of Elijah blowing his nose. Belinda asked, "How's Carol taking it?"
"They only let us talk for a minute."
He balled the tissue in his hand.
"She's devastated. She blames herself for letting Paisley go out on her bike. She should have driven her."
"It's nobody's fault," Belinda said. "Not yours and not Carol's. Paisley always takes her bike to school."
"Not that early."
Elijah reached for the pack of tissues. He wiped under his eyes.
"I could have driven her. I could have done a lot of things."
"Well, I'm just going to say what we're both thinking, and that's how this little fun we've been having is over, right? You need to be there for Carol, and I guess I'm going to go visit my Aunt Jenny up in Copper Hill, so I'm not getting nasty looks every time I leave my apartment."
"You're right," he said. "I'm so sorry. I'm just so fucking sorry."
Jude turned away from the monitors to look at Emmy.
"She's not a sex worker. She's an affair, right?"
"Right. But I guarantee Elijah was also cheating on Belinda with a sex worker. His story about meeting somebody online last year and going to the motel and how he was supposed to leave the money was too elaborate to be based on anything but the truth."
"Agreed," Jude said. "We need to speak to his secretary again." She noticed that Elijah had a standing meeting on the last Friday of every month that coincided with money missing from petty cash. She'll be able to tell us when it started and when it ended, and whether or not there's a different pattern for a different woman now. The speaker shook with the sound of Elijah blowing his nose. Belinda reached over to take his hand. She asked,
"Do they know who took her?"
"Some Mexican, probably."
"Fucking Mexicans," Belinda said. "The whole town's going to hell."
"The whole fucking country."
Emmy let out a long sigh.
At least they still had their racism. She turned the volume off, asked Jude, "What now?" "I want to reopen the Broken Angels case." Emmy gathered from the quick response that Jude had been thinking this for quite a while. For her part, Emmy needed a moment to adjust to the swift change in direction. She was as bad as Elijah, only looking at the things that were put directly in front of her. She told Jude, "You want to see what Dad and I got wrong?" Jude looked circumspect. "Let me ask you this. What was Gerald's plan?"
"What do you mean?"
"The Misguided Angel podcast drops. The 12-year-old rape kit down in Metter gets tested. Adam's DNA is matched. He's released from death row. What was Gerald's plan?"
"To put Adam back in prison."
"Right," Jude said. "If you don't know what to do, start at the beginning."
Emmy was never going to get used to hearing this stranger quote her father. "Dad already asked Virgil to get all the old file boxes out of storage at the GBI field office. We were going to review everything at his place over the weekend."
"Why do it at Virgil's?"
"Dad didn't want it getting out that we were reopening the case."
"That ship has sailed," Jude said. "Tell Virgil to bring everything to the station and we'll go through the case together."
"Absolutely not," Emmy said. "Paisley Walker is our priority."
"Sweetheart, we've almost hit the 24-hour mark. This isn't a parent or acquaintance abduction. Paisley didn't run away. She's not hiding somewhere. A predator took her. We're not in a sprint anymore. This is a marathon. All we can do is hope to find the body so that Carol and Elijah can hopefully know some peace."
Emmy knew she was right, but she couldn't completely give up hope.
"I'm not directing resources away from a missing, endangered child." "I'm not asking you to," Jude said. "Tell me what your DFR is saying. Who should we be talking to? Where should we be looking? What are we not doing?"
Emmy couldn't answer. Her DFR was depleted. Nothing felt right.
"Everybody out in that squad room, every agency, hundreds of people, they'll keep looking for Paisley. Recanvassing the neighborhoods, researching all the areas, interviewing teachers, other students, all the people in Paisley's life. Meanwhile, we'll look at the Adam Hunsinger case, and we'll tap the weak spots. If there's a break, it might lead us to Paisley."
Emmy shook her head. But right now, she couldn't come up with a better way forward. Giving in to Jude was a hell of a lot easier than she would have thought 3 hours ago.
"All right. I'll drive with Virgil to his house and help get the boxes. We can set up in the conference room inside the jail complex so we're not in anybody's way." "No," Jude said, because apparently she was in charge again. "You're so exhausted that you're slurring your words. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Let's all meet back here at 10. That'll give you 4 hours to get some sleep, take a shower, and change."
"I don't need you telling me what to do."
"Yes, you do." Jude stood up. "I'll see you both back here at 10.
Emmy was helpless to stop her from leaving. She looked up at Cole. His jaw was set. She reached over to turn on the lights, telling him, "You went real quiet back there."
"She's not wrong about tapping the old case for weak spots."
"Is she right, though?" Emmy's eyes blurred again. She had to give Jude one thing. Her bones ached from weariness. But she still couldn't leave. "Shut the door. Tell me what you're not telling me." Cole closed the door and leaned his back against it. He stared her right in the eye.
"I need to speak to my chief."
Emmy tried to rally. "You've got her." Cole's eyes shifted. He looked at the wall behind her, his nostrils flared. She watched tears pool into his eyes. "Hey." Emmy stood up, held his head between her hands so that he had to look at her. This wasn't work talk.
He needed his mother. Emmy caressed her hand to his cheek. Talk to me, baby. I'm here. Cole took a deep breath, tensed the muscles in his neck. Emmy felt her exhaustion disappear. Every part of her brain came into focus while she waited for her son to find the courage to speak. The photo of the guy's junk on Elijah Walker's phone. Cole said, he didn't steal it from the internet. It's somebody in town. I recognize the moles. All right. It wasn't a surprise to Emmy that her son had a sex life. He'd come out to her when he was 15. And? It's, He stopped again. It's Jack. Emmy laughed. She couldn't help herself. Are you shitting me? The dick pic on Elijah Walker's phone is Jack Whitlock? Jesus, Mom. Cole pulled away from her. It's not funny. No, of course it's not. Emmy felt horrible for laughing, but it made a certain kind of cruel sense that Jack had made a terrible thing worse. The slimy asshole had put Emmy at the center of the production, repeatedly describing her as a beautiful yet flawed investigator. He'd also single-handedly revived interest in Adam Hunsinger's case, which had directly led to Adam's release from death row, which, in some ways, had led to the murder of her father. And on top of that, he'd broken her son's heart. Baby, I'm sorry, she said. I know this is difficult to talk about, but I've got to ask. Is it possible maybe Jack posted a photo online and Elijah passed it off as his own? That's called cockfishing, and no. Emmy could have happily lived out the rest of her life without knowing that word. Cole said, Elijah is Jack's insurance broker. We used to make fun of him because he's such a prude. Emmy felt her throat constrict. She remembered that Elijah had mentioned Jack's podcast in their earlier interview. At the time, she had passed it off as 6 Degrees of North Falls, but now she realized she'd missed it. I'm sorry. Cole was shaking his head like he couldn't believe he'd been so stupid. You take care of my insurance. I don't know how it works. Jack always met Elijah on the last Friday of the month. He said it was to talk about his policies. I thought it was normal to meet with your broker like that. He looked so devastated that Emmy wanted to wrap him in her arms like she had when he was a baby. Still, she had to ask, did you know Jack was taking money for sex? No, but it makes sense. He always had a lot of cash. Cole gave a dry laugh. You never charged me. You should have charged him. We both know he was punching above his weight. Yeah. Emmy could tell it was too soon to joke. The truth was, she'd been wary of the way Jack had pursued Cole. He was a few years older and much more experienced, but Emmy had held her tongue because it wasn't her place to tell her son who to date. Now she was painfully reminded of the way her entire family had managed her bad relationship with Jonah. She said to Cole what she wished people had said to her. Jack is a terrible person. He tried to use you to get to me and Papa. He made you think that you were special, but the entire time, he was using you to make himself feel better about his shitty existence. You can do 10 times better than him. He didn't deserve you. Cole nodded, but he still looked devastated. Emmy fell back on the practical. I'm going to show you how insurance works. It's not complicated. You're a grown man. I should have shown you sooner. Okay. Cole wiped his nose with his sleeve, straightened his shoulders. I went onto Jack's TikTok to see where he was when Paisley disappeared. He's been in Los Angeles since Sunday. He's got a producer he's pitching the podcast with. Emmy hadn't even considered the possibility of a streamer picking up the podcast, but now she was genuinely alarmed. Cole said, he posted a video about how Paisley's going to be part 2 of the series. He's on the red-eye back to Georgia. I'm sure he's going to stir up more shit when he gets here. Emmy made her head nod. Okay. Are you going to tell her? He meant Jude. No. But I want you to check flights and confirm Jack was out of town just so we're covering our bases, all right? Yep. Cole took another deep breath. I'll see you back here at 10. Emmy watched him open the door, walk down the hall. Cole's head was down. She didn't know which was hurting him more, his heart or his pride. For her part, Emmy regretted not beating Jack to death with his own pocket pussy when she'd had the chance. The asshole had love-bombed Cole for 6 months without revealing that he was working on the podcast. He'd thought Cole would be eager to throw his own mother and grandfather under the bus. He'd thought wrong. She turned back to the monitors, wondering what other fuckery Jack was up to. Emmy had worked really hard to forget all the kinky shit teenage Jack had kept hidden under his mattress, particularly when it came to her son. She guessed this was what Elijah Walker meant when he'd said his wife wasn't adventurous enough. Emmy studied the man's face. He was chewing his lip. Seth had already cut Belinda loose. Elijah was alone at the table. Emmy reached behind the DVR and disconnected the power. Elijah startled when she walked into the interrogation room, jumped up from his chair, did the whole what the fuck thing again like the righteous husband and father that he was. Emmy said, "You were paying Jack Whitlock for sex, right?" Elijah's mouth gaped like a fish out of water. "Jack stopped fucking you when his podcast hit last year, right? He didn't need the money anymore?" Elijah's mouth snapped closed. "Before that, you met him the last Friday of every month at the Dewdrop Inn." Emmy paused. "I can get the FBI back in here and put all this on the record, or you can tell me right now if what I'm saying is the truth. Yes or no?" "Yes," he nodded. "But I'm not—" Emmy slammed the door behind her. At least she knew how Jack had managed to support himself while he was making the podcast. Despite what Emmy did for a living, she wasn't one to judge people for using what they had to make money. But it took a set of brass balls to fuck over 3 generations of law enforcement. "Malignant prick," she mumbled, leaving the station through the side exit, bypassing the squad room. Emmy texted Seth Alexander to let him know she was fine with kicking Elijah Walker loose, if only for the sake of his grieving wife. She tried to take a deep breath, but her lungs refused to expand. The moon was low in the sky because this hellacious night was never going to come to an end. She walked in the opposite direction from the parking lot, pushing through the stand of trees along the back. Her arms went up to block low-hanging branches. She hadn't made this trek in 6 months, but her body remembered the way. The lights were on inside Dylan's house. She could see him leaning against the kitchen counter while he read the Herald on his iPad. He was a man who liked a routine. She knew that he'd already gone for his run, had breakfast, taken his shower, and was checking the news before heading into work. Emmy opened the gate to his backyard. She could see her Burmese cat in the living room window. Bap-Bap's face was buried in his paws. Emmy had asked Dylan to keep him because she was afraid that Myrna would do something bad. Giving up the cat was almost harder than giving up Dylan. She had cried in the car all the way back to her parents' house. Emmy wiped her eyes. The exhaustion was unrelenting. Her bones felt like they were trembling inside of her body. She could see 2 of everything. Emmy blinked, trying to clear her vision. She stood at the stairs to Dylan's back deck, willed him to look out the window and see her. He was still a good-looking man. Dark hair combed to the side, face clean-shaven. Already dressed for court in his suit and tie. 12 years ago, Dylan Alvarez had been on Emmy's periphery. Her what if? What if she wasn't married to Jonah? What if she asked Dylan out after the divorce? What if she waited until Cole was out of high school? What if Dylan wasn't dating someone else? What if Emmy wasn't good enough for him? What if she only knew how to be with a bad man? That it had happened at all was still a mystery. She'd run into him at the grocery store, the movie theater, the park. He'd bought her a drink. Then it was a meal. Then it was a nightcap. Then he was cooking her breakfast. Then he was introducing her to his daughter Jenna, and she was introducing him to Cole. 2 years had rocked on before Emmy had worked up the nerve to tell him that she loved him. And still, Emmy hadn't moved in with Dylan so much as started staying over. First on the weekends, then for a few more days, then for a total of 4 years. Then Myrna had taken a turn. The day Emmy had left Dylan, she had told him she would still see him, but she didn't. She had told him she would call, but she hadn't. By all rights, he should never speak to her again. But a few hours ago, outside the jail complex, Dylan had asked her to let him be there for her. She wasn't sure if the offer was still good, but right now she was desperate, and he was standing inside the house that part of Emmy still thought of as home. And he still hadn't looked up from his iPad. She felt her nerves start to break. She took out her phone to text him. A sharp pain shot through her chest. Emmy couldn't stop herself from crying out. Her body had processed the information on the screen before her brain had. It wasn't anything about Paisley. There weren't any updates. The time is what caught her. 6:24 in the morning. At this same time yesterday, Emmy had been sitting at the kitchen table with her mother. They were going through the routine they'd gone through over the last 6 months. Then Cole had come downstairs. Then they had gone to Gerald's office to run down Adam's case. All of that, every single second of that morning, would never happen ever again. Emmy? Dylan had opened the back door. He came out onto the deck. You okay? She could feel tears rolling down her face. She didn't bother to wipe them away. I'm really great. Looks like it. He was smiling, but he was clearly worried. What do you need, Em? She knew exactly what she needed. The same as before, to curl into him, to disappear, to feel his arms protecting her, to let out the breath that she had been holding since her father had fallen to the ground. She would do anything to get to that moment of exhale. Anything except tell him the truth. She asked, Do you want to have sex? Sure. Dylan knew that's not what she really wanted, just like he knew the part he was supposed to play. Why don't you take a bath first? Okay. He held open the door so she could go inside. Emmy started taking off her things as she walked to the bathroom. Her duty vest, her belt, shirt. Her fingers felt numb as she unbuttoned her pants. Her head was swimming. She nearly toppled over when she bent down to untie her boots. I've got it. Dylan took off his suit jacket. He closed the toilet lid so she could sit down. He started to work on the laces. His head was shaking. He was clearly annoyed. If I'd pulled you over for distracted driving, you'd be arrested by now. You can barely stand. You can handcuff me if you want. He laughed, but not like it was funny. She said, I've got to be back at work in 3.5 hours. That's a lot of sex. We've done it before. She leaned over and turned on the taps in the bathtub. My sister rose from the dead. I know. He pulled off her boots, then her socks, then everything else. She calls herself Jude. Emmy watched Bap saunter into the bathroom to see what was up. She told me to get some rest. That's crazy. He helped her climb into the tub. Who does she think she is? My sister, apparently. What an asshole. Dylan turned her wrist so he could unbuckle her watch. Emmy touched her fingers to the back of his hand, waited for him to look at her. Dad's blood is in the crown. Dylan's face changed. He stared at the watch for a moment, angled it to the light to see the blood. His chest rose and fell. He had loved Gerald, too. She watched him stand up and carefully place the watch on the shelf above the sink. Then he got a towel and washcloth from the cupboard. He scratched Bap behind the ears, knelt beside the tub, rolled up his sleeves, tossed his tie over his shoulder, wet the washcloth under the faucet, worked the soap into a lather, started to wash Emmy's back. She let her eyes close. The tremble in her bones dissipated. Her heartbeat started to slow. The soothing feel of his touch, the warmth of the water enveloping her body. Her muscles relaxed. She'd felt like she'd been holding the world together all night, but only now could she feel herself start to release her grip. Dylan. Yeah. I would have married you if you'd asked me to. He rinsed the soap off her back. I would have asked you if you'd wanted me to. She let him lift her arm, run the washcloth along her skin. Emmy studied his face again. He was still annoyed, but she knew he was also concerned. She said, I wanted you to be mad at me. Oh, believe me, I'm mad at you. Not for the shitty way I left. She reached over to turn off the taps. I mean 12 years ago with Madison. Dylan hung the washcloth on the faucet, sat back on his heels, waited for an explanation. Emmy occasionally did this when they were alone, just the two of them. The woman who never talked to anybody but her father talked to the man who was desperate to hear what she had to say. She asked, Do you remember when I met you at school the morning after the girls were taken? He nodded. I told you that Madison wanted to talk to me before the fireworks show, and then I blew her off, and you said you hate when that happens. Like, it happens all the time. It does happen all the time. He put his hand over hers. Why would I blame you for something so fleeting and out of your control? Because... Emmy forced herself to keep going. Jonah beat me down so hard. I chose him over Hannah. I chose him over Madison. I didn't deserve your forgiveness. Babe, you were a year younger than Madison when you first met Jonah. You guys were together for almost 20 years. You can't choose something if you don't know you have a choice. Emmy wasn't going to let herself off so lightly. If I had stopped to listen to her, you don't know what would have happened. He wiped away her tears. Kids pretend like the important things don't matter, and that the things that don't matter are really important. I'm too tired to understand what you said. I know. Mi cielo. He kissed her forehead. I'll set an alarm for 9:30. You've still got a uniform in Jenna's old room. I put your things in a plastic container on the top shelf. I need to get ready for court, and you need to get some rest. Is Hannah being arraigned already? Not yet. They've got another 24 hours. You know how it works. Either they have to charge her or let her go. Dylan shrugged, but she could tell it was wearing on him. He was used to handling divorces, not capital cases. The GBI is re-interviewing witnesses to see if anyone will say that Hannah was touching the gun when it went off. Emmy felt her stomach pitch. Sherry Robertson wasn't playing around. She was trying to build a felony murder case. What about Paul? Can't he say Hannah wasn't touching the gun? I think when he sobers up and realizes he's looking at the death penalty, he won't have any qualms about flipping. You know how it works. They'll take the death penalty off the table so he'll testify against Hannah. First rat gets the cheese. Emmy wanted to believe he was wrong. She's the mother of his child. He wouldn't do that. Dylan dried his hands on the towel. I hope you're right, babe. We'll see. Emmy leaned back in the tub, rested her head on the edge. She looked up at the ceiling. She could hear Dylan in the kitchen, loading the dishwasher, getting his keys, walking out the front door. Bap-Bap jumped onto the closed toilet lid. He turned in 3 circles, then lay down. She watched him blink, then blink again. Then his eyes closed, and he was asleep. She was desperate to do the same. But Emmy didn't think it would happen. She had spent the last 6 months on edge every time her head hit the pillow, waiting for Gerald to call for help, waiting for Myrna to start screaming, worrying about Cole, about Tommy, about Celia, about Dylan, about Bap, about work, about the podcast, about Adam, about a noise she'd heard and whether she should get up to investigate. And now that she was up, she might as well stay up since she had to go to work in a few hours anyway. So then Emmy would sit alone at the kitchen table, and her mind would race as she searched for new things to stress about, new situations to catastrophize until the tension wound up, and she heard Myrna creaking at the top of the stairs, and Emmy's stomach clenched while she wondered if her mother would fall down the stairs again, or if she would manage to reach the kitchen, and would she recognize Emmy? Or would she call her Martha? Or would she scream at the stranger who was sitting alone at her kitchen table? Emmy heard the faucet drip. Bap started to snore. Her eyelids fluttered. She couldn't fight it. For the first time in 6 months, Emmy let herself fall asleep. Chapter 15. Jude sat in her rental car looking at the house she'd grown up in. Originally, the 1920s home had been no more than a 2-bedroom cottage. Then the kitchen had been expanded, and a second story had been added. Then a garage, then a wraparound porch, then an equipment shed for a small tractor to work the back 60. Jude's room had been on the second floor, right side of the house, overlooking the porch, which had come in handy because she was always sneaking out. Bunk beds had been wedged into the rear bedroom for Henry and Tommy. Myrna and Gerald had slept in the largest room opposite. They'd all shared the bathroom at the end of the hall. The only thing that seemed to have changed in the last 40 years was the shed, which, by the looks, had been converted into a bonus area. There were 3 cars parked on the gravel pad. The Clifton County Sheriff's Department cruiser was a more modern version of the boxy Plymouth Fury Gerald had driven back in the day. Jude recognized the hunter green Alfa Romeo convertible that Celia's father used to baby like his favorite child. The $100,000 silver Mercedes obviously belonged to one of the rich Cliftons. They had always shouted their wealth from the rooftops. Jude was tempted to drive away, but she wasn't going to let herself revert to the Clifton norm of evading uncomfortable situations. She got out of the car, walked toward the porch. Jude could see a woman standing at the kitchen sink washing dishes. Her button nose and narrow features put her firmly in the rich Clifton camp. She was mid-40s, probably cousin Cynthia and Rule's daughter, who had been so small when she was born that they had called her Tiny Baby, which, in the way of these things, had been shortened to Taby. Jude guessed by her obvious height that the name had fallen away sometime around puberty. "Hey there!" The woman met Jude at the kitchen door, holding open the screen. "You must be my cousin Jude. I'm Taby Clifton. Welcome back to town." Jude couldn't help herself. "Did you marry another cousin?" "Oh, now we're not going to be like that." Taby looped her arm through Jude's as she dragged her into the kitchen. Nothing had changed. Not even the light blue phone on the wall. "We're both Cliftons, lady. We've got to have each other's backs." Jude watched her hook the screen door. Then she took off the hook and dropped it in again. Then again. "How's your mother?" "Dead, just like my daddy." Taby turned away from the door. "Cervical cancer took my mama. I was at UGA doing my JD, so it was a long time ago, God rest 'em." Taby took a mug from the drying rack. She lined up the handle perpendicular to the counter before pouring the coffee. "So, an FBI agent, huh? Your people were all over my farm yesterday, searching it top to bottom looking for signs of that poor girl. What's that like being a G-man? G-woman, I mean?" Lots of paperwork. Jude watched as Taby adjusted the carafe in the Mr. Coffee 3 times in a row. "I'm sorry about your parents." "You didn't like my mama." "No, we never got along." Jude took the mug and placed it haphazardly on the table. "But it's like you said, we were both Cliftons." "That's right." Taby straightened the mug. You just missed Myrna, though, bless her heart. She wouldn't know you from a stranger. The ambulance has taken her to that new place in Verona where the old hospital used to be. Tommy's with her, but Celia's upstairs. Cole's still asleep, poor angel. He's been running on nothing but fumes. Then Myrna had one of her fits when the ambulance got here. I don't know how anybody's managing to show up for work right now with Gerald gone. Jude wasn't going to talk about her father. Where's Emmy? Let me check. Tabby picked up her red leather purse from the chair and slid out a phone in a matching case. Oh, that's sweet. She's at Dylan's. Jude could see the Life 360 map on Tabby's phone. You track her? Course I do. I don't know about you, but I just feel safer knowing where everybody is. Uh-huh. Jude took a sip of coffee, watching Tabby as she pulled out another red leather case, this one for business cards. She slid one out, then tapped the edge of the card on the case 3 times, then offered it up to Jude. Here's my deets if you need me. I never turn off my cell. I already got your number from Father Nate. Wow, he certainly had a lot to say about you. She looked at her watch. Son of a biscuit, I'm due in court. Tell Emmy the stove's back on. I just turned the thingy with a wrench, so I hope the house doesn't blow up. I put some groceries in the fridge. There's some breakfast in there, too. Don't put it in the microwave. I already preheated the oven. Pop it in for 10 minutes and you'll be good to go. Jude drank from the mug again as she watched Tabby spin around the room. She touched the fridge door 3 times, then tapped the counter 3 times. Then she looked ready to leave. All right, then. Have a good one. Tabby touched her fingers to her lips and blew Jude 3 kisses as she walked out the door. Then she turned back around and made sure the screen was closed again and again before trundling down the stairs in her ridiculously high heels. Jude watched her from the kitchen window. Tabby tapped the hood of the red Mercedes 3 times, then got into the car, then started a routine of adjusting the mirrors and the seat and the steering wheel in a textbook example of obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was a terrible way to live. Jude hoped that she was getting help, but she also knew it wasn't in the nature of a Clifton to ask for assistance. Doubly so for a Clifton, or triply, as the case could be. Regardless, the kitchen felt empty without Tabby's nervous energy. Jude had the sense of a trespasser. She was standing behind her old chair at the table, but she couldn't remember the last time she was in this exact spot. The night she'd left home, Jude had been forced to stand outside on the porch while she talked to her father. It was gone midnight. The rain was pelting down. She had looked past Gerald's shoulder and seen Myrna sitting at the table. Her mother had been so angry that she'd stared at the fridge, refusing even to turn her head to say a last goodbye. Jude rested her hand on the back of the chair. Melancholy threatened to take hold. She looked at the door jamb. The marks were still there where Myrna had tracked the progress of their growth. Tommy, Henry, Martha. Jude felt a sadness over the relatively new additions. Emmy. Cole. She'd missed everything. The silence was broken by a creaking sound from the upstairs hallway. Jude closed her eyes. The noise took her straight back to her childhood. Sitting with Tommy and Henry at the table, Myrna screaming that supper was getting cold, Gerald swaying at the top of the stairs so drunk that it was a wonder he never fell down. Jude secretly hoping that he would. Emmy? Celia's voice had the same soothing tone as it had decades ago. She'd been Jude's best friend from kindergarten on. Then Jude had left town and never spoken to her again. Oh, Celia stopped on the stairs. You got old. Jude laughed. Except for the gray in Celia's hair, she looked almost exactly the same as she had in high school. You're driving your dad's Alpha. I promised him I'd donate it to the car museum when he died. Stupid old fart believed me. Celia studied her as she came into the kitchen. God, is it really you? You want me to take off my jeans and show you the scar from when you took a chunk out of my leg with that lawn dart? That was Henry. Jude's smile felt bittersweet. She had forgotten what it felt like to share Henry with someone. It's good to see you, Seals. Celia smiled back, but she didn't return the sentiment. Why are you here? Because... Jude silently chastised herself for not preparing a better answer to the most obvious question. Because I got the missing child alert for Paisley Walker, and I clicked on the link and saw the photo of Emmy with Dad. That sounds like a sequence of events rather than an explanation. Jude laughed because it was easier. I heard you're a high school principal now. It suits you. You knew that before you got here, though. Celia opened the fridge and started pulling out Tupperware. You've been following us on Facebook. Tommy ratted me out. He didn't have to. You think I couldn't put together the clues? Celia took a plate from the drainer. You always hated the name Martha and loved Paul McCartney. Plus, there was no way you'd go by Judean. And Archer? Well, that's from Isabel Archer, isn't it? The Portrait of a Lady. You did your junior paper on Henry James. Jude had worked with seasoned agents who weren't as clever. Of course, they hadn't grown up with Jude like Celia had. Why didn't you ever message me? Probably for the same reason you never messaged me. Celia placed 2 biscuits on the plate, added some bacon. I met Paisley Walker at 9th grade orientation. I don't remember what she looked like or what she said, but there's a photo in the paper of me shaking her hand, like I do with all the incoming 9th graders. Jude could hear the sadness in her voice. What do you know about the family? Elijah handles our car insurance. She popped open the microwave door. I don't like him, but he's who everybody else uses. You know how it is. Jude did. North Falls people used North Falls businesses. Taby told me to heat those up in the oven. Celia placed the plate in the microwave. She closed the door, then closed it again, then again. Jude didn't want to laugh, but she did. I'm going to hell for that. Taby really has been a massive help these past few years. Celia turned off the oven. She sat in Henry's chair, motioned for Jude to join her. All right, out with it. Why are you really here? Jude took her time sitting down. My job is to find missing children. There's a child missing. I thought I could help Emmy. Emmy's not the kind to take help. She's so much like Gerald. Jude couldn't keep the sense of wonder out of her voice. She sees clues the way he did, cuts through the bullshit, knows how to get to the truth, and she's as prickly as Myrna. I haven't been talked to like that in a very long time. Emmy is the best of both of them, but she's always been her own person. Celia shrugged, but she was clearly proud. Did Tommy tell you about Gerald's cancer? Milo filled me in at the funeral home. Jude had worked past the shock of her father's death, only to be hit with a second wave of sadness. Gerald had known he was going to die, and he still hadn't reached out to her. Who's Dylan? A very nice man whom Emmy left because she couldn't handle Gerald dying of cancer and Myrna slipping away at the same time. Celia clasped together her hands on the table. Tommy did his part. I tried to do mine. The old biddy's forgotten everything but for the fact that she hates me. Jude said, I told myself there might be some kind of resolution. Gerald wasn't the only reason you stayed away. No, he wasn't. Jude picked at the frayed placemat. The melancholy threatened to return, and with it, the grief of all that had been lost. The last thing I said to him was that I hated him. Celia's eyebrows went up. I didn't say it. I screamed it. Jude admitted. I told both of them that I wouldn't step foot back in Clifton until they were dead. Well, Celia said, Gerald left Myrna out of that part of the story, but that's pretty much what he told Tommy and Emmy. Jude knew that her father didn't make those sorts of mistakes. He'd been trying to protect Myrna. What explanation did he give for my fake death? The car accident that almost killed Bubba Raleigh. Gerald needed you gone, so he didn't have to arrest you. Millie wanted to file charges for you stealing her cars, He told people you were dead and they believed him. Jude nodded, but only because it was a good story. What's old Bubba up to? He's a grandfather now. His kids are worthless shits just like he was, and Bubba's still an asshole. He seems to have forgotten that he was high on coke when the cars crashed. Good thing, too. He probably wouldn't have survived otherwise. Jude didn't want to talk about the car accident either. I'm glad you ended up with Tommy. You always had a crush on him. Celia paused before answering, as if to make it clear she knew what Jude was doing. Who did you end up with? An AUSA who thought we wanted the same things. Jude shrugged. We didn't. He was a good guy, though. He's got a wife and 3 kids now. No kids for you? No kids for me. Celia let out a long sigh. What'd you do when you left? Drive until you hit the Pacific, then set down roots? I toured around the country in the back of a Volkswagen bus fronting a band called the Radical Fiends. Jude laughed along with Celia because it was one of the stupidest, most laughable things a girl could do when she left a small town. I dated the bass player, then the drummer, then they kicked me out for cheating with the keyboardist. Then I decided I was sick of it and went to night school, then grad school. Then I got offered a job on the tenure track. Then I gave it up and joined the FBI. And stopped drinking along the way. Celia paused, but Jude didn't fill in the blanks. You got your doctorate. Myrna would have been proud. Maybe. Jude wasn't sure. How do I get back on Tommy's good side? He's not that complicated. He loves his family. If you get right with Emmy, you'll be right with Tommy. Easy peasy, Jude joked. They both turned at the sound of another creak at the top of the stairs. Cole was in a pair of white boxer shorts. His muscles were sculpted like marble. He had a tattoo of a skull and crossbones on his left hip. He looked at Jude. Did they find Paisley? No, sweetheart, I'm sorry. Celia started puttering around the kitchen getting coffee and another plate. Why are you up, honey? You've got another hour to sleep. Cole slumped into the chair. I keep wondering about Paisley. Do you really think she's dead? The question had been directed at Jude. She wasn't going to soft-pedal the answer. If you look at the statistics, it's highly unlikely she's still alive. He said, Madison was kept alive for at least 12 hours. Jude didn't point out that they were well past that mark. I think it's always good in these cases to be pragmatic. Hope can be a terrible thing. It wears on you. Here you go. Celia kissed the top of Cole's head as she placed breakfast in front of him. You need to eat. Cole asked Jude, So we're just gonna go through the case again? Yes, but I want to talk to Adam Hunsinger first. Celia stiffened but kept silent. Cole had picked up on the change. He gave Jude a careful look. What does Mom think about that? I drove here to ask, but she's not home, and if she's asleep, I don't want to wake her up. Can you call that deputy who's supposed to be watching him? His name is Brett Temple, but Adam's probably at Jonah's bar waiting for the beer truck. Cole shoved a biscuit into his mouth. Jude endured a lot of chewing before he continued. Jonah hired him to piss off Mom. Jude could tell by Celia's posture that Jonah had pissed off more people than Emmy. She told Cole, It's 9 a.m. Do they serve breakfast? Lunch, he said. The beer delivery comes at 9:30, and there's no way Jonah's getting up early unless he has to. Get dressed, Jude told him. You can give me a ride. Call Brett to make sure Adam's at the bar. Yes, ma'am. Cole crammed the other biscuit into his mouth before disappearing up the stairs. Jude told Celia, He's a good kid. Don't tell him I said this, but he's perfect. Celia sat back down at the table, clasped together her hands. Jonah bought the hangout from your Uncle Penley with the money he got from Emmy after the divorce. Jude felt a wave of nausea at the mention of the sleazy dive. Her brain summoned the layout from memory. Sticky floors, loud video games, pool tables in the back, toilets to the left of the small stage and dance floor. She used to sneak out with Henry. The drinks were strong and nobody cared if you were underage, especially when your father was the sheriff and your uncle owned the place. "Hey," Celia said. "Everything okay?" Jude nodded. It's hard to believe Penley sold the bar. He loved that place. He loves Emmy more, and trust me, any one of us would have donated a kidney to get Jonah to leave Emmy alone. Celia gave a stiff shrug of her shoulders. You both have similar tastes. Jonah's a failed musician. Jude didn't laugh. So was Charles Manson. Celia didn't laugh either. Are you sure you want to see Adam again? No. Jude didn't press her on the subject of Emmy and Jonah. She opened her purse, started laying out her makeup, lipstick, eyeshadow, eyeliner, mascara. She propped up her compact against the salt and pepper shakers. Are the matches still by the stove? Celia reached over to open the drawer, found a lighter, and tossed it onto the table. What are you up to? I need Adam to think I turned out exactly how he thought I would. Jude liberally powdered her face, trying to ignore the way it brought out the creases around her mouth and eyes. Tell me about him. Worthless cocksucker. Sold pot to children. Stole money from his parents. His mother's eyesight is gone. Walton had to mortgage the house to try to keep him off death row. Celia's face looked grim. You know about the podcast? Misguided Angel. Jude clicked the lighter and held the eyeliner pencil over the flame so the wax would melt. What a crock of shit. That Jack Whitlock clearly had a hard-on for Emmy, made her seem like a tragic, overly emotional Keystone cop. You don't know the half of it. Again, Celia didn't share the details. How are you going to get that eyeliner right without reading glasses? There's no way you're not as blind as I am. Shut up and help me. Jude handed over the pencil, looked up at the ceiling. What do you think, Seals? Was it Adam? Did Gerald get it wrong? Let me concentrate. Celia went silent as she traced the melted pencil under Jude's eyes. They could have been back in high school. The only thing missing was a David Bowie record playing on the stereo. After you left, Adam got worse. Raising hell all over the place, in and out of jail. He still sold weed, but he did odd jobs on the side, lived with his parents most of the time. Gerald didn't know Millie hired a con to work on her property. Millie didn't know. She found Adam's number on the bulletin board at the senior center, paid him cash, didn't ask questions. Celia shrugged. Not that it matters. Millie wasn't talking to Gerald when the girls went missing. Jude had been well-versed in the generation-spanning family feuds. What a surprise. Well, I wasn't talking to Myrna, so I can't say anything, Celia admitted. I was raw-dogging menopause. Bless Tommy's heart for sticking it out. Jude's ex hadn't been as resilient. They should call it fuckapause because you run out of all the fucks you can give. Celia's quick laugh hadn't changed since they were sneaking sips of MD 2020 behind the chili treat. You're the FBI expert, Dr. Archer. What do you think? Is Adam guilty? I think I need to be careful about opening up a can of worms. Jude studied her reflection. The eyeliner was too sharp. She used her thumb to smudge it, judging the effect in the small mirror. Then she put on more eyeshadow than she'd used in the last 40 years. Christ, I can't believe I used to do this every day. I bet there's a safety pin in here somewhere. Celia leaned over to look in the drawer again. She passed Jude a sewing kit. I wish you'd known the better versions of Myrna and Gerald. Tommy says they changed because of Emmy, but I think they had to get over losing Henry. They needed me gone so they could let go. Jude tried to keep the bitterness at bay. You were here for those 6 days when they couldn't find his body. The way Myrna tore into me. Gerald wouldn't even look me in the face. I was only 16 years old. I lost my brother, too. Everything you're saying is true, Celia said. They were terrible people. Terrible parents. How they treated you was unforgivable. It wasn't your fault Henry went into the river that night. It could have just as easily been you. Myrna and Gerald practically chased you out of town themselves. Jude twisted open the tube of mascara. And once I was gone, they turned into different people. So did you. Jude laughed. Well done. It took me 30 years of therapy to come to that same conclusion. Shit! Don't let anybody know a Clifton went to therapy. The entire family tree will burst into flames. If only. Jude jammed the wand into the tube of mascara several times to load it up. She went over her lashes twice to make sure it was caked on. Then she used the pointy end of the safety pin to pick the lashes apart. I remember how furious Myrna used to get when we did this. You're going to give yourself pink eye, Celia screeched. She'd always done a good Myrna. Jesus, I can't believe what's happened to her. It's terrifying to watch. Jude applied a liberal layer of lipstick. I used to worry about my bad knees, but now all I can think is, maybe I have the same genetic marker. Aunt Millie can tell you which side it came from. Fucking hell. Jude had thought she was beyond being surprised. Millie's still alive? Cole calls her Aunt Spoiler because she can tell you how everybody died. Celia passed Jude a paper towel. The old bitch gets around better than I do. You know those Clifton women are too stubborn to die. Jude blotted her lips with a paper towel, making sure to smear it outside the lines. She asked, How did I do? You did great, Celia said. I wish I could wear eyeshadow again. I get in front of the mirror and it's like trying to draw crayon on a ball sack. The floorboard creaked at the top of the stairs. Cole was back. He'd changed into his uniform. He asked Jude, Why do you look like that? Like a washed-up old whore? She smiled at his reaction. I knew Adam Hunsinger back in the day, sweetheart. He won't talk to me if I'm too cleaned up. Is that like a boomer thing? Celia ruffled his hair. Gen X, you little twerp. Jude gathered from Cole's grin that this was a game they played. She couldn't keep herself from smiling as she packed her makeup back into her purse. She touched her hand to Celia's shoulder on her way out the door. Inside the cruiser, Cole rested his elbow on the console and drove with 2 fingers on the wheel, the same way Gerald had. Jude felt an unexpected wave of sadness. She had mourned the loss of her father so many times over the years that his actual death had felt like an afterthought as she flew across the country. Now, sitting beside Cole, sharing his easy silence, she couldn't help but be grateful that the things she had lost as a teenager had been returned in spades to the young man beside her. She told him, Go ahead. Ask me your questions. He was clearly ready. Why did you join the FBI? Jude wasn't going to tell him that she'd joined as a big fuck you to a father who'd told her she wasn't built for the job, but she could cut close to the truth. As a criminal psychologist, my choices were to either teach or start seeing patients. I was sick of being in school, and I didn't want to set up shop in an office building or a hospital. I thought I could put my degree to more practical use with the FBI. Did they recruit you? That's more the CIA's thing. She could tell from the flash of excitement in his eyes that he'd seen too many movies. You've been told about your Uncle Henry? A little bit. It's hard for Uncle Tommy to talk about anything. Like, at all. Jude knew that was not an exaggeration. Gerald wanted Henry to take over as sheriff one day. From the moment he was born, Dad passed down all his wisdom, his techniques, his approaches, and I was right there listening, alongside Henry. It gave me a head start when I joined the agency. Papa taught Mom how to be a cop. Cole had clearly picked up on the things Jude hadn't said. And he was teaching me. Or at least trying to. I didn't listen like I should have. She watched his eyes glisten with tears. His jawbone jutted out from his cheek. Jude reached for his arm, but Cole moved his hand to the top of the steering wheel to put himself out of reach. He asked, "Why did you stop drinking?" "The reason most people do. I got tired of it. It stops being fun real quick, and then it's just hangovers and feeling like shit and being terrible to people you love and doing all kinds of nasty things that you know you shouldn't do. So you drink more to forget and start the cycle all over again." Cole was nodding. "That's kind of what Papa said, that he got tired of it, and that he didn't want to miss Mom and me growing up." Jude nodded too, but his words threatened to reopen a very old wound. "What did you think of the Misguided Angel podcast?" "That it was wrong to go after my mom like that. She wasn't in charge of the case, Papa was. And they had a lot of evidence. The jury heard it and agreed with what they found." Jude caught the undertone of anger. She also thought it was interesting that Cole wasn't insisting that Gerald had gotten it right. The podcast raised an alternate suspect, Dale Loudermilk. He was the choral director at school. They found a bunch of child porn on his computer, but he was ruled out as a suspect in the abduction. Based on Adam being more likely because of the preponderance of evidence. Adam had contact with Madison on the day she disappeared. He admitted to selling her the bag of weed that was found in her pocket. Aunt Millie saw them sitting together at her pond that morning. Plus, Adam dropped Cheyenne's necklace outside his house. Plus, all the stuff with his father's Jetta, and he wore a size 11 boot and didn't have an alibi and stuff like that. Where is Dale Loudermilk now? Mom checked yesterday when Paisley Walker went missing. He's still in prison. He's not eligible for parole for another 4 years. Cole reached down and flashed his lights to slow down a speeder. What did you think about the podcast? I think, for the most part, that podcasters don't have all the information that the police have, so it's easy to latch onto an alternate theory. I'm not saying they're always wrong, but they're selling a story, good and bad, heroes and villains. Most of them are trying to make a name for themselves. They tend to forget the victims. They focus on the bad guy instead of the people he hurt. This bad guy really hurt a lot of people, Cole said. My mom and Hannah used to be best friends, like sisters practically. Then that stuff happened with Madison, and they never talked to each other again. He lifted one shoulder in a shrug. It's weird, like they're not mean or anything, but they stay out of each other's way. Did you ask your mom what happened? She told me I'd understand one day, but that's what she usually says when she doesn't want to talk about stuff. Jude could tell by his tone that the rift bothered him. He was still so young. He hadn't fully developed that hard Clifton shell. I assume you didn't see who was holding the gun yesterday when Gerald was shot? Nope. Cole's jaw clenched a few times. You got any more questions about the podcast? Jude let the silence stretch until it threatened to turn awkward. I thought it was strange Jack called it Misguided Angel, but he never mentions or plays the song. There's a song? There's a beautiful song by the Cowboy Junkies. Jude cleared her throat, singing the soft ballad. Misguided angel, hanging over me. Heart like Gabriel, pure and white like ivory. Soul like Lucifer, black and cold like a piece of lead. Misguided angel, love you till I'm dead. Cole was grinning by the time she'd finished. You've got a pretty voice. Good enough for grad school. Jude tried to be careful. Some people think the song is about a woman who's trapped in an abusive relationship. All expression left Cole's face. Maybe his shell was thicker than she'd thought. The podcast had skirted around the dissolution of Emmy and Jonah's marriage, but even 4 decades on, Jude was still attuned to the coded language of North Falls people. Look, Cole's voice was hard. He was North Falls people, too. I'm not a suspect, and I'm not going to let you interrogate me about my mother. Fair enough. Jude looked out the window, trying to find a way to change the subject. Are those Uncle Penley's apartments? Cole cleared his throat. He was obviously still bristly. Yeah. Mom wants me to move in, but since Grandma's out of the house, I don't know. You're too young to turn into Miss Havisham. He gave her a classic Myrna side-eye. Grandma cleaned her stuff out before she got bad. Said she didn't want us to have to go through everything, and Papa didn't have much stuff anyway, just his fishing poles and his albums. Photo albums? He made me show him how to print out pictures on his own. Cole had a wistful smile on his face. Only took him 6 tries to figure it out. They had reached the bar, which looked the same as before, but with a fresh coat of paint. Penley's hangout sign had been replaced with blue neon that spelled Jonah's Place. Jude could see a sheriff's cruiser parked at the curb. Apparently, Brett Temple didn't understand the covert part in Emmy's order of surveillance. Neither did he get the memo that you weren't supposed to fall asleep on duty. His head was back, mouth gaping open. Jude had been around men like Brett her entire law enforcement career. He was the type of man who would follow a woman into battle so long as she never, ever showed him weakness. Jude told Cole, "You need to tell your mother Brett was sleeping on the job." Listen, sweetheart, there's no brotherhood that usurps being a Clifton. That snoring jackass is going to run for sheriff if he thinks he has a shot. We need to shut him down now. You understand? Yes, ma'am. Jude got out of the cruiser and walked toward the low-slung building. Bar signs glowed weakly in the morning sun. The door was propped open to let in some fresh air. As she got closer, Jude could smell the stench of flop sweat, stale beer, and liquor. She slowed her pace, trying to steel herself for what was to come. During the past 39 years of Jude's sobriety, she'd been in and out of bars enough times to dull the ache of temptation. But none of those bars had been the one she was about to walk into now. This was where she used to dance with Henry while their parents slept. Tommy had gotten into a fight with a senior boy over which songs to play on the jukebox. Jude was standing at a pool table in the back when she'd fallen in love with Jack Daniels. Her first hit of coke was snorted off a cutting board in the greasy kitchen. She was inside the women's bathroom when she'd lost her virginity. Jude stopped at the threshold, feeling as if a force field was preventing her from entering. Adam Hunsinger had his back to the door. He was stocking liquor bottles on the shelves. She recognized the snake tattoo that wrapped around his forearm. The ink had faded to a ghostly blue, but the lines were bright and menacing in her memory. Adam leaned down to retrieve another bottle. In profile, Jude could see that he'd aged drastically. His acne-scarred face looked ravaged. His jawline had turned to jowl, his posture was stooped, his head jutting forward like a turtle. He'd been on death row for over a decade. He looked 20 years older on the outside, and had probably aged 100 more inside. She had her own reasons for wanting to pack on another 100, then another, until the weight of it dragged his soul down to hell. Jude walked through the doorway. She reached into her purse, found a $20 bill, slapped it onto the bar. Her drink order came out like a childhood rhyme. Double jack up waterback. We're close. Adam stared at her with his mouth open. Up close, Jude could see that he'd dyed his hair an unnatural black. The lines around his mouth and eyes could have been cut into clay. The lenses of his thick glasses were smudged. He was missing one of his front teeth. Prison dental care was about as good as prison health care, which was to say non-existent. He asked, "Martha?" She arched her eyebrow. "Do I know you?" Jesus, Adam laughed appreciatively. You're still smoking hot. So, you do know me. Jude sat down at the bar. She couldn't tell if he was surprised to see her alive or surprised to see her here. Can we talk about this over a drink? Adam reached for the whiskey, staring at her in open admiration. Emmy had told Jude that people had changed in the last 40 years, but the predatory glint in Adam's beady eyes was exactly the same. He said, God damn, you Clifton gals age like fine wine. Adam Hunsinger. Jude forced herself to look him in the eye. What the fuck happened to you? He sloshed a triple of Jack into the glass. What happened to you? We all thought you were dead. I was standing right over there by the pool table when your Uncle Penley poured one out in your honor. That sounded like Penley. Bubba Raleigh wanted me in jail for the car accident. I figured that was my invitation to leave town. Good for you. Adam put the whiskey in front of her, started to fill a glass with water. I wish I'd left when you did. Would have saved me a whole lot of grief. She sat back on the bar stool to put some distance between them, but not before she caught a whiff of alcohol on his sour breath. Why did you stay? Usual shit. He waved off the 2 capital murders. Sorry about your dad. I hear your mom's not doing too great either. Jude knew he wasn't sorry at all. She also knew how Clifton County worked. News of Jude's arrival had probably made its way to Okmulgee and back, but Adam was pretending to be in the dark. She had no problem playing musical chairs with the truth. She'd spent her professional life anticipating the exact moment the music would stop. How are your folks? Mom's hanging in there. Dad sold his practice, but he still goes into work once a month to help out. Plus, he's got his charity shit he does. Flies around the country, pulling teeth. Good for him. Jude picked up the whiskey but didn't drink. Seems like I got a baby sister while I was away. Let me tell you something. He rested his hands on the bar, leaning forward, the stench of flop sweat mixed with the alcohol weeping from his pores. That sister of yours, she's a stone-cold bitch. Jude gripped her fingers around the glass and tried not to think about punching out the rest of his teeth. Pour yourself a drink. We can toast to old times. Nah, I've been sober for 10 years. Wow. She appreciated the boldness of the lie. Classic alcoholic. What are you doing for fun? I'm taking care of my mom. She's got a thing with her eyes, can't see more than shadows. Dad's still in good shape, but it's wearing him down taking care of her. I haven't been around much. Figure it's time for me to step up and do right by them. That's admirable. Well, it took a lot of shit going down for me to realize there's nothing more important than family. His smile took on a cunning edge. The real Adam had come out to play. You know how it is with family. You'd do anything to help 'em out. Jude could hear the lilt in his tone. The music had finally stopped. Now it was only a question of who would be left standing. She said, Hey, Adam. Hey, Jude. His lips snagged against the gap in his teeth. Father Nate's gossip had clearly made its way around town. Adam hadn't been surprised to see her alive. He'd been surprised to see her here. You trying to help your baby sister put me back inside? She shrugged. How would I do that? Trick me into saying something stupid. I don't think you need to say anything at all with your DNA tying you to the rape over in Metter. He huffed a laugh. That gal don't remember shit. We were both drunk out of our minds. You weren't so drunk that you couldn't rape her. She saw his body tense, the ropey lines of his muscles straining in his arms. Did I hit a sore spot? You think I don't know you're some kind of agent with the FBI? Jude shrugged. You got me. Judy Jude. Adam's grin had turned rancid. I was watching your daddy hit the road around about this time yesterday morning. Your sister going batshit, your nephew losing his damn mind.
Jude said a silent prayer of thanks to Freddie Henley for honing inside her the unique skill to remain passive in the face of cruelty.
Gerald's blood still in the street. Drove over it on my way to work this morning.
He was watching her, hoping for a reaction.
That old fool knocked on my door and came into my house acting like he was just trying to clear up a misunderstanding, but I knew what he was doing there.
What was he doing?
Trying to put me back inside, same as you.
Adam jabbed his finger in her direction.
Think again, bitch. I ain't going down for those two girls again, and I sure as shit ain't going down for some stripper who changed her mind 12 years later and called it rape.
Barbara Jericho. Jude watched his nostrils flare. That's the name of the woman you raped. Barbara Jericho.
I know that lying bitch's name.
Adam's eyes flicked down to the glass of whiskey.
I don't have to listen to this shit.
Sure, but why not take this opportunity to talk to me? Jude asked. Tell me why you're not guilty. Like you said, I'm with the FBI. I can point them in your direction, or you can persuade me to point them away.
Go fuck yourself. I'm not a goddamn pedophile.
Really? Jude asked. I was only 15 years old when you raped me in the back of this bar. He tensed again. Jude braced herself for rage, but he said nothing. His eyes started to twitch, his hands clenched into fists. She mentally prepared herself to respond to a thrown punch or bottle or even a dive across the bar to choke her. Adam did none of these things. His chest rose and fell as he worked to calm himself. Jude had seen thousands of cons perform the same exercise. They learned it during anger management therapy inside. Regulate your breathing. Think of something that makes you happy. Walk away. He wasn't walking away. But he took in another breath before saying,
I was 18, just a few years older than you.
You held me down. I bit your hand when you tried to cover my mouth. There was no scar, but Adam smoothed his thumb along the place where she'd bitten him. She said, I cried for help. I begged you to stop. He shook his head.
That's not what happened.
You punched me in the stomach. I vomited down your back. He kept shaking his head.
You puked from drinking too much.
You still kept raping me. Adam couldn't hold her gaze. He looked at the glass again. Jude recognized the hungry way he licked his lips. She pushed the whiskey toward him. Help yourself. He knocked it back like a shot, placed the glass gently on the bar, hissed out air between his teeth.
You were flirting with me all night.
Do you rape every 15-year-old girl who flirts with you? Adam licked his lips again. He wanted more whiskey.
I don't know where you're getting this bullshit. You talked to me after like you were fine.
I talked to you after because I thought you were going to kill me.
Fuck.
He laughed out the word.
If it was rape, you would have told your daddy.
Jude had never considered telling her father. Gerald would have been mad at her for sneaking out, for being drunk, for putting herself in such a vulnerable situation. I didn't even tell Henry until a month later. We were at the falls. He wanted to beat the shit out of you, but I wanted to get drunk. I passed out, and he went into the water. We didn't find his body for 6 days.
Here's to Henry, then.
Adam filled the glass with another triple, then gulped it down.
Your daddy managed to lock me up anyway. Framed me for murdering those girls. You know what they do to pedophiles inside?
So, it's rape when it happens to you, but not when it happens to a 15-year-old child?
You still got that fucking nasty mouth.
He filled the glass again, this time almost to the rim. His eyes stayed on Jude as he tilted back his head and gulped down the alcohol.
He gave a loud burp, started filling the glass again. His hands were shaking, liquid sloshed onto the bar. Whatever he'd drunk before Jude had walked in was catching up with him fast. "You need to hear me on this." He scooped up the glass, pointed it at her. "I got nothing to do with that Paisley bitch. Why would I bring that shit down on myself?" "But you had something to do with Madison and Cheyenne. Millie saw you with them." He tossed back the drink, slammed the empty onto the counter. "She only saw me with a fat one. I never touched her. Girl was still a child." Jude felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. 80 proof was a hell of a truth serum. "What about the skinny one?" "Cheyenne. Now she was a piece of work. I'll tell you that." He wiped his mouth with his fingers. His eyes had turned glassy. "Every man in this town got a blowjob off that bitch. Ain't no secret she was tricking herself out. Told everybody she was 17, but she acted like she was 30. Jude kept her expression neutral. "How much did she charge?" $50 a pop, but she never charged me. I hooked her up with some weed is all. She liked to talk. Said she was saving up the cash. Had big plans about leaving, same as you." His words were slurring, but he sloshed more whiskey into the glass, drank it down. "She let you finger her if she was high, but I never fucked her with my cock." "You never traded her coke?" Jude asked. "I seem to recall you liking it." "Fuck no." Adam went in for another refill. "You think I'm gonna get caught selling weight to a ninth grader?" He'd claimed not to know Cheyenne's age just a minute ago. "Fuck this shit." Adam nearly missed the edge of the bar when he set down the bottle. "Shy's the one that sold coke. And Molly, she was getting the hookup from that weasel at school. Woody." "Shh." Adam tried and failed to touch his finger to his mouth as he shushed her. He'd crossed over into full-on drunk. "Woody wasn't wrapped up in none of her other shit. He had Shy selling to North Falls kids. But that was it." "What was her other shit?" "Fuck if I know." He bypassed the glass and drank from the bottle. Jude said, "I hear Woody sells out of the back of this bar." "Shit." He tried to tap his finger to his mouth again. "What'd you say?" Jude could tell the whiskey had hit the point of dwindling returns. "I said, I guess Penley left his sawed-off shotgun behind the bar when he sold the place." "You guessed right, darling." Adam laughed as he pretended to reach for the weapon. "Tell me this. Why would I kill that little bitch if I could catch a blowjob off her whenever I wanted?" "Because fucking is for pleasure. Rape is for control." He stared at her for a second, then barked out a loud laugh. "Oprah fucking Winfrey here, ladies and gents." Jude took 420s from her wallet and fanned them out on the bar. "Next bottle's on me." Her knees were shaky as she headed toward the door. Jude was suddenly 15 again, feeling Adam's predatory gaze, following her across the crowded room, while she ignored the blood rolling down her legs and pooling into her boots, and wondered if he'd broken a rib when he'd punched her, and trying to think how she would manage to climb the trellis up to her bedroom, and whether she could take a shower immediately or would she have to wait until the morning so that the rattling pipes didn't wake up her parents. Outside, Jude blinked at the sudden burst of sunlight. Her eyes watered. She wasn't deluded enough to deny there were tears, too. The black eyeliner was probably running down her face. She found her sunglasses in her purse, slid them on as she approached Cole and Brett. She'd come here hoping to get answers, and stumbled into a sweet moment of revenge. She told Brett,
Adam Hunsinger is in violation of the terms of his bail. He's drunk, and there's a loaded sawed-off shotgun under the bar. Call his probation officer and see if you can get him violated and put back inside." Brett gave her a funny look. "Are you serious? Everybody knows about the shotgun." "Then you're some kind of goddamn dipshit for not busting him sooner." She turned to Cole. "Take me to the station." He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Chapter 16. Emmy drove down a long dirt track that spoked off the back roads. Her chest was still hurting. The tightness was back. She hadn't made it to Dylan's 9:30 alarm. Her 3 hours of blissful unawareness had been broken by a series of texts. Seth hadn't made any progress on finding Paisley Walker. Tommy was with Myrna in room 612 at the Azalea Place Memory Care Center. Sherry Robertson had relayed that Gerald's autopsy would be performed at 4 this afternoon. Cole was driving to her ex-husband's bar with her risen-from-the-dead sister, who was making the kind of trouble that Emmy didn't need. All of it mattered, but only one part of it felt real. Emmy had spent 6 long, fretful years awaiting the awful day of Myrna's final transfer to a care home, and the last 6 weeks dreading the arrival of Gerald's slow death. Then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, they were both gone. Emmy was effectively an orphan. Her father would never again act as her rudder, gently steering her in the right direction. Myrna would never again put the wind in her sails. She was on her own now. Dylan would have argued the point. He had long told her that she needed to learn how to set her burdens down. The truth was, Emmy was afraid if she set them down, she would never be able to pick them back up again. Particularly now. Paisley Walker was counting on her. The squad was looking to her for direction. The town needed some kind of resolution. There could be other vulnerable children in danger. Emmy knew what her parents would want her to do. Myrna would tell her to make plans, take action, do something about it. Gerald would tell her to keep her head down and do her job. She turned down the long driveway to Virgil and Peggy's farm. The couple had kept horses for as long as she could remember. Emmy had ridden with Virgil when she was a kid, then they'd both taken Cole out on the rolling fields behind the house. Thinking about those moments took some of the tension out of her shoulders. It was nice to have a good memory among all the bad that was piling up on her. Emmy did a quick turn at the end of the drive and backed her cruiser onto the parking pad. Virgil's truck was backed up to a horse trailer. She could smell manure when she got out of the cruiser. A breeze had kicked up. The clouds were growing dark. A storm was coming. She was heading toward Virgil's front door when she spotted him coming out of the barn. Emmy navigated the steep hill toward the back of the property. She could feel her feet sliding inside her boots. She'd spent the entire 3 hours of sleep in Dylan's bathtub. Her skin was more wrinkled than Millie's. "Hey." Virgil swung the door closed. He took the heavy chain off his shoulder. "Any news on Paisley?" Nothing. She saw the disappointment on his face. "Thought I'd pick up those boxes Dad asked you to get from storage. Jude wants to go through the Hunsinger case back at the station, see if we missed anything." Virgil looked surprised. "They're in the basement. I thought your dad didn't want it getting out that we were reopening the case." "He didn't," Emmy said. "But I can't think of anything else to do, and Jude's been more right on things than she's been wrong, so here we are." "Sounds reasonable." He fed the chain through the hasp on the door, then tied it into a loose knot. "Let's see if the squirrels figure that out." Emmy made herself smile at the joke, if only to acknowledge he was trying. She walked alongside Virgil back toward his house. Cole had already told her that Jude was asking questions about Emmy. She figured Virgil was the only person in town who would honestly answer questions about Jude. "You knew Martha when she lived here, right?" "I knew her as Gerald's daughter. I was starting my own family when she went off the rails. Made me glad we had boys. Raising girls can kill a man." Emmy couldn't bring herself to smile at his joke this time. "Your sister was what we called a hellraiser. Loved to party, loved to drink. I pulled her over on a couple of DUIs before I realized Gerald wasn't going to do anything about it." He shrugged at the look she gave him. "You could say things were different back then. DUIs weren't that big a deal. Plus, Gerald had his own issues with drinking, so I think he was more inclined to cut her some slack, no matter who ended up getting hurt." Emmy felt her eyebrows go up. She'd never heard Virgil even lightly criticize her father. He said, "Sorry, sugar. It was a frustrating time. Martha caused a lot of problems for a lot of people." "You mean the car accident?" "That was a big part of it. But everything that led up to the crash made folks want to see her punished. Martha was drunk out of her mind when she hit Bubba Raleigh. He almost lost his arm. Still has nerve damage to this day. Tommy had such a bad concussion he couldn't hardly walk straight." This was new information to Emmy. Tommy was in the car accident too? Riding shotgun when Martha smashed head-on into Bubba's truck. Virgil put his hand under her elbow to help her up the steepest part of the slope. "The crash happened a little while after Henry died. Tommy was trying to fill his brother's shoes, but he couldn't keep up with Martha. Nobody could." Emmy had no doubt that Tommy had tried. She said, "They never told me what happened to Henry, just that he drowned in the Flint." "Back then, kids liked to go drinking up at the falls. Sound familiar?" He waited for Emmy to smile again because kids until the end of time would drink up at the falls. "Martha and Henry sneaked out of the house real late. Got drunk, she passed out. Henry either went for a swim or fell into the water. He was a good swimmer, but his blood alcohol was off the charts. Had some coke in his system, too, but you probably know the next part. Took 6 long days before they found his body. Tore your parents apart. Myrna was on fire. Gerald was knee-walking drunk every second of the day, but I wasn't surprised that they blamed Martha. Henry was a good kid until he wasn't. Martha was always a bad seed. If you'd asked me back then, I would have said she would end up dead or in prison, or both." Emmy heard an edge of bitterness. She couldn't square the girl who'd lost her brother with the woman who'd spent most of her career trying to bring children home to their parents. Then again, it was hard to see Gerald as the type of man who would turn his back on his own daughter. She asked, "What was Dad like when he was drinking?" "Tommy never told you?" Emmy's laugh was genuine this time. "No, Tommy never told me." "Well," Virgil sighed out the word, "I'll tell you the same thing I said to your daddy when we talked about it. Back when he was drinking, Gerald Clifton could be the meanest son of a bitch you ever met." Emmy felt taken aback. She had never heard anyone speak so negatively about Gerald. Even Myrna, who could find fault with everything, had never been so blunt. "Some men. It's easier for them to look at the bottom of a bottle rather than look somebody else in the eye. Gerald earned a hell of a lot of respect from me changing his life around the way he did. I would have followed him through fire. It was the honor of my life serving under him." They had reached the driveway. Virgil lifted his foot and rested it on the back of the trailer. "You can't put a person in one box, Emmylou, especially when they get older. You gotta judge them by the totality of their lives. You do bad shit when you're young that you regret. You do good shit when you're old that you hope makes up for it. In the end, Gerald was a good man who did some bad things. He learned from his mistakes. He didn't make the same ones with you." She remembered telling her father 12 years ago that she couldn't imagine him making mistakes. Now she gave Virgil the same response Gerald had given her. "I'm glad." "Me too." Emmy was even more glad to let the conversation drop. She followed Virgil to the back of the house, a brick ranch with a walkout basement.
She'd spent countless hours in Peggy's salon reading books while Myrna got her hair done. Emmy knew that Peggy had gotten new equipment when she'd set up shop in town, but it felt strange seeing the old stuff pushed up against the wall. The beehive hair dryers and the 2 barber's chairs with their cracked vinyl seats. Even the old first aid kit was still hanging on the wall. Rust had chipped away at the red cross on the door. Emmy could still remember Peggy getting a Band-Aid from the box when she'd accidentally cut her finger on the scissors. Peggy was going to sell all that stuff on eBay, but then she got too busy to deal with it. Virgil reached above the door jamb and found the key. He had to kick the door at the bottom to make it open. I tell clients they can get a case solved here, but if they need a perm, they'll have to go into town. Emmy forced another smile as Virgil pulled back the curtains on the door and the 2 large windows that overlooked the backyard. She switched on the fluorescent lights. His desk and 2 folding chairs were on the left-hand side where the rinse sinks used to be. Several file boxes were stacked at the back of the room beside a set of metal storage shelves. Emmy counted a total of 21. They were sealed with Clifton County Sheriff's Department tape. She recognized her own handwriting on the labels. Dalrymple, M. Baker, C. Hunsinger, A. Loudermilk, D. Her gaze skipped along the subheaders: call logs, autopsies, statements, police reports. She looked at the metal shelves. There was a thin layer of dust covering everything. An ancient dot matrix printer, an early 2000s Dell desktop, and a desktop copier that was so old the glass moved along the top. Dozens of dilapidated file boxes were packed tight into an open closet. Virgil had always been incredibly organized, but Emmy got the feeling the space hadn't been tidied in a while. She asked, "Did the cleaner call in sick?" "Yeah, I've kind of let things go." Virgil's face flashed with embarrassment as he studied his hands. His fingernails were rimmed with grease from working in the barn. "We didn't want it getting out, but Peggy left me a while back. Supposed to be a trial run, but looks like it's gonna be permanent. We got rid of the horses last month. I've let work taper off. Been thinking I might move to Florida to be closer to the grandkids." Emmy felt a sudden pang of sadness. She wasn't surprised the news hadn't made it around town. Peggy had worked at the hair salon long enough to know how to keep a secret. "I'm sorry." "I think the job took more out of me than I thought." Virgil gave her a weak smile. "Cautionary tale." Emmy lifted one of the boxes to give herself something to do. Virgil grabbed 2 from the stack. They were both silent as they made the trips back and forth, loading up the cruiser's deep trunk, then using the back seat. She was thinking that she should have parked closer to the basement when Virgil wedged the last box into the passenger seat. "All right," Virgil said. "Let me know if you need anything else." Emmy smoothed together her lips. Gerald's plan had been for all 4 of them to go over the case together. He would ask the questions. Virgil and Emmy would provide the details. Cole was going to play devil's advocate. "I know it's asking a lot, but nobody knows the paperwork on this case better than you do." Virgil glanced back at the barn. "Got a fella coming by later to look at taking the rest of the hay off me. Don't want mold to set in." "Sure," Emmy said. "I understand." Virgil looked back at the barn again. "Hell, I'll tell him to come tomorrow. Let me wash up. I'll meet you at the station in half an hour." Emmy hadn't realized she was holding her breath until she was behind the wheel of the cruiser. She shushed out a stream of air. Virgil's steady presence had always acted as a balm. It would be hard enough reviewing the Adam Hunsinger case without Gerald. Emmy didn't have it in her to battle Jude alone. She put on her sunglasses as she drove up the dirt track. Emmy turned down the volume on the scanner. She cracked the window to air out the musty odor from the boxes. Instead of taking the main route, she cut across the back roads. Not the one that ran behind Taby's farm, but the one that bisected Millie's private property. The pond was in the distance. Sunlight had turned the surface into a mirror. Emmy let her tears roll unchecked. She had been too exhausted to dream in Dylan's bathtub, but waking up in the water had been disorienting enough to send her back to Millie's pond. She was diving under the surface. She was reaching for Madison's broken hand. She was holding the weight of the girl's head in her palm. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry I didn't listen to you." Emmy's phone vibrated in her pocket. She assumed Millie was calling to chew her out for trespassing, but it was a text from Dylan. "Making sure you didn't drown." Emmy felt a fresh wave of tears. She was overwhelmed with gratitude for his kindness, for the temporary feeling of safety he'd afforded her. There was no way she could put that in a text. She could barely say it to his face. She double-tapped the message to send him a quick response, but her thumb hovered between the thumbs up and the heart, which was the height of her emotional stupidity. She made it worse by choosing the ha-ha and dropping her phone in the cup holder. The station parking lot was full when she pulled into her usual spot. Emmy bypassed the squad room for the jail complex. She texted the duty sergeant to send a couple of deputies to take all of the file boxes from her cruiser and put them in the conference room. Then she checked Cole's location on Life 360. He was stopped on the back roads near Taby's farm. She imagined he was showing Jude where Cheyenne and Paisley had gone missing 12 years apart. And she also imagined Jude was preparing a long list of things Gerald and Emmy had gotten wrong in the investigation. Emmy wiped her eyes before badging herself in through the back door. She was at the end of a long hallway. The jail was quieter than usual because most of the inmates had been transported to the courthouse for their arraignments. She badged through another door to get to the holding cells, then a third and fourth door. And then she was standing in the sally port outside the isolation block for female inmates. She looked through the glass in the door. The long, narrow corridor dead-ended into a concrete wall. The 3 single-person cells were on the right, larger than the ones in Gen Pop, with concrete walls on 3 sides and bars on the front so the guards could walk the corridor to visually inspect the inmates at all times. Cameras caught every corner. Each had a microphone that could pick up even the faintest breath. There was no hiding from the watchful eye in the distant monitoring room. Hannah was sitting on her bunk, knees pulled in, arms wrapped around her legs. Her mouth opened when she saw Emmy through the glass. Emmy reached up to her throat, tapped her fingers to the front. They had used the signal when they were children. It meant an adult was coming, or Tommy was trying to sneak up on them, or Taby was eavesdropping again, so they should be mindful of what they said. Emmy waited for Hannah to nod her understanding before she opened the door. Hannah was in the first cell, the only female inmate in isolation. The smell was worse than the rest of the jail. The one-piece stainless steel toilets and sinks were basically an open sewer. 3 slits in the exterior walls were fixed with 2-inch glass, but they acted less as windows and more as a reminder that there was nowhere to go. Every inch of concrete was painted a bright, plasticky white. The pillows reeked of sweat, the mattresses were an inch of foam resting on more concrete. The vinyl covers smelled like turpentine. The blankets and sheets were thin and scratchy, and Emmy was ashamed to realize she'd never cared about any of these things until the moment she saw Hannah using them. She said the first thing that came to mind. "I can get you a clean pillow." Hannah's smile was weak. "Just tell the maid to bring it when she does turn down service." Emmy felt the awkwardness of her own smile. "Do you need anything?" Dylan made. Her breath caught. She was struggling to keep up the ruse. "He made sure Davy is with my Aunt Barb." "That's good." Emmy was struggling, too. Her legs couldn't hold her up anymore. She slid her back down the wall until she was sitting on the cold floor. "I'm sorry." Hannah held her gaze. "I'm sorry, too." Emmy watched her stand up, then slowly walked to the front of the cell. Hannah sat down with her legs crossed, leaned her forehead against the bars, stared at Emmy. They could have been back in Hannah's childhood bedroom complaining about their mothers, or talking about boys, or listening to Sarah McLachlan singing Building a Mystery over and over so they could learn the lyrics by heart. Hannah said, "You've got a sister." Emmy laughed because, of course, a woman in isolation inside the Clifton County Jail had heard the latest gossip. Apparently, she's some kind of crime genius. All the FBI agents are acting like Mr. Collins around Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Hannah's smile was fleeting. "I'm so goddamn sorry, Em." Emmy's tears returned, but she did nothing to hide them. There was something to be said for being around someone who'd already seen you at your absolute worst. "He was writing a letter yesterday morning." Hannah started crying, too. "It's still in his desk, but I'm scared to read it. Couldn't even go home this morning." Gerald never struck me as the letter-writing type. Hannah pressed under her eyes with her fingers. "What do you think he said?" Emmy let her shoulders rise up in a shrug. "Milk, eggs, bread." Hannah's body laugh boomed off the hard surfaces. Emmy laughed too. It felt so good to get out something other than grief. Hannah asked, "Do you remember that letter Cole wrote you from camp?" Emmy remembered. "Dear Mom, they said I could have ice cream if I wrote you a letter. Signed, Cole." They laughed again, but it died down quickly. This wasn't a girls' night out. They weren't sharing a bottle of wine at the beer garden. Hannah said, "I'm glad you found Dylan. He's a good man." "Too good," Emmy admitted. "I kept waiting for him to leave. Then Mom got worse and Dad got sicker, and I told myself that it was too much, that he was going to leave me, but he didn't. So I left him." "Wow. So surprising you couldn't handle your emotions, so you chickened out and never spoke to him again." Hannah had earned the sarcasm in her voice. "Is there any other circumstance in your life where you might have made a similar mistake?" Emmy couldn't manage a laugh this time. In the 12 years that had slowly marched past, she had never once thought to reach out to Hannah. She had waited and waited for Hannah to make the first move, and now they were here. "It's all right," Hannah said. "Paul made it clear that it was you or him. Looks like we both made the wrong choice. Took me longer to figure it out, though." Emmy wiped her nose. She had come here for a reason. "Is that why you're talking to me now? Because you finished things with Paul 2 months ago?" Hannah didn't take the opening. "I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm literally a captive audience." Emmy's nose wouldn't stop running. She wiped it with her sleeve. "Myrna always appreciated that you knew how to use the word literally." Hannah reached back for the roll of cheap toilet paper beside the toilet. The one ply had the texture of cardboard. She rolled it out around her hand, then offered it through the bars. Emmy leaned forward. Their fingers touched. They both held on for a few seconds before leaning back. Hannah said, "If it helps, I finally understand why it was so hard for you to leave Jonah." "It wasn't hard," Emmy said, though the divorce had felt like death by 1,000 petty manipulations. "It's like you always said. I was too stubborn and too loyal to somebody who wasn't loyal to me." "We both know how he treated you," Hannah said. "It's easy to look from the outside and say that you should walk away. But when you're in it yourself, when you see how much your child needs a father, when you tell yourself the man you fell in love with is still in there somewhere." Emmy heard the sadness as her voice trailed off. "I kept thinking Paul would change back, you know." Hannah spooled out some toilet paper for herself. "I thought eventually he would, well, not move on, because you can never move on from losing a child. But I thought he'd find a different way to deal with it. To realize that he had a living child who needed him, a wife who needed to mourn alongside him, but he couldn't pull himself out of it. And it took me too long to see that he was pulling us down with him. I waited too long. I should have left years ago. I would have prevented a lot of pain.
Emmy tapped her throat again, reminding Hannah to be careful.
I know, Hannah said. But it's complicated, Em. It's so much more complicated than I realized, and I'm sorry.
Emmy felt the familiar tightness in her chest. Her body's way of warning her that she needed to keep her emotions trapped inside, but she couldn't this time. Not now, not with Hannah.
It's my fault, Han. It's my fault you lost your most precious thing. Hannah didn't offer her absolution. She just smiled her sad smile. She was precious, wasn't she? Emmy took in a deep breath. She felt the tightness start to release. All these years she had lived with the sadness, but never once had she been able to share the grief. She was. The last thing I said to her was to put on some fresh sunscreen. You'd think I'd told her to climb Mount Everest. She just rolled her eyes and stomped off. Hannah was laughing as she dabbed at her eyes. You gotta hand it to her. She let herself get sunburned just to spite me.
Emmy took in another breath. She remembered one of the last times she'd seen Madison. Not floating in the pond. Not even under the oak tree. Emmy was standing in the autopsy suite at GBI headquarters, listening to the medical examiner call out the bright red sunburn on the back of Madison's legs.
All of this with Paisley Walker, Hannah said. I keep wondering if Carol's thinking about the last thing she said to her. Like, was it just another morning? Or were they fighting about something? Or were they happy or sad?
Emmy could see that Hannah wasn't looking for an answer to the question. Jail was nothing if not a place for reflecting on all the bad things that had happened in your life.
The second Madison hit 12, we started fighting. Swear to God. All she did was sit around trying to think of ways to make me feel like shit.
Hannah was smiling, but Emmy could recall the exquisite torture of Madison's insults.
Then, out of nowhere, she'd drop a compliment. Like say that my dress was pretty or my hair looked good, and I'd feel like I won the fucking lottery. Emmy laughed. So did Hannah. The thing is, you and I still saw her as a child, but she was only 3 years away from being an adult, graduating high school, going to college, getting married, having children of her own. But in that moment, that day she turned 15, she was still trying to figure herself out, testing all the different kinds of people she wanted to be, pissing me off, pushing boundaries, wanting so desperately to be a woman, still feeling like a child. Emmy remembered the sense of limbo from her own teenage years. That's the part that makes me so fucking sad, Hannah said. We didn't really get to meet her. Madison will always be trapped between those two people, the woman we didn't get to meet and the girl we used to know. Hannah's sadness filled the room. Emmy couldn't help but feel it too. They weren't just mourning Madison. They were mourning themselves. Emmy had lost herself to Jonah's insecurities. Hannah had lost herself to Paul's grief. Virgil had joked about how raising girls could kill a man, but he had no idea how fucking hard it was to grow yourself into a woman. Oh, Hannah said. She was looking at the door. She'd been imprisoned in this small space for almost 30 hours. Every part of her senses was attenuated to movement on the other side of the glass. Emmy looked to see who was there. The tightness came back to her chest when she saw Jude. The woman's scowl was an exact replica of Myrna's when Emmy had done something stupid or disappointing. Hannah mocked. "Miss Bennet, you ought to know that I am not to be trifled with." Emmy smiled at the Lady Catherine impression, but she knew Jude had her reasons too. She stood up, telling Hannah, "I'll see about that pillow." Jude stepped back into the sally port so that Emmy could open the door. Cole's badge was on a lanyard around her neck. Emmy asked, "Did you steal that from my son?" "Are you taking me to task for not following procedure when you just spent 20 minutes tainting the GBI's case against a suspected cop killer?" "It was closer to 15 minutes. "You can wipe that smirk off your face," Jude snapped. "We both know your entire conversation was recorded. There's no way a jury will see you two joking around and believe that Hannah is guilty. She can't even be called as a witness now. The prosecutor would be laughed out of the courtroom." "Okay." Emmy fished her badge out of her pocket. "Can you explain to me why Adam Hunsinger's probation officer called to ask if I wanted Adam put back inside?" Jude scowled again. "Why did the PO call you? I told Brett to take care of it. Why are you giving my deputies orders? What did you tell Adam's PO?" Emmy had to end this game of question ping-pong. "I told him to do whatever he wants because only a fool would weaponize the sheriff's department against Adam Hunsinger while we're under intense public scrutiny." "So your 15 minutes with Hannah Dalrymple was none of your goddamn business." Emmy waved her badge to open the door. She heard the angry thuds of Jude's motorcycle boots echoing behind her as they walked down the hallway. Jude said, "Adam Hunsinger admitted that he had sexual contact with Cheyenne Baker." Emmy froze. Her hand had been reaching out to open the next door. The lanyard swung like a pendulum from her laminated badge. She turned around, silently repeating the information in her head so that she could understand it. Jude said, "He told me that Cheyenne normally charged $50 for a blowjob, but they traded for weed." Emmy had lost the ability to speak. "He said she had a lot of customers, that she was saving up her cash, talked a lot about leaving town. No surprise there. He also said that they didn't do vaginal penetration, but consider the source." Emmy started nodding, if only to let Jude know that she was listening. "He said he never touched Madison. Claimed she was too young for him, but I don't know about that either." Jude reached past Emmy and used Cole's badge on the door. "Is it left or right?" "Left," Emmy managed. The initial shock was starting to wear off. Now she didn't know whether to be envious or impressed that Jude had been in town for less than 24 hours and somehow managed to break Adam Hunsinger. "We heard the rumors that Cheyenne was selling herself for sex. There was no proof, though." "What about the source of the drugs?" "What about it?" "Adam claims that Woody was using Cheyenne to expand into the North Falls market. Pretty risky, but I imagine the markup made it worthwhile. North Falls people would never go down to the truck stop to save $10 on an 8-ball. It's the same theory with the sex. Why pay a seasoned sex worker $20 a blow when you can have a North Falls teenager for $50? For a lot of these guys, breaking the taboo is part of their fetish." Emmy cleared her throat. She wasn't going to ask Jude how she'd managed to get this information out of Adam. Her sister really was some kind of witch. "We suspected Woody was Cheyenne's supplier. We never had any proof. Virgil tried to get him to voluntarily come into the station for an interview, but he refused." "Smart move for a teenager." Jude stopped a few yards away from the conference room. "What's your take on Woody now? Is he worth talking to about Paisley?" Emmy shook her head. She felt like she was still playing catch-up. "He's too smart. He'll lawyer up immediately. We'll burn through an entire day waiting for his attorneys to come down from Atlanta. Then they'll file a harassment suit against us by the end of the week." "You've never run a sting on him?" Jude asked. "It seems to be common knowledge that he's dealing drugs out of the back of your ex's bar." "Clayville PD leaves him alone. I honestly don't know if they're scared or being paid to look the other way. The biker gangs running heroin up from Florida are rich and ruthless. The chief claims he doesn't have the resources to launch that kind of far-reaching investigation. What was Dad's excuse? I get why he wouldn't use the sheriff's office, but he could have called in the GBI or the DEA. I never asked. I assumed he didn't want to upset Cole. Maybe he didn't want to upset Jonah, Jude said. Did Dad know that he abused you? Emmy parted her lips to draw in air. She wasn't so easily bewitched. She glanced at the open doorway. Her son was probably in the conference room, Virgil too. She told Jude, I asked Virgil to help us run through the case. He was chief deputy when Madison and Cheyenne went missing. He tracked down all the phone calls and cell tower data. I figure we can split this up into teams. Me and Virgil on the Adam is guilty side, you and Cole on the Adam didn't do it side. Jude's long pause was clearly meant to convey that she was choosing to move on. I'm not sure that I have a side. I want to keep an open mind. It's still possible that Adam murdered Cheyenne and Madison. Emmy crossed her arms to give her hands something to do. The remark about Jonah had stirred the ghosts in her body. Because Adam got oral from Cheyenne? Because Adam continues to make the most sense. The only reason he's off death row and on parole right now is because he raped a woman and met her 12 years ago. But Barbara Jericho was 22 when he raped her. Madison and Cheyenne were 15. Emmy would have missed Jude's change in expression if she hadn't been watching her so closely. There was something hard about it. Something familiar. She asked, What are you not telling me? Jude's expression changed again. Statistically, men who rape don't only rape one time, and generally, they don't only have one victim. Clifton is a typical American county. We've got thousands of open rape cases and hundreds of untested rape kits. We don't have the money or resources to go through all of them, and even if we did, it would be too late to help Paisley Walker. Adam was never arrested for a sex crime or held on suspicion. Never, Emmy said. The only recurrent theme in his arrests was driving without a license. Jude's expression changed yet again. This time, she was clearly thinking through all the alternatives. Take Dad and your pride out of it. Is Adam guilty or innocent? What's your gut telling you? Emmy's gut was all over the place. I've never been able to get a read on it. I just let my brain take over and look at the facts. Logically, Adam's the one who makes the most sense. The district attorney thought the same thing. So did 12 jurors. Okay, Jude said. What do we know? The question didn't hurt as much this time. Adam's fingerprints were on Cheyenne's necklace that I found outside his basement apartment. Millie saw Adam with Madison that morning at the pond. Both their DNA was found on cigarettes they smoked. Walton's Jetta had the same brand tires as the tire tracks at the soccer pitch and on the back roads. There was a mark on the front bumper that was consistent with hitting the back wheel on a bicycle. Adam had access to the same kind of pistol that was used to murder Cheyenne. His fingerprints were on the bag of weed inside Madison's pocket. Tap the weak spots. The evidence was all consistent with and not matched exactly. Emmy knew she was basically quoting Cole from yesterday morning. None of the pistols matched ballistics. We didn't find any fingerprints or DNA in the Jetta that matched the girls. We never found any size 11 boots that matched the shoe prints. We couldn't match the treads on the Jetta to the impressions left at the scenes. Adam admitted that he'd sold pot to Madison. He said that Madison asked him to fix Cheyenne's broken necklace and that it must have fallen out of his pocket. We never found Cheyenne's flip phone with her initials scratched onto the case. We never found the hammer that was used to break Madison's hands and feet. We never found another abduction or murder case that had a matching MO. Jude cut through the noise. The flip phone belonged to Cheyenne. The hammer was used on Madison. You think he kept them as trophies? Emmy's heart started tapping like a drum. They'd always assumed that Adam was a pedophile who'd gotten caught, not a serial offender with more victims. She couldn't let her mind race to what this could mean for Paisley Walker. She said,
I'm assuming Adam's the killer. You said that he's probably raped before. Do you think he could have killed other children before Madison and Cheyenne? There have been fewer than 24 cases of double child abductions in the United States since the 1970s. It's incredibly rare. Statistically, we know from the profiles of those offenders that they were more likely to have previous rapes, abductions, and murders in their criminal backgrounds. Emmy heard the academic-like shift in Jude's tone. Madison and Cheyenne weren't his first victims. Their abductor knew what he was doing. Jude said, taking them wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He groomed them. He knew their schedules. He knew how to get to Cheyenne. He knew how to get to Madison. He knew how to get to Paisley. Did you search for similar cases where a hammer was used to break the hands and feet? I found 2 cases, but the victims weren't children. One was a 19-year-old in Tiller, Kansas. The other was a 21-year-old in Hidalgo, Texas. The bones were broken, but not systematically, and we couldn't find any proof that Adam had ever been out of state. If it was Adam, if he was traveling for the purposes of committing a crime, he would know to cover his tracks. Turn off his phone, get rid of receipts, only use cash. Jude took her phone out of her purse. I'll reach out to my point person at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Their database is more thorough than the FBI's. How is that possible? The FBI relies on law enforcement to send them the data. Reporting is not mandatory and compliance is spotty. The center actively goes searching for the data themselves. Emmy could feel a bead of sweat roll down the back of her neck. We should tell Seth Alexander. Paisley could be missing a personal item that was taken as a trophy. No. Jude looked up from her phone. Let's keep this between ourselves for now. Don't even tell Cole. My son can keep a secret. I know, sweetheart, but sometimes just knowing a secret is harder than keeping it. Jude glanced over her shoulder to make sure they were alone. If we find the trophies, we find the killer. Chapter 17. Jude studied the findings from Madison Dalrymple's autopsy report. Contusions, abrasions, blunt force trauma, petechia, shattered bones, dislocated jaw, broken hyoid. There were nearly 100 pages of photographs with descriptions detailing the torture and abuse the 15-year-old child had suffered over the course of several hours before she was strangled to death. Every bone in Madison's hands and feet had been shattered with a blunt force instrument. Several blows had been brought down with such force that the almost perfect impression of the head of a 16-ounce general-purpose claw hammer could be made out in stark relief. The destruction had occurred early on in the child's abduction. The swelling was so pronounced at the time of her death that the skin had ruptured. The fact that Madison had been kept alive for at least 12 hours gave Jude pause. The predator had access to a location that was safe enough, secure enough, that a screaming child would not be heard. Considering the more rural nature of Clifton County, that information did nothing to help narrow down a location. In fact, nothing that Jude had found so far had narrowed down anything. In predatory kidnappings, the abductor generally has one driving purpose: to sexually abuse a child. Once the act is complete, they begin to develop a permission structure in order to justify what they knew would happen all along: murdering the child. Jude had heard so many predators relay their excuses so many times. I didn't want to hurt her, but she could identify me. I couldn't let one mistake ruin my life. I was scared my mother would find out. This isn't who I am. I'm a good man. Once the murder occurs, the only thing left is figuring out where to dispose of the body. Water is the far superior choice, since trace evidence will be washed away. Though the fact that Cheyenne and Madison's killer had chosen Millie's Pond was completely illogical. Jude and Henry had spent almost every summer swimming in the cool waters. It was a gorgeous spot for sunbathing.
But the pond was completely exposed in the middle of Millie's 70-acre backyard. Jude slowly paged back through the colored photographs. During the course of her career, there had been so many similar photos, so many shocking descriptions, but Jude had never found that magic off switch that anesthetized her to the cruelties that could be inflicted on children. She took off her reading glasses to give her eyes a rest. She'd already reviewed Cheyenne's comparatively sparse autopsy report. The girl had been shot in the forehead with a .22 rimfire pistol. Death had been immediate. There had been no signs of sexual abuse, though the multiple contusions and edemas on her body indicated that the predator had violently beaten her with his fists before she died. To Jude's thinking, the most remarkable finding between the two autopsies was the fact that the killer had not broken Cheyenne's hands and feet the way he had with Madison. She picked up her pen and wrote a note on her legal pad to follow up on the 19-year-old murder victim in Arkansas and the 21-year-old victim in Texas, who'd both had their hands and feet broken with a hammer. Jude wanted to see their autopsy reports. The use of a hammer in violent attacks wasn't uncommon, but the location of the broken bones certainly was. She had a feeling that her contact at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children would be able to find more cases. Jude put down her pen. She looked at the whiteboard at the head of the conference table. No leads had been important enough to call out. The monitor showed a black screen with the bouncing Clifton County Sheriff's Department seal. They'd been going at it for almost 3 hours. Cole, Virgil, and Emmy still had their heads down as they reviewed hundreds, possibly thousands of data points. Only Cole was using a laptop. The rest of them had opened up the boxes from Virgil's basement. The contents were sorted into stacks of printed photographs, statements, depositions, reports, trial transcripts, thumb drives with CCTV footage, and the various detritus that accompanied major cases. Every item was bait-stamped, with a corresponding number and code to indicate that the evidence had been logged. There were handwritten notations on every phone number that had been called, every lead that had been followed. Jude had come to recognize Emmy's habit of using random capital letters that must have driven Myrna insane. Gerald hadn't just taught her to be a good cop. He'd taught her the importance of keeping your paperwork in order. Jude took a moment to study Emmy's profile. Her head was bowed over the trial transcripts from the state of Georgia v. Adam Jonathan Hunsinger. Her uniform was crisp, her hair neatly pinned on top of her head, but the haunted look from the funeral home hadn't left her eyes. It wasn't exhaustion, but anxiety that seemed to be eating her from the inside out. Jude knew what it was like to read through old cases, the memories that could resurface along with the brutal details. There was a sort of dreaded relief when you located a body. You'd achieved a goal. Your soul-crushing quest was finally over. But at a horrible expense. You carried those memories with you for the rest of your life. Cole stifled a yawn. He stood up from the conference table and went into the tiny kitchenette at the back of the room. Jude followed him for the chance to stretch her legs. She was glad to see he was making a fresh pot of coffee. The disturbed look on his face was new. He'd probably thought he was being brave by volunteering to take on reading Dale Loudermilk's case. Emmy had kept out the pornographic photos of children that Dale had downloaded onto his laptop, but sometimes the stark descriptions could be just as haunting. Prosecutors were incentivized to make them as lurid and disgusting as possible. Jude asked, "You okay, sweetheart?" "Yeah, but, man, what an evil bastard." Cole started scooping coffee into the filter. "Mr. Loudermilk taught at my school. I'm glad Jonah made me sign up for band instead of chorus." Despite the circumstances, Jude felt herself smile because, of course, Cole had taken band. "What did you play?" "Tambourine." The sly grin was back on his face. The boy certainly loved pissing off his father. "Why don't you sound Southern?" "It comes out when I'm angry, drunk, or tired." "I heard it when you were angry at Brett, that's for sure." Cole filled the carafe with water from the sink. "It's hard to believe that guy taught in the same school as Tommy and Celia, but they never knew how gross he was." "The thing about pedophiles is, they don't just groom their victims. They groom everyone around them." Jude stepped back so he could fill the reservoir with water. "It's a standard part of their playbook. They're the nicest guys you know. They'll help you move a couch or cut your lawn or volunteer to drive you to a doctor's appointment. That way, when a child finds the courage to tell the truth, no one believes such a good guy would ever do anything so unspeakable. His wife stuck by him until she died a few years ago." Cole punched on the coffee maker. "Even after Dale confessed as part of his plea deal, she wrote a letter to the judge asking for leniency. I'm sure Dale told her he was only taking the deal because he had no choice, and it was all a big misunderstanding." Cole looked surprised. "How did you know?" "Because that's what they all do, sweetheart." Jude rubbed his arm. She was pleased that he didn't pull away this time. "Let's get back to work." Emmy looked up from the trial transcript when Jude returned to the conference room. As usual, she dove right in. "You said you need a body to accurately profile a killer. You've read the autopsies. What's your profile?" "The same." Jude couldn't sit down anymore. She crossed her arms, stood at the head of the table as if she was teaching a class. "He's a white man who works in a skilled position that requires some education or training. He has frequent contact with children and is trusted in the community. He's likely married, possibly with a family of his own." Cole said, "To cover himself, right? So nobody suspects him?" Jude nodded. "Right." "Here's the problem." Emmy sat back in her chair. "That's not Adam. He's not skilled, never married, always in trouble, driving around with an open bottle of Jack and a joint in the ashtray and no driver's license. He was incredibly suspicious. Kids called him the perv because he was always hanging around high schoolers." "She's right." Virgil looked at Jude over his glasses. "I know this is your specialty, but even if you take Adam Hunsinger out of it, that profile doesn't exactly narrow things down. Especially in a state of 11 million people, roughly half of them men." "He's local to Clifton County," Jude said. "He had time to develop a relationship with Madison and Cheyenne. He left their bodies in a very public place. I'm shocked Millie didn't see him way down the girls in the pond. When I was a kid, she was always looking out her kitchen window to make sure no one was cutting through her yard." Virgil said, "Millie was out with everybody else searching for the girls." Emmy added, "She went home to take her blood pressure medication. I had nearly a dozen voicemails from her that day, but I didn't call her back until we realized that Cheyenne would have cut across her property to get to the back roads. That's when she told me that Adam was called the perv. Should have called her earlier." Jude could hear the self-recriminations in her voice. Missing something right in front of you was a terrible guilt to carry. So was spinning your wheels in a conference room full of boxes. Jude had a decision to make. She said, "We're going to get case blind if we keep staring at documents. Let's turn this around. Stop looking at the crime through Cheyenne and Madison's eyes. Look at it from our killer's perspective. I want us to start fresh and pretend that Adam doesn't exist. We'll call the perpetrator the bad guy. When did the bad guy meet the victims? How? Where?" Virgil said, "Cheyenne's first burner phone came online in August the year before, so that's probably the time that she met him." Emmy said, "Madison got a birth control prescription from Dr. Carl in September. Cheyenne was the one taking the pills, though. I found the blister pack in the attic above her closet. She started them October 1st. My guess is the bad guy met her at the outlet mall. That's where kids hang out. He took his time grooming her because he knew she'd keep showing up." "Your feeling is that he met Cheyenne first?" Jude asked. "Yes," Emmy confirmed. "If the bad guy really was local, it would be stupid to approach Madison. Everyone knew Hannah was my best friend." Jude could hear the same note of regret in her voice. "Does Cheyenne fit the bad guy's victim profile?
Controlling parents, rebellious teen. Yes, Emmy confirmed again. I guess Madison did too, but not as much. Paul, her father, had a tracker on her phone. Hannah tried not to helicopter, but it's hard not to smother a kid who's pulling away. Then Cheyenne moved to Clifton, and she and Madison were Velcroed to each other. Virgil tracked hundreds of texts and calls a day between them. Virgil said, "That's not an overstatement. I've got the logs here." Jude waited as he shuffled through some paperwork. She could see the black AT&T logo at the top of the pages. Emmy's handwritten summations were below the Bates stamp. Here we go. Virgil pushed his glasses up his nose so he could read it. July 4th, there were 18 phone calls between Madison and Cheyenne's second burner. There were 97 texts back and forth. Then it comes up on 6 o'clock, and they stop all communication. It doesn't pick back up until 8, but all the calls and texts are from Madison. There's no response from Cheyenne. The last ping from her phone on the North Falls cell tower was at 5:58. It never pinged again. She must have powered it off. Jude said, or the bad guy did. Here's the thing. Emmy stood up from her chair. She'd obviously found her second wind. The neighbors say Cheyenne left the house on her bike around 3:30. We don't know what she was doing for those 2.5 hours before she turned off her phone. Nobody saw her in town. There weren't that many CCTV cameras on the streets or in stores back then. Most people were at one of the fireworks shows. Virgil said, "Only one cell tower served North Falls. The geo-data wasn't as precise, so we couldn't narrow down where Cheyenne was, other than in the North Falls city limits." How hot was it that day? Jude asked. 100 degrees in the shade, Emmy answered. That's a good point, though. She had to be somewhere with air conditioning. The library was closed. Maybe the chili treat? Virgil said, "They were all interviewed. Nobody saw her." Maybe the neighbors were wrong about the time Cheyenne left the house? Emmy guessed. Or maybe she circled back without them seeing? Okay. Jude could feel them spinning their wheels again. Cheyenne had 3 phones, the flip phone, the first burner, and the second burner. Tell me about them. Emmy answered. The first burner was confiscated by Celia at school. Cheyenne did a factory reset on her way to Celia's office. The reset wiped it completely clean, Virgil said. Quantico couldn't get anything off it. Emmy continued. We found Cheyenne's second burner in her back pocket when the bodies were recovered. The device was submerged in the water too long to be able to recover any data. We never found the flip phone, but we know that Cheyenne carved her initials on the case, CB. Virgil took over, anticipating the next question. Madison's iPhone was found crushed on the soccer pitch. The GBI lab wasn't able to recover anything. None of the devices were backed up to the cloud. We found a laptop that Cheyenne's mother donated to the church, but it was wiped clean. The family desktop computer was clean. Madison's laptop was clean. All of the digital footprints were either wiped, lost, or didn't exist in the first place. Jude thought of something. What kind of flip phone was Cheyenne using? Nokia, Virgil said. Used to belong to her father, Felix. He passed it down to her when he got an iPhone. They didn't want her going online without them knowing. What's the model? Jude asked. I've got it in here somewhere. Virgil started shuffling through a thick stack of papers. Gonna be a minute. Emmy nodded at Cole to give him a hand. Jude told her, Let's put the focus back on the bad guy. What was his July 4th like? You're assuming he was supposed to meet Cheyenne on the back roads, right? Theoretically, Emmy said. We don't know if he surprised her or they planned to meet. Her necklace and her blood found on the stretch behind Taby's farm. Jude couldn't stop herself from chuckling. Of course Taby got the farm. Emmy rolled her eyes but stayed on point. If the meeting was planned, I'm assuming that the bad guy told Cheyenne to turn off her phone at 6. He wouldn't know that we couldn't geolocate her position from the cell tower. My guess is she was supposed to meet him around 6:30. They were going to do whatever they were going to do. Then, Cheyenne was going to meet Madison at the park by 8 at the latest. Why were the bad guy and Cheyenne meeting? For sex?
Jude had to ask. An hour and a half for a blowjob? Maybe she was finally going to agree to penetration? Emmy shrugged. $50 for oral versus several hundred, maybe even 1,000 for full-on sex? Cheyenne wouldn't know how long it would take if that was really her first time. She tried to pretend like she was sophisticated, but she was still a child. Jude could see the pain in Emmy's expression. She had known Cheyenne Baker. The theoretical had become personal. Jude said, "All right. Cheyenne and the bad guy were going to meet for sex around 6:30. He was meant to pick her up on the back roads. Then what?" Emmy shrugged, but said, "If we're still talking about what the plan was, maybe Cheyenne thought the bad guy was going to take her to his house or a motel room. She probably romanticized it. He wouldn't have told her it was going to happen in the back seat of the Jetta." Jude asked, "And then?" "I think Cheyenne was supposed to meet Madison at the park by 8 o'clock. Emmy sounded more certain of the timeline now. "Madison was very anxious when I talked to her between 8:15 and 8:30. Then she tried to talk to me again around 8:50, but I blew her off. I think she waited until the fireworks started around 9, then she went looking for Cheyenne." Jude watched Emmy's jaw stick out as she clenched her teeth. The self-recriminations were writ large in her expression. Jude knew there was no use in trying to smooth them away. She said, "That leaves a roughly 2.5-hour gap between our bad guy abducting Cheyenne on the back roads and abducting Madison at the park." "Right. That's what's always bothered me." Emmy leaned her elbows on the back of the chair. "I'm the bad guy. I'm driving around in my Jetta. I've got Cheyenne and her bike in my car. I wait 2.5 hours until the sun sets, then I go look for Madison at the park, but I bring Cheyenne and her bike with me." Jude said, "In dual kidnappings, generally they threaten one girl in order to get the other girl to comply." "But we know the bad guy had a gun. That's a hell of a persuader, and he obviously had a secluded location he took Madison to, somewhere isolated enough to torture her for hours." Emmy lifted her shoulder in a stiff shrug. "Why not take Cheyenne to that place, chain her up, then go looking for Madison? Even with virtually nobody in town, it's risky keeping her in the car." Jude said, "So risky that when the bad guy drives onto the soccer pitch, Cheyenne manages to escape. She runs toward the trees. The bad guy shoots her in the head. He goes after Madison. He puts them both in the car, and off they go." "Not exactly," Emmy said. "Before he drove off, he took time to move their bikes. Madison's was in the middle of the soccer pitch, Cheyenne's was over by the trees. And from what we could tell, he laid down Madison's bike. He threw Cheyenne's maybe 10 feet away from the field until it hit a tree." He was angry with Cheyenne, but he was composed enough to try to misdirect the search. Jude had seen Emmy's meticulously drawn map of the first crime scene. "You'd have to be strong to throw a bike that far." "You'd have to be strong to swim to the middle of the pond with both girls chained together," Emmy said. "He dragged the bodies out there, then chained them to a concrete block with a 20-foot length of chain so that they floated up like a couple of kites in the water. He wanted them to be seen." Jude watched Emmy press together her lips. She knew what those memories felt like. "I don't know." Virgil looked up from his search. "Sounds to me like the bad guy was panicking. Didn't know what he was doing. Took Cheyenne with him in the car, maybe decided to go somewhere with Madison on the fly." "No," Jude said. "He staged the bikes. He staged the bodies. He wasn't panicked. He was meticulous." Emmy started shaking her head. "That doesn't sound like Adam Hunsinger." Jude had to agree. Adam was impulsive, uncontrollable. He wouldn't have worried about being caught. He would have been too focused on driving away. "Found it." Cole walked over to the laptop and started typing. The monitor at the front of the room flickered, then mirrored his screen. He said, "Cheyenne's flip phone was a Nokia N93i." Jude recognized the model. The device was chunky, nearly an inch thick when folded. When it was opened, the top part of the phone swiveled to act as a viewfinder. Cole indicated the thick, rectangular hinge on the clamshell. "What's that?" "That's a 480p video camera," Jude said. "The slot on the side is for a mini SD card that holds around 2 gigs of data." Emmy had walked over to the monitor to look at the phone. "I found highly sexualized photos taped to the back of Cheyenne's locker. They showed her and Madison dressed in slinky, matching bra and panty sets. Madison was in white, Cheyenne was in black." Madonna whore. Jude felt a warning shiver through her body. She didn't like where this was going. "Did the photos look staged?" "I wouldn't call it a professional shoot, but someone put some thought into making sure it was nondescript. Unfinished concrete floor, walls painted flat white, bare king-sized mattress on the floor." Emmy didn't produce the photos from the files, probably because Cole was there. Only one of the shots completely crossed the line. Cheyenne was nude, lying on her back on the mattress, with her legs spread apart. We wondered if there were other pictures that showed the man who'd taken them. Which would mean that bad guy had motivations other than sexual. The girls could send him to prison. Jude asked Virgil. "You never found any mini SD cards?" He shook his head. "No, and I have to admit I didn't do a deep dive on the phone either. I just assumed it was a regular flip phone." Cole asked, "Could she text on that thing?" "Yes," Jude said. "Look at the letters under the numbers. You had to hit the numbers up to 3 times to select one letter." Emmy said, 12 years ago you couldn't text large video files. Wi-Fi wasn't everywhere like it is now. That amount of data would blow through the family's cell phone plan. Her parents would have noticed." Cole asked, "How would you watch the videos?" Jude said, "The phone came with a cord that jacked into the back of a television, or you could take the mini SD and plug it into an adapter that connected to your computer." Emmy asked, "Why do you know so much about this phone?" "Because pedophiles loved it," Jude said. "Back then, even the smallest camcorders were bulky and hard to conceal. At the time, this was the highest quality stereo and video phone on the market. You could stick it in your pocket and head to the playground." "Damn," Cole muttered. Virgil said, "Felix Baker had the phone before Cheyenne." Felix had a solid alibi. Emmy slid one of the thumb drives across the table. The label had her tight handwriting. "This has footage of Felix walking in and out the front door of the factory at the times he gave us. Plus, it shows his car in the parking lot. Plus, there were cameras back in the office space where he worked that showed him at his drafting table. Plus, license plate scanners caught him going to the river basin." Jude asked, "Did the scanners catch anyone else who looked suspicious?" "Nope." Virgil picked up another heavy stack of papers and dropped them with a loud thud. "Our system wasn't compatible with GHP. Had to go through all of these line by line. The Jetta didn't show up anywhere. And not that you asked, but there weren't any unusual phone numbers in the raw data from the cell phone tower either. I personally tracked down every number that wasn't from around here." "What about other Jettas?" Jude watched them all exchange glances. "What?" Virgil said, "The factory was stamping out Jetta drivetrains back then. Everybody had a Jetta." "Okay." Jude was always a fan of stating the obvious. "We're all thinking that Cheyenne had a video on the Nokia that showed the bad guy, right?" Everyone nodded. "And Cheyenne was probably blackmailing the bad guy, right?" Only Emmy and Cole nodded. Virgil said, "Blackmail is pretty sophisticated. She was only 15. Emmy looked like she wanted to laugh. "I caught Tommy sneaking one of Penley's cigarettes when I was 8 and blackmailed him into buying me candy for the next 4 years." Virgil held up his hands in surrender. "Okay." Jude went to the whiteboard. She recited the salient details as she wrote. "Cheyenne scheduled a meeting with the bad guy on the back roads at 6:30. She was supposed to exchange the Nokia with the mini SD for money.
Then she was going to meet Madison at the park at 8 o'clock. Madison was anxious because she knew about the plan. This implies she knew that it wasn't entirely safe. Emmy picked up the narrative. Cheyenne had 16 grand in her closet. She was saving up money so that she and Madison could leave town. She was selling blowjobs, selling drugs. Taby's daughter, Caitlin, heard Cheyenne talking to Madison about an older man she was seeing. Cheyenne joked that she wished the guy's penis was as big as his wallet. If the contents of the video were damaging enough, I doubt we're talking $1,000. She must have demanded a hell of a lot more. Enough for them to finally leave town. Jude felt part of the puzzle finally clicking together. That could explain the 2.5 hours that elapsed between the two abductions. Cheyenne was clever. She might have been hedging her bets. Let's say she took the Nokia to give to the bad guy, but not the mini SD card. The bad guy would have been furious. We know from the autopsy report that he beat the hell out of Cheyenne before she died. Emmy said, she held out for 2.5 hours before she told the bad guy how to find Madison. They all went silent as the details of what had really happened that night started to sink in. Emmy cleared her throat. The girls were fucking with him. They thought that they were the ones in control, that they were pulling the strings, but the bad guy always had the power. Keep going, Jude told her. He found out that Cheyenne's first burner was confiscated at school. She assured him that she'd reset the device before she'd handed it in to Celia. He wanted the SIM card so that it couldn't be traced back to him. Madison cut it up, but she didn't give it to him. She left it in her locker instead of throwing it away or giving it to the bad guy. Because? Jude asked. Because she was being an asshole, or trying to tease him, or because she was a stupid kid who didn't understand how dangerous the game was. Emmy's shrug belied her words. It's the same reason Cheyenne never picked up her confiscated phone. Even though she was allowed to, she just got another burner. Meanwhile, the bad guy knew how high the stakes were. He could get caught. His life would be over, his freedom gone. The girls were only thinking about the things they could gain. They never considered what the bad guy had to lose. Jude felt another puzzle piece snap into place. There's another component at work here. Pedophiles seek out children because they're easier to manipulate. They can't handle grown women. Cheyenne and Madison's killer would have been enraged that they were trying to take away his power. The girls didn't understand that the game could turn deadly. Emmy scattered 6 crime scene photographs onto the table. Jude recognized the back road by the white fence that delineated Taby's farmland. Cheyenne's first crime scene, Emmy began. According to the GBI's analysis, the bad guy chased Cheyenne down this portion of the back roads in his car. They found bike tire tracks where she was weaving back and forth trying to shake him. He wasn't going fast, but he tapped the rear wheel of her bike hard enough to bend the rim and break the spokes. Cheyenne lost control of the handlebars and landed in the ditch, here. You can see there was quite a bit of blood. Jude studied the spray of blood in the photo. Cheyenne had landed hard enough to scatter the gravel. She said, the bad guy knew he was going to kill her. There's no way to walk back hitting a child on a bike. He knew that he wasn't going to leave a witness. Emmy said, the only reason he didn't kill her immediately was because he realized the mini SD was missing from the Nokia. With Cheyenne, it was transactional, not sexual, Jude noted. That's the exact opposite of how he dealt with Madison. She was taken somewhere remote so that he could have time with her. He tortured her for hours. He let his fantasies play out. Emmy found a school photograph of each girl. Unlike with the others, she carefully placed each one on the table. Madison still had her baby fat. She looked like a child. Cheyenne looked like a young woman. A reverent silence filled in the room. They all needed a moment to absorb the brutality behind the deaths. Madison's face was almost cherubic.
Her front tooth was snaggled. She had long blonde hair down past her shoulders. Cheyenne's dark hair was shorter, cut in a choppy shag. Her makeup was heavier, her lips were pouting in the photo. She was trying so hard to be older, to live a life that had been snatched away from her. Jude took a deep breath. Madison was held in an isolated location for at least 12 hours. The bad guy could have kept her longer. Why didn't he? Emmy said, "After Millie told me Adam Hunsinger was the perv, news got out pretty quickly that we were looking for him. Dad and I went straight to his parents' house. Clayville PD spotted his truck parked in front of the hangout. Dad and Virgil went to pick him up. I got a call from Hannah maybe 5 minutes after they left. If she knew, everybody knew." Jude asked Virgil, "How long had Adam been at the bar?" Virgil shrugged but said, "Your Uncle Penley guessed maybe an hour." "It's not Adam." Emmy sounded dead certain. "Everything we've outlined so far points to a control freak capable of strategic thinking. The abductions and murders of Cheyenne and Madison were well planned and executed. Adam Hunsinger's impetuous and stupid. His rap sheet is filled with dumb people crimes. Open container, drunk driving, moving violations. He can't even remember to bring his driver's license half the time. There's no way he could have pulled this off." Jude said, "We're not at the point where we know anything for a fact. Let's keep an open mind." Emmy started shaking her head again. She looked shell-shocked. "We got it wrong." "Let's look at alternatives." Jude went back to the whiteboard. She wrote Adam's name at the top. "We're all familiar with the case against Adam. Who were the other men in Cheyenne and Madison's lives that came up during the investigation?" Virgil took over when Emmy didn't respond. "Felix Baker is Cheyenne's father. Paul Dalrymple is Madison's. Dale Loudermilk had them both in his choral group. Wesley Woodrow had a drug angle that could have overlapped. Dr. Carl Whitlock saw Madison as a patient. We've eliminated Felix, but I'll leave him in." Jude wrote out the names below Adam's, then added Father Nate. "Cheyenne's family was Catholic, right?" Emmy started to rally. She thumbed through a stack of folders. "We ruled out Nate. He was in Smyrna meeting with the Archbishop of Atlanta. I drove up there to talk to him myself. This is a photo from that day." Jude looked at the photograph. Nate was standing alongside a bunch of other fat, white men in fancy dresses, all giving a thumbs up to the camera. "What's the drive to Smyrna from North Falls, 3 hours?" "Just about," Virgil said. "Nate was up there for the entire day. Highway Patrol tracked his Cadillac on both their scanners and traffic cameras." Jude had to admit that she was impressed. Gerald had known Nate for decades, but they'd still run the lead back to the route. "What about Paul?" "He was with Hannah," Emmy said. "I saw him off and on the whole day at the park. So did Brett Temple. Paul was intoxicated by the time the fireworks show started." Virgil supplied, "Dr. Carl was with his son, Jack Whitlock, all night. They alibi each other. I ran down the browsing history on Jack's computer. He was online the entire evening, but for the 45 minutes when he went to watch the fireworks with his dad in the backyard." Jude remembered Carl. He'd been one of Tommy's friends. "What about Walton Hunsinger? He's the town dentist. Everybody I knew went to him when we were kids. Were Cheyenne or Madison his patients?" "He did an emergency filling on Cheyenne when they first moved to Clifton, but Walton was out of town over the 4th. Emmy opened another folder. She slid a photograph across the conference table. "This is a selfie we printed out from Walton's phone that proves he was nowhere near North Falls when the girls were abducted. There's an organization called the Tooth Troopers he volunteers with. They were working out of the American Legion Hall in Bridgeport, West Virginia for 3 days. Walton rented a car since the transmission was slipping in his Jetta. That's why Adam had access to it." Jude looked at the selfie of Walton Hunsinger standing in front of a stone building. She easily recognized his lined face. Same affable smile, same squinty eyes, same jet-black hair. "The family certainly loves their hair dye." Cole said, "He was pretty old back then. He's probably peeing dust by now." "Cole," Emmy scolded. Walton's only a few years older than Virgil. I'm not peeing dust, son. Virgil gave Cole a sharp look before finding a yellow carbon copy of a rental car receipt. He slid it in Jude's direction. The Hertz over in Verona verified Walton took out a car on July 2nd and returned it about half an hour before Emmy and Gerald found him at his house. Emmy said, his suitcase was still in the hall. He was in the shower when Dad knocked on the front door. All right. Jude went to the next name. What about Woody? Virgil took over again. He was at Lake Allatoona with his father's people. They got rowdy with another group on the lake. The cops got involved. Couple of folks went to the hospital. Stirred up all kinds of shit. Real patriotic way to celebrate the 4th. Emmy placed another photo in front of Jude. Here's Woody's mugshot from the arrest. Jude couldn't look away from the teenager's face. He had a nasty smirk on his lips. His beady eyes glared back at the camera. She could see tattoos on his bare chest, a fresh gash on his forehead. There was something eerily familiar about his features. She felt a chill go down her spine. Jude asked, Is Woody related to Bubba Raleigh? Yep, Virgil confirmed. That's his grandson. Tanya abandoned him. He was raised by his grandmama. She died a few years back. Fentanyl. Jude made herself look away from the photo. What was he charged with on the 4th? Originally, drunk and disorderly with a side of assault, Virgil said. Lawyer got it kicked down to public nuisance. Emmy tapped one of the memory sticks. This has the footage of Woody's police interview. Stone cold, just sits there refusing to answer any questions until they give up. Takes after his grandfather. There was only one name left on the board. Jude said, Dale Loudermilk. What was his alibi? He didn't have one, Emmy said. He was at home by himself that week. His wife was visiting her sister in Carrollton. He had 2 days off from the rec center. His neighbors were at the fireworks show. No one saw him until 5:30 on the morning of July 5th, when he was seen by a neighbor in the driveway washing the car. Jude remembered a detail from the podcast. What made you follow Dale in the hallway at school that day? Emmy didn't reach for a photo or tap a memory stick. She went to the laptop Cole had been using. She clicked through several folders until she found what she was looking for. Jude looked at the monitor. A school hallway filled the screen. The color was washed out, the blue lockers blending into the tan-looking floor. 2 of the lockers were open, one several down from the other. Emmy said, I was standing with Celia in her office when we saw Dale on one of the CCTV monitors. He didn't know that the hall camera was fixed a few days before. The open locker belongs to Cheyenne. The photos of her and Madison in matching bras and panties were taped to the back. Jude watched Dale Loudermilk appear on the screen. She had seen the man's booking photo, but in 3D, he looked exactly the way she expected him to. Perfectly normal, like every other teacher you'd find at any school in America. Tan cargo shorts, green shirt from the rec center, bushy mustache. He was walking down the hallway, but he stopped at Cheyenne's locker. Several seconds passed as he looked at the photos inside. Then his head turned left, then right, then he reached inside. Emmy said, That's the nude photo of Cheyenne where she's exposing herself. I left it face down, inside the locker. Jude kept her focus on Dale. He was staring at the obscene photo. His face was only in profile, but she could see no emotion. Time spooled out. Nearly half a minute passed before he returned the photo to the locker and walked away. Emmy said, I spliced together the footage to track him to the auditorium. Jude followed Dale's progress down the long hallway. His hands kept moving in his pockets. He was distracted, not paying attention to the fact that Emmy was trailing him from several yards away. He did a cursory look to the left and right before he opened the doors to the auditorium. Another angle showed Dale walking across the lobby toward another set of doors. Seconds later, Emmy jogged through, catching the door before it closed. Emmy stopped the video. There weren't any cameras behind the stage. Jude let her appreciation show. You didn't confront him. You followed him instead. That shows damn good instincts. Well, Emmy shrugged it off. Maybe not. Dale looks a hell of a lot better for this right now than Adam Hunsinger. Cole asked the obvious question. Why didn't y'all think Dale was the murderer? Emmy listed it off. None of the photos on his laptop were of Cheyenne and Madison. They were both 15 years old. All of the girls in Dale's collection were between the ages of 9 and 11. We spent hours going through every piece of footage from the school's CCTV to see if there was anything on camera that showed Dale acting inappropriately with either Madison or Cheyenne. We found nothing to link them. We did extensive interviews with all the teachers and every student who had even a passing association with the girls. We talked to people at the rec center and the outlet mall, and whenever Dale drove them home from choral practice, the times made sense. Practice ended at 5, and the girls were home 10 minutes later. Both Hannah and Ruth testified to the times at Adam's trial. There wasn't a shred of evidence that we could use to pin it on him. Virgil said, And Adam made more sense. You know the reasons, but my money is still on him, for what that's worth. Jude still wasn't sure. She looked back at the names on the board again. She'd been gone for decades, and she had a passing familiarity with at least 4 of them. Do we know if any of these men on our list knew each other? I mean, Emmy shrugged. Most of them are North Falls people. They might know each other in passing. We only looked at them in relation to the girls. Jude asked Virgil, Did they ever call each other on their phones? He paused for a moment, as if he needed to let the question sink in. We didn't have probable cause on a warrant for anybody but Adam and Dale, and there was no record of those two communicating with each other. Jude asked, Was Adam on his parents' cell phone plan? Virgil paused again. He wasn't a man who was used to missing small details. Yeah, I got copies of all the family call logs going back 6 months. The landline plus Walton and Alma's cell phones. They're all in a box in my basement. Didn't think we would need them. Hold on. Emmy had her hands up like she needed everything to stop. She asked Jude, Do you think Adam was using his parents' phones to communicate with an accomplice? Accomplices in serial abductions aren't common, but they're not rare either. Typically, it's a man and a woman caught up in folie à deux. But when it's 2 men, the crimes can be exceptionally brutal. Leopold and Loeb, the toolbox killers, the hillside stranglers. Emmy looked shaken. If Adam had an accomplice, that person could be the one who took Paisley. Jude said, Let's not get ahead of ourselves. These are theories right now. We don't have anything concrete. Virgil volunteered, I can call the prison and see if we can get Adam's visitation logs. Emmy said, Use Dad's office. Don't let anyone else hear you. Jude added, Ask for a list of all the guards on his tier and any prisoners who did meal and mail delivery service or rolled the library cart. Get all the scans of his emails and any other correspondence. Wait. Emmy stopped Virgil at the door. Call Dooley State Prison, too. I want to know who's had any contact with Dale Loudermilk. Check all the same things, plus his commissary. See if anybody on the outside is making his time inside a little easier. Jude said, Dale was caught red-handed on the porn. He knew he was going to be doing some serious time. If he really did have an accomplice, his silence wouldn't come cheap. Got it. Virgil gave her a salute on his way out. Jude looked back at the whiteboard. She felt in her bones that they were getting close. Her eyes scanned the names again. She'd tried so hard not to let her horrific experience with Adam cloud the way she looked at the facts of his case, but his name was at the top of the list for a reason. She remembered Emmy talking about how a lot of the evidence against him was consistent with, and not matched exactly. An accomplice could explain the disparities. She asked Cole, What kind of car did Dale drive? He drove a truck, white Ford F-150, 6 years old. Emmy went to the laptop. The car he was vacuuming and cleaning with a bleach solution at 5:30 in the morning was a 3-year-old black Audi A4 that belonged to his wife, Esther. Jude watched the monitor again as Emmy arrowed through the images. Different angles of the trunk, rear and front bumpers, several shots of the interior, the seats, floorboards, steering wheel, and console, another tight shot of the edge of the trunk's lid that showed where some paint had been chipped off. Emmy explained, "Dale told us the paint got chipped when he took his lawnmower to get it repaired." Jude asked, "He loaded a lawnmower into the Audi and not the truck?" Emmy's nod acknowledged the thin excuse. "He did a good job cleaning the car. There wasn't any paint transfer from whatever the trunk slammed down on. There were no marks that we could see on the front left bumper. Obviously, because of the bleach, none of our tests showed positive for blood or body fluids. At the time, we assumed Dale cleaned out the car because he was hoping we wouldn't find out that he'd given Madison and Cheyenne rides home from school." Jude asked, "A plastic tarp was brought up when they dragged the pond, right?" "Yep," Emmy said. "Big enough to line the trunk, but there was no forensic evidence on the plastic." Cole cleared his throat. "What about the numbers on the sticker?" Jude had no idea what he was talking about. "Show me." Cole worked the laptop to select a photo of the Audi's interior. The steering wheel was at the center of the frame. He zoomed into the upper left-hand corner of the windshield. There was a small, square decal with a logo for the Speedy Go garage. Below it was written the date and mileage of when the next oil service was due. Cole said, "Those high-end cars, you get the oil changed every 10,000 miles or 12 months, whichever you hit first. The sticker says the next oil change is due on July 2nd of the following year, which means the oil service was performed 2 days before Madison and Cheyenne were abducted." "That makes sense," Emmy said. "Esther's sister was in Florida the week before. She picked her up on her way back to Carrollton. Dale took her car to get the oil changed while she was out of town." Jude found her reading glasses. She got closer to the monitor so she could look at the numbers. Her gut told her that Cole was onto something. She said, "Keep going." He went to the whiteboard and started writing. "The sticker says that the next oil change is due when the odometer hits 16,483, right? So if you subtract 10,000 from that number, that means the 2 days before Cheyenne and Madison were abducted, the odometer was at 6,483, right?" "Shit." Emmy pinched her fingers on the trackpad to show the console behind the steering wheel. "The mileage on the odometer is 7,173. Cole drew a line under the number so that he could work the problem. "That's 690, Jude said. "In 2 days. Dale put 690 miles on the Audi." Cole said, "If he went on a round trip, that would be 345 miles each way." Emmy said, "Dale never mentioned a trip out of town." "Walton went out of town," Jude said. Emmy was already shaking her head. "Bridgeport, West Virginia, is a 1,400-mile round trip from North Falls. Virgil matched the odometer on the rental car receipt. Then, just to be sure, I had Homeland Security check all the flight manifests around the country on those dates to see if Walton Hubert Hunsinger's name was on any of them. It wasn't. Then there's this." Jude turned back to the monitor. Emmy used Google Earth to find the American Legion building in Bridgeport, West Virginia. She clicked to expand the street view. Emmy said, "This is the same building as the one behind Walton in the selfie on his phone. And the metadata from the JPEG gives the same location. He was definitely in West Virginia." "Okay." Jude took off her glasses, asking Emmy, "What's your gut saying?" "That Dale and Adam were working together." "What's your reasoning?" Emmy held up her hand and counted off the points. "We know that Adam had contact with both girls. He was seen smoking weed with Madison. He admitted to you this morning that he got oral off Cheyenne. We know that someone was producing child pornography. We know that Cheyenne had child porn of herself in her locker. We know that Dale collected child pornography. We know that he looked at the illicit photo of Cheyenne and didn't blink. We know that he did a psychopathic deep clean of his wife's Audi at 5:30 in the morning." "That's persuasive but not definitive,"
Jude said. "We need to figure out where Dale went in the Audi." "Esther's dead, so we can't ask her. And the sister in Carrollton refuses to talk to us, wants to keep the past in the past, she says." Amy was looking at the mileage calculations on the whiteboard. "That's about 10 hours of driving round trip. Madison was kept somewhere for at least 12 hours, but why would Dale drive her that far away, then bring her back and chain her body to Cheyenne's, then leave them both in Millie's pond?" Jude's earlier bad feeling came roaring back. He could have taken her to someone. A customer, maybe. "Like, sold her?" Cole asked. "Maybe," Jude said. "That could explain the photos in Cheyenne's locker. The girls were both probably tricked into posing for them. They would have no idea they were being offered for trafficking." Emmy covered her mouth with her hands. She was clearly thinking about the last 12 hours of Madison's life. She disappeared into the kitchenette before Cole could see the tears streaming down her face. Jude knew better than to go after her. She asked Cole, "Do you know how to plot out travel distance from a center point?" "You mean, can I tell you all the towns that are within 345 miles of North Falls?" "Yes, ma'am." Cole sat down at the laptop. "Maps and mistakes, right?" "Maybe." It was hard for Jude not to pick up on his enthusiasm. It was also hard for her not to remember the many times she'd been in this situation before. "One step at a time, sweetheart. We're still in a marathon, not a sprint." Emmy's phone vibrated on the table. Jude watched the caller ID scroll across the screen. Clifton Co. Sheriff Dispatch. Emmy came back into the conference room. She was dry-eyed as she tapped the phone to answer. "Marla, you're on speaker." "Chief," anxiety infused the word. "Adam Hunsinger called into 911. He's demanding to speak to you." Emmy's brow furrowed. "Is Brett still tailing him?" "Yes, ma'am. Brett's last check-in was outside the Hunsinger house 5 minutes ago. I've got his cruiser on GPS set up 50 yards down from their driveway." "Check on Brett and put Adam through to my phone." "Transferring now, Chief." A series of low tones played through the phone's speaker, then there was the phlegmy sound of heavy breathing. Emmy's chest rose and fell as she took a quick breath. "Mr. Hunsinger, this is Chief Clifton. What can I do for you?"
"You can go fuck yourself,"
Adam hissed. His words were slurred. He'd clearly helped himself to more in the hours since Jude had left the bar.
"What the fuck, lady? What'd I ever do to you?"
Emmy took another shallow breath. "Mr. Hunsinger."
"I found what your sister hid in my fucking truck," he yelled. "I'm not going down for it this time. I got nothing to do with that little bitch that's gone missing."
Emmy looked at Jude, who could only shake her head. Cole did the same. Neither of them knew what Adam was talking about. "Mr. Hunsinger," Emmy's tone stayed tightly controlled. "I need you to calm down and tell me what you found in your truck."
"You fucking calm down, lady. I'm done talking."
Adam didn't hang up, but Jude heard the familiar sound of a man taking a long pull from a bottle.
"I'll tell you another thing, bitch. You better get that fucking cop off of my street right now, or I swear to God, I'm gonna take this fucking shotgun and blow his fucking head off."
Chapter 18. Emmy launched her cruiser up the exit toward Elsinore Meadows. She'd put on her blue lights to clear cars from her path. The siren was off for a silent approach. All that she could hear over the roar of the engine was the blood rushing through her ears. Her hands gripped the wheel. Sweat was pouring under her armored duty vest. As she hit the long stretch of road, she tried not to think about making this same trek yesterday morning with Cole in the back seat and Gerald at her side. Her thoughts had been filled with dread. Paisley Walker missing, a mob of vigilantes screaming for blood, not knowing that her entire life was about to change in the blink of an eye. This time she had left Cole at the station. He had balked, but her son knew how to follow orders. Emmy had claimed she needed him to keep working with Jude,
But the truth was, she couldn't function if she thought about taking Cole with her to confront an armed felon with nothing to lose. She had already lost both parents. Her world would cease to exist if she lost her son. Up ahead, Emmy could see a line of black, marked SUVs parked on the shoulder. Rick Tuttle stood in the middle of the street with his heavily muscled arms crossed over his bulging duty vest. The city of Verona chief of police was 6'3" and built like a linebacker, though he hadn't stepped on a football field since they were both in high school. A group of 6 equally imposing men surrounded him. Verona PD wore camo with combat boots and enough equipment on their vests to mount a small war. Brett looked like a toddler playing cops and robbers by comparison. Emmy pulled in behind the last SUV, jumped out of her cruiser, tightened the straps on her vest as she walked. The air felt heavy with tension. The clouds in the sky had turned gray. Rain was making its way from the Gulf. She focused her mind on Adam Hunsinger. If their theory from the conference room was correct, he had an accomplice on the outside. That man could be raping and torturing Paisley Walker right now. There was still the chance that she would be found alive. "Chief," Brett jogged to meet her. He was certainly awake now. "I spotted Adam inside the house 10 minutes ago. He went around closing all the curtains, had the sawed-off shotgun in his hand, no sign of his parents, but Walton's car was in the driveway when he got here. We have to assume his mother's inside the house too. Alma hasn't driven in years." They had reached the group of men. Emmy told Rick, "Thanks for being here. I've still got my people out looking for Paisley Walker." "No problem. Happy to help." His mirrored sunglasses showed the reflection of the road behind her. Emmy forced herself not to think about Cole running down the street with his vest flapping. She asked, "What's the sit rep?" Rick said, "We got SWAT on the way from Okmulgee. They're 20 minutes out." Emmy wasn't going to wait for SWAT. "Adam's parents are home, Walton and Alma. They're both in their late 70s. Alma is completely blind. Adam is armed with a shotgun. He already threatened to shoot my deputy. He's been drinking all day." "Which is why we're standing down for SWAT," Rick said. "I'm not losing one of my guys, not for a pedophile and 2 old people." Emmy felt her teeth set. She had to crane up her neck to look at the 6 strapping men around her, all locked and loaded, all cosplaying badasses. "Okay," she turned to Brett. "Let's go." "Where?" Brett asked. "To do our damn jobs." Emmy started jogging toward the house. Her eyes glanced across the dark stain on the asphalt where Gerald had fallen. The feeling of cleaving threatened to return, that sense of sudden emptiness. She knew with every fiber of her being what her father would want her to do right now. The Verona SWAT team wasn't just trigger-happy. They prided themselves on not taking prisoners. Emmy wasn't sure about a lot of things, but she was certain that Adam Hunsinger couldn't talk if he was dead. "Chief," Brett jogged beside her. "What's the plan?" Emmy took a shallow breath. She was too anxious to be relieved. "Go around back. There's 2 exits, one off the kitchen and one off the back porch. If Adam comes through either one, you've got to protect yourself. But if there's any way, try not to shoot him. We need him to talk. He could tell us how to find Paisley." Brett gave a curt nod. "Yes, Chief." Emmy slowed her pace so Brett had time to skirt around the side of the house. She took out her phone, turned on the camera, stuck it into the breast pocket of her duty vest so the lens faced out. Gerald had been against body cams, but whatever happened between Emmy and Adam Hunsinger was going to be recorded, even if it was buckshot hitting her in the chest. She glanced into Walton's black Toyota Corolla as she walked by. Adam's old Chevy truck was parked closer to the house, stopped at a sharp angle. The back tires had dug deep tracks into the gravel. The cab was empty, but there was an open toolbox in the truck bed. Yellow plastic, busted handle. The lid was open. Emmy saw a bunch of rusted wrenches, screwdrivers, pliers. Emmy unsnapped the safety strap on her Glock, wrapped her fingers around the grip, and walked up the porch stairs. The windows were dark. There were no twitches behind the curtains. She could hear a TV loudly playing somewhere in the back of the house. Emmy didn't have to consider her options. She did the same thing her father had done the day before, raised her hand, rapped her fist on the solid wood, knocked hard enough to be heard over the television, but not so hard that the door shook on its hinges. Emmy took 3 steps back, angled herself away from the door in case Adam decided to shoot through it. She kept her hand on her Glock and waited. The door didn't open, but the volume muted on the television. In the silence, she listened to the old floorboards creaking inside of the house. She thought back to that fateful day 12 years ago, Gerald trying the locked front door. Emmy going around the side, looking in the basement. The sound of Gerald calling her back to the front. Emmy knocked again, softer this time, but with purpose.
Adam?
The woman's voice sounded frail and distant.
Is someone at the door?
Emmy heard murmurs of conversation closer by. 2 men were arguing, one louder than the other. Adam and Walton. The conversation died down quickly. There was the sound of more floorboards creaking, feet shuffling, then the front door swung open. Walton Hunsinger's face was drawn. His eyes looked tired behind his thick glasses. His unnaturally black hair was combed over to hide the baldness. Emmy asked, "Dr. Hunsinger, are you and your wife safe?" "Yes, thank you." His voice sounded beaten down. They had been here once before. He knew how that had ended. "Adam's in the kitchen. Follow me back." Emmy stepped into the house. Nothing had changed. The only thing missing from the front hall was Walton's suitcase. Emmy walked past the spot, her mind conjuring the image of the black Samsonite with a colorful golf umbrella hooked through the handle and a red nylon man's wallet with the Georgia Bulldog's logo shoved into the zippered pocket. She followed Walton down the long hallway past the living room, then the dining room, then into the kitchen. The bright yellow walls had faded, but the appliances finally matched. A keychain with a fob for the Toyota was on the counter. Adam was sitting at the kitchen table, his mouth curled up at the corners when he saw Emmy. He stared at her through his thick glasses. There were 3 items in front of him. Penley's sawed-off shotgun from the bar, a half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels, a 16-ounce general-purpose claw hammer. Emmy felt her breath catch. The wooden handle was almost black with dried blood. The blood around the steel head was brighter, newer. Paisley. Adam said, "Leave us be, Dad." Walton didn't look at Emmy. His feet shuffled across the floor as he left the kitchen. The room somehow felt smaller without him. Adam said, "Sit down, Chief." Emmy didn't sit down. Her eyes flickered to the windows. The curtains on the door weren't fully closed. She saw Brett reaching for the doorknob. His Glock was in his right hand. Emmy shook her head, telling him to stay outside. She asked Adam, "Where's Paisley?" "Fuck you," he said. "Wrong question." Emmy knew what he wanted her to ask about. It was the reason he'd called her. "Tell me about the hammer." "You fucking know about the hammer." Emmy's eyes followed his right hand as he placed it flat on the table. Close to the bottle, close to the shotgun, close to the hammer. Any one of them could hurt her. She leaned back against the counter, putting herself out of swinging distance. She felt her mind racing with questions. Why had he called 911 demanding to speak to Emmy? Why had he threatened Brett's life? Why had he left the hammer on the table like a cat bringing her a dead bird? Was his accomplice trying to frame him? Was Adam trying to fake her out? Emmy took in a deep breath, forced herself to turn a question back on him. "Was that hammer inside the toolbox in your truck?" "Exactly where your sister put it." "Why would she do that?" "You know why." Emmy held her breath again when Adam's hand moved, but he only grabbed the bottle. His eyes stayed on hers as he drank. His throat made a loud gulping sound. Then he slammed the bottle back on the table. She watched his left hand slither up next to the shotgun. The snake tattoo practically pulsed around his arm. She knew that he was trying to scare her, to make her show fear. Emmy wasn't going to give it to him. "Where's Paisley?" "Why the fuck do you keep asking me about that stupid little bitch?" Emmy let the silence play out until Adam got antsy. He shifted in his chair, started to tap his fingers against the bottle of Jack. She asked, "Adam, what are we doing here?" "I'm having a drink." His lips snagged on the gap between his teeth when he grinned. "You want one?" "No." Emmy let her hand move from her Glock and rest on the counter behind her. She knew that she could reach her weapon far more quickly than Adam could reach his. "You called me on the emergency line. You are clearly drunk. You told me you had a shotgun. You threatened to kill my deputy. Did you think I was going to come in here and shoot you? Or did you want to talk?" He stopped tapping. "You're not going to believe me anyway." "Try me." He held up his hands in an open shrug. "I didn't hurt him. None of them. I don't know where Paisley is. I didn't have nothing to do with Madison or Cheyenne. Jesus Christ, who named these kids? It's like a shirt, a street, and a fucking city in Montana." "Wyoming." "Shit." His hands dropped back on the table. "Just like your smart-ass sister. Always correcting people. Still thinks she's fucking better than everybody else." Again, Emmy waited a few seconds to make sure he was finished. "If you didn't kill Madison and Cheyenne, then who did?" "That podcast bitch said Dale did it." "Okay," Emmy said. "What's your proof?" "Don't you think I would have said 12 years ago?" He slammed his fist so hard on the table that the hammer jumped to the edge. "Do you know what it's like sitting on death row, just waiting for somebody to stick a needle in your arm and kill you for something you didn't even fucking do?" "Tell me who else it could be." "You stole 12 years of my life," he said. "You and your daddy. He wouldn't even listen to me. I told him I didn't do it. I told everybody. Nobody believed me. Not even my own goddamn family. I'd still be waiting for my execution date, except for that prick with the podcast." Again, Emmy waited for his anger to dial back down. "Who would want to frame you, Adam? Who would put that hammer in your toolbox?" "The person who killed them girls!" he yelled. "The same dude that took Paisley. For fuck's sakes! That's what I'm trying to tell you!" Emmy waited again. "I thought you said that Jude put the hammer in your truck." "Maybe she's in on it, too." He waved away the inconsistency. "Somebody's trying to jam me up. I never did nothing wrong. Just sold pot to kids so I could have a little fun." "Who would frame you?" "You're the fucking police. Why don't you figure it out?" "Let's talk it through. Is there someone in your life who would want to do you harm?" "Only the whole fucking town. Didn't you see him out there screaming for my head when your daddy got shot?" "What about a friend?" Emmy asked. "Somebody who might want you to go back to prison?" "Fuck, nobody talks to me. I don't got no friends. I've got lawyers. I've got that podcast prick trying to get me to sit down for an interview like he's Walter Cronkite." Adam pointed his finger in her direction. "Don't think I don't know he's trying to trick me. Hang me up on that rape charge from that bitch I don't even remember." Emmy watched him grab the bottle, take another swig. Again, she waited until he was finished. "Let's go back to 12 years ago. Talk to me about before you were arrested. Who'd you hang around?" "People. I don't know. They all peeled away once you motherfuckers told everybody I was a goddamn pedophile." "Did you have somebody you were close to back then?" Emmy asked. "Somebody you shared your interests with?" Adam didn't explode again. His demeanor changed, his eyes narrowed. He started drumming his fingers on the table, moved his hand an inch to the left, then the right, then back, like he was trying to decide whether to grab the hammer or the shotgun.
"What are you asking me about?"
She shrugged. "I'm trying to help you figure out who put that hammer in your truck."
"Why ain't you asking Dale these questions?"
Dale Loudermilk is in Dooley State Prison serving out the rest of his sentence.
"Shit."
Adam crossed his arms, sat back in the chair.
"You know that fucker was here, right?"
Emmy felt her heart tremble. This time, she needed to stretch out the silence to regain her composure. When was Dale Loudermilk here?
"Changed out the blade on his lawnmower when I was doing repairs in the shed."
He jabbed his thumb over his shoulder, indicating the backyard.
"Motherfucker didn't even pay me."
Emmy remembered Dale's lawnmower story. He'd used it to explain away the chipped paint on the Audi's trunk. When was this?
"What do you care?"
"I care because you just told me that Dale Loudermilk was at your house. I want to know when exactly he was here."
"When exactly?"
he mimicked. "Adam?"
"You know who did it, don't you?"
Adam started tapping the table again.
"You know, but you're protecting him."
Emmy tried again. "Adam."
"North Falls people,"
Adam said.
"They always protect their own, don't they?"
"He's from North Falls?" Emmy couldn't keep the eagerness from her voice. "The man who has Paisley lives in North Falls?" Adam's mouth twisted into a smirk. He wasn't looking at Emmy. He was looking at the phone in her vest.
"I want a lawyer."
"Adam."
"I want a lawyer."
Adam slowly raised his hands into the air.
"I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer."
Emmy stared at him, silently begging him to change his mind. But he didn't. He kept his hands raised. Emmy turned to the door, nodded for Brett to come in. She broke the shotgun. The damn thing wasn't even loaded. "Adam Hunsinger, you're under arrest for threatening the life of a law enforcement officer and violating the terms of your bail." Adam made a show of keeping his mouth tightly closed. "Stand up." Brett's handcuffs came out. He grabbed Adam's arm. Emmy remembered her phone was still recording. She took it out of the vest pocket, stopped the video. She told Brett, "Take him out to Rick. Let Verona have him."
"What the fuck?"
Adam's hands were already cuffed, but now he was resisting.
"You can't hand me over to Verona. They'll put a bullet in the back of my head."
Emmy asked, "Where's Paisley?"
"I don't know where the fuck she is."
Adam lunged at her, but Brett yanked him back.
"You can't give me to Tuttle. Jesus Christ."
"Last chance," Emmy said. "Where's Paisley?" Adam's mouth twisted into a sneer.
"Fuck you."
Emmy stepped back, knowing what was coming. Adam hurled a glob of spit in her direction. Brett slammed him face down onto the counter, started patting him down, emptying his pockets. Keys to the Chevy truck, packet of Marlboro Reds, wallet, Android cell phone, Ziploc with stray stems and seeds, a pack of rolling papers, a plastic Bic lighter. Emmy told Brett, "Read him his rights. Get some evidence kits on your way back in so we can process all this." "Yes, Chief." Emmy tuned out the sound of Brett's voice as he recited the Miranda warning. She could hear Walton's familiar shuffle down the hallway. His expression turned heartsick when he realized what was happening in the kitchen.
"Dad!"
Adam screamed.
"Dad, get the lawyer! They're trying to murder me!"
Walton stood silently by while Brett shoved Adam out the side door. Emmy could still hear Adam screaming for help as he was escorted up the driveway.
"My lord."
Walton steadied his hand on the counter. His head was bowed. He'd deflated like a balloon. He couldn't look at Emmy when he asked,
"Is it that other girl? Paisley Williams?"
"Paisley Walker." Emmy inserted some gentleness into her tone. "I'm sorry, Dr. Hunsinger. I think Adam had something to do with her abduction."
"This is my fault. I should have never hired that lawyer."
Tears dropped onto the floor. He still couldn't look at her. Is there anything I can do now? Could she still be alive? Oddly, some of the tightness left Emmy's chest. Both Walton and Alma had stopped helping with the Madison and Cheyenne investigation once they'd realized they could possibly be responsible for sending their son to death row. Maybe now, with Paisley's life on the line, they would make a different choice. She asked, "Can you and your wife answer some questions for me?" Walton took a raspy breath. He knew what she was really asking. "It's not me you want. Alma's always been closer to Adam. He always confided in her. It was just easier between them. Maybe I wanted too much, asked too much." Paisley could still be alive. Emmy tried not to push him too hard. Her parents, Elijah and Carol, they're desperate to find her. Their hearts are breaking. She's their only child. Walton took another raspy breath. "I don't know that Alma will agree to speak. She's always doted on Adam. Never seen the bad, only the good." "Would you ask her?" Emmy tried to make it easy on him. "I could make some coffee or tea. We don't have to talk about Adam if she's not comfortable with it. I can answer any questions about what's going on and why he was arrested." The neutral offer pulled him over the line. "Alma Sanka is in the cabinet by the sink." Emmy watched Walton shuffle back up the hallway, take a left toward the stairs. The orange-branded jar was in the same cabinet as the coffee cups. Emmy only knew about the instant coffee because her Aunt Millie drank it by the gallon. She grabbed the kettle off the stove, started to fill it at the kitchen sink. Her gaze wandered to the window. The backyard was overgrown where the shed had been. Only the stained concrete slab remained. Emmy could still remember the absolute terror as she'd busted through the rotted wood, hoping, praying that she would find Madison alive. Then Gerald was holding her. Virgil was looking down at her with concern. The heat inside the shed had been so intense that they were all soaked in sweat. She placed the kettle on the stove, turned on the gas. Emmy leaned her hands on the counter. She looked down at the detritus from Adam's pockets. Wrapping papers and cigarettes. An Android phone. A red nylon man's wallet with the Georgia Bulldogs logo. Emmy suddenly tensed. The tickle. The bad feeling. The don't feel right. She stared at the wallet, but she didn't see it. She was back in the foyer 12 years ago. Gerald was climbing the stairs. Walton motioning Emmy back toward the kitchen to find the basement key. His black Samsonite suitcase stood beside the door. A colorful golf umbrella was hooked through the handle. A red nylon man's wallet was sticking out of the zippered pocket. The Georgia Bulldogs logo was printed on the front. It was the exact same wallet that Brett had taken out of Adam's back pocket and dropped on the kitchen counter moments ago. Emmy had to swallow the spit that had pooled into her mouth. She checked the hall to make sure Walton wasn't on his way back to the kitchen. Her fingers felt clumsy when she carefully peeled apart the Velcro. She waited, listening for sounds in the house. Nothing. The wallet had $16 in cash. A receipt for a pack of cigarettes and gas from the station up the street. No credit cards. No photos. The plastic sleeve for the driver's license had yellowed over the years. The photo was barely visible. She had to break open the plastic to get it out. Emmy checked the dates. Adam had been 49 years old when the license was issued. He'd measured 6 feet, 2 inches, and weighed 190 pounds. The license had expired while he was still on death row. The address belonged to the house she was standing in. All of the obvious explanations fell apart as soon as she could think of them. There was no way Walton had used the cheap nylon wallet for 12 years. Even if Adam had found the wallet lying around, there was no reason to put his expired license inside. He'd been out of prison for less than a week. The plastic sleeve had pressed against the license for so long that the print had transferred onto the inside. Emmy studied the license photo. Adam was unsmiling, almost hostile. His hair was dyed jet black. There wasn't even gray at the temples. His face was already lined, the skin pockmarked from acne. He could easily pass for a man 17 years his senior. And a man who was 17 years his senior could easily pass for Adam. Same thick glasses, same unnaturally dark hair, same wiry build. Just yesterday, Emmy had mistaken Adam for Walton when he'd stood at the door talking to Gerald. She could easily see a harried TSA worker at the airport making the same mistake. Emmy felt her jaw clench. She drew in a strained breath, tried to check herself. Was it really this simple? After 12 long years, after pulling Cheyenne and Madison out of the pond, after losing her father, after pushing herself to the point of exhaustion in the quest to find Paisley, was it really as simple as a cheap nylon wallet? And was it all down to a single clue that Emmy had stated at least 3 times over the last few hours? Every time Adam had been arrested, he hadn't had his license on him. Was that because Walton was using his son's ID to cover his tracks? Was Adam telling the truth about being framed? Was Dale Loudermilk's accomplice actually Dr. Walton Hunsinger, a white male who worked in a skilled position that required education and training, whose job brought him into frequent contact with children, who was a trusted member of the community, who was married with a family of his own? Emmy positioned herself in the kitchen so that she could see into the empty hallway all the way to the foyer. She dialed Cole's number on her phone. "Mom," he said. "I'm still with Jude. Are you okay?" She made her voice low. "Put me on speaker so she can hear this." There was a click. Then Jude said, "I'm here. What's wrong?" "I need you to look at all the regional airports within a 345-mile driving range of Clifton County." Emmy pressed the phone to her chest so she could listen for sounds in the house. Then she put it back to her ear and whispered, "I think Walton drove the Audi to a small airport. He used Adam's driver's license to purchase a round-trip ticket with cash. He flew to Bridgeport, West Virginia. He took a selfie in front of the American Legion building to prove that he'd been there. Then he caught the return flight back. Then he drove the Audi to North Falls. Then he abducted Cheyenne and Madison." There was dead silence on the line. Emmy said, "That's why Walton's name didn't come up when I had Homeland Security check all the flight manifests. He was flying under the name Adam Jonathan Hunsinger. Walton's the one who put those miles on the Audi. He's the man Cheyenne was joking about when she said she wished his penis was as big as his wallet. Walton sneaked back into Clifton so he could meet her on the back roads. Then he went after Madison. That's why Dale was cleaning the Audi with bleach. Walton was his accomplice. Everything we thought we knew about Adam is true about his father." Jude still didn't respond. Emmy braced herself for another series of hedges, a reminder that they didn't really know anything for certain, that this was a marathon, not a sprint. "Cole," Jude's tone was sharp. "Regional airports have a limited number of carriers. It's easier to look at which regional airlines fly out of Bridgeport, West Virginia, and backtrack it to a smaller airport that's within our driving range." Emmy's ears were straining so hard that she could hear Cole typing on the laptop. She looked at her watch, counted the seconds as they ticked past. The kettle started to boil. Emmy reached over and took it off the stove. She turned off the gas. Went back to her position so she could see straight through to the foyer. Her hands were dripping with sweat. She could barely keep enough air in her lungs. Shit. There was an edge of excitement in Jude's voice. "The Southjet Airlines website says they've been flying between the North Central West Virginia Airport and Bridgeport and the Northwest Alabama Airport since 1997.
They have a Bombardier CRJ that makes 2 round-trip flights every day. Cole said, Muscle Shoals is almost exactly 345 miles from Clifton County. That's around a 5-hour drive each way. The flight times can't have changed that much in the last decade, Jude said. If Walton left on the first flight out of Muscle Shoals at 8:30 in the morning, that would give him roughly an hour to take the selfie at the American Legion in Bridgeport before flying back to Muscle Shoals. The return flight lands at noon. He would have been back in North Falls by 5. He didn't have to meet Cheyenne on the back roads until 6:30.
It's him.
Emmy couldn't believe the words that were coming out of her own mouth.
It was him all the time.
Mom, Cole said, I looked up the distance between the Bridgeport American Legion Hall and the airport. It's literally 0.4 miles away. All Walton had to do was walk down the street and take the selfie, then walk back and get on a plane. There's more, Jude said. I had Cole look up the tires on the Audi A4. They use the same brand Michelin all-weather tires as the Jetta.
That's why the treads were consistent with, but not matched exactly, Emmy said. We thought the bad guy was driving the Jetta, but he was in Dale's Audi.
The kitchen side door opened. Brett was back with a handful of evidence collection kits. Emmy motioned for him to be quiet as he shut the door. She told Jude,
12 years ago, when Dad and I came here looking for Adam, the front door was locked, but the side door leading down to the basement was unlocked. I walked down the stairs and saw Cheyenne's necklace on the grass. Walton must have put it there when he got home from Millie's Pond.
Brett dropped one of the evidence kits. Emmy continued,
Walton told us he didn't hear Dad knocking on the door because he was in the shower, but that was a lie to explain why his hair was wet. He'd just come from chaining up the bodies in the water, and his keys to the Jetta were on the kitchen counter. He told me they were usually upstairs. He was already pushing us toward Adam. That's why he stole Adam's license. The plan, if he ever got caught, was to pin it on his son.
It worked, Jude said.
Jesus,
Emmy whispered. The enormity of the crimes kept hitting her. Not only the horrors visited on Cheyenne and Madison, but the sadism of letting your own child rot away on death row. Focus up, Jude said. What's your gut telling you? Emmy's gut was loud and clear.
That Walton started sweating bullets when the podcast came out. Then Adam was freed, and he knew that Dad and I would reopen the investigation into Cheyenne and Madison. He's trying to frame Adam again so we don't dig too deep. He took Paisley yesterday morning. He planted the hammer in Adam's truck today. It has to be the same one that he used to hurt Madison. It's right here on the kitchen table. There's blood all over it. Some old, some fresh. I'd bet Walton used it on Paisley so that it ties Adam to her, too.
How old is Walton?
Not so old that he couldn't hit a teenager's bike and point a gun at her head. And you said it yourself. Paisley is used to following orders.
Jude said, Cole and I will come to you.
No, I've got Brett. The cavalry riding in might spook him. I think I persuaded Walton and Alma to talk to me about Adam. Let's see how it plays out. If I can break Walton, we could still find Paisley alive.
Jude's careful silence made a brief return, but she said, Okay.
Emmy ended the call. She told Brett, put the kettle back on.
He was turning the knob to light the gas when Walton appeared in the foyer at the top of the hallway. He was shuffling like an old man, but Emmy was on to his tricks. She knew what a frail 78-year-old looked like. They held onto walls and chairs because they were afraid of falling. Walton had his hands clasped in front of his belly. He was walking toward her in a straight line. This was a man who still had life in him, a life that he was using to hurt others. She told Brett, Deputy, use a teaspoon and a half of Sanka, otherwise it tastes like brown water. Yes, Chief. Brett started opening and closing drawers looking for a spoon. Walton had reached the kitchen. He told Brett, Silverware's over by the dishwasher. Brett looked nervous. Thank you, sir. Dr. Hunsinger. Emmy stepped in front of Brett. She made herself smile at Walton. I really appreciate your help with Adam. This isn't like the last time. Paisley Walker is still missing. If she's alive, we have to do everything possible to find her. And if she's dead, we need to be able to bring her home to her mother and father. Walton looked sad as he shook his head. I pray to the Lord that she's still alive, but I'm sorry I don't have better news.
Alma is refusing to speak with you. She's never been able to see Adam for what he is. Emmy wasn't going to give up. Would it be okay if I asked you some questions? Maybe there's something you remember from before, something Adam said that didn't make sense at the time? Adam never really talks to me. Even back then, he only ever reached out when he needed financial help, usually for a lawyer. Walton shook his head again, projecting an air of sadness. I helped him too much. Maybe, if I'd let him go to jail all those times before, he would have straightened out. I'll never forgive myself for what he did. Emmy caught the injection of pathos. She could see the game he played so clearly now. He leaned into his earnestness, his age, his good deeds, his position in the community, to cover for the sadistic cruelties in his heart. She took this revelation as a guide. Dr. Hunsinger, I know you've done nothing all your life but try to help people. You're a good man. I need you to do this one good thing for Paisley and her family. Brett had leaned against the counter. Emmy could hear the gas burning under the kettle as Walton pretended to think through the consequences. He glanced at the table, but she didn't offer to sit with him. She leaned her back against the chair, making sure he couldn't reach any of the weapons. Dr. Hunsinger, I'm begging you. Emmy suffused her tone with desperation. Help me bring Paisley back to Elijah and Carol Walker. She's only 14 years old, no more than a child. Surely you understand what it feels like when you know your baby is in danger. Walton took a sharp breath, like the very thought pained him to his core. Emmy waited out the next part of the show. She could tell he was thinking through all of the possibilities. He had to be nervous that a cop was in his house. He would want information. She had one trick left. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you. We'll get out of your hair. Brett? Wait. Walton tried a weak smile. I'm so sorry about your father. He was a decent man. Despite what Adam was, Gerald always treated us with respect. He never blamed me and Alma for how he turned out. Emmy let him talk. We were pariahs once he was arrested. Alma had to take retirement. I nearly lost my practice. Your family was always so kind to me. Emmy didn't know how he'd managed it, but he had tears in his eyes. Thank you. My father always said he admired you. Walton took a handkerchief out of his back pocket, dried his eyes. I feel like I have so much to make up for. I shouldn't blame Alma for coddling him. I didn't see Adam for what he was either. I can't carry the loss of another little girl on my conscience. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thank you, sir. I know this is difficult. I know you love Adam. I do, he said. God help me, but I do. The kettle started to whistle. Emmy heard Brett slide it off the stove, stir granules into the mug. Her eyes stayed on Walton. A bead of sweat had rolled down the side of his face. She said, Dr. Hunsinger, please, could you think back to the period before Madison and Cheyenne were abducted? Was there a place Adam liked to go to? Somewhere isolated where he could be alone? Oh, no, I wouldn't have any idea about that. Adam never told me where he was going or when he'd return. He'd come and go at all hours. Still does, if I'm being absolutely honest. I haven't seen him much since he was released from prison. Emmy took a second, pretending to let that information sink in. Do you remember if Adam had any friends or people he spent a lot of time with? Walton tapped his fingers to his chin, making a show of trying to recall. You know, Adam never had a lot of friends. Not even in school. I pushed him to try sports or join a club, but he was always a loner.
Emmy noted his inflection on the word loner. I know that Adam worked a lot of different jobs. Was there any place where he made friends with his colleagues? Walton pretended to think again before slowly shaking his head.
Well, not that I know of. I'm sorry. He's always been secretive. I never understood what made him so angry. His mother and I tried our best. It was just so hard. We never knew what would make him explode.
Loner, volatile temper, dangerous. It was like he'd Googled the signs of psychopathy. She said, "That's a terrible way to live."
You never want to say it out loud, but to be afraid of your own child.
Emmy let him have his moment. Adam used to repair lawnmowers, right?
I let him use the shed out back. It was going well for a while.
The weak smile reappeared.
As with everything else Adam attempted, it fell apart, eventually. He stopped doing right by people. I was getting calls at work. Alma had recommended him to some of the teachers at school. Teachers don't make much money, as you know. They couldn't afford to waste it.
Emmy took the opening. Adam told me that Dale Loudermilk was one of his lawnmower repair customers. The silence in the kitchen was different this time. More stifling. More telling.
Dale Loudermilk.
Walton took off his glasses, started to clean them with a fresh corner of his handkerchief.
There's a terrible name from the past. I heard he died in prison.
Emmy watched him put the glasses back on. He stuffed the handkerchief back into his pocket. She couldn't hear a change in his voice or see a shift in his features. What she noticed, most of all, was that he'd stopped blinking. She said, "Dale's alive and well in Dooley State Prison."
"Oh.
Did you ever see Dale hanging around Adam?" He still hadn't blinked.
"Yes. Now that you raise the question, I think I saw them together in the shed a few times."
Were they ever in Adam's basement apartment together? His eyelid had started to twitch.
"Yes, come to think on it. Dale was here a lot. They were very secretive, the two of them. Alma had started to complain."
"About Dale being here?" Emmy asked.
"Not as much as all that, but that Adam was distracted."
Walton took a quick breath.
"The agreement was that Adam got to live in the basement, but he was supposed to drive Alma to school and back. He was always late. She couldn't see well even back then. Macular degeneration. Hit her in her 50s. She's completely blind now, poor thing."
Emmy felt a light bulb clicking on in her head. "I guess Alma had to sell her car when she stopped driving. Do you remember the make and model?" Walton finally blinked, glancing at Brett, then back at Emmy.
"I'd have to ask her about that. She bought it on her own, took Adam with her to the dealership to help negotiate. I think he wanted the car more for himself than her. He kept the spare key even after Alma sold it. Said he lost it, but he lies about so many things."
Emmy didn't respond this time, but she wondered if she'd been incredibly naive about his bullshit 12 years ago, or if Walton had lost his touch in the ensuing years. He kept putting Adam front and center, first by saying he didn't know anything about Adam's whereabouts, then calling him a loner, then intimating that he'd kept the key to the Audi. It was all so clear to her now. The man was desperate to put his son back in prison.
Walton said, "Anyway, I'll ask her what she remembers. I was working a lot at the time, volunteering. I'm in a group called the Tooth Troopers,"
Emmy finished. "Did you guys ever volunteer in Hidalgo, Texas, or Tiller, Arkansas?"
"I don't."
Walton started scratching the side of his neck.
"I don't recall exactly. We get around. Lots of people need our help. We go to the most desperate areas. People deserve health care. It's one of my passions, giving back, helping the least among us." Emmy could tell that she was about to lose him. She had to give it one last try, if only to get his lies on the record with Brett as a witness. Dr. Hunsinger, how well did you know Dale Loudermilk? Oh, no, not well at all. Just to say hi to around town, or when he was here with Adam, of course. As I mentioned, they spent a lot of time together. Alma and I were surprised as anybody when he got arrested. Terrible thing. People trusted their children with that man. The whole town felt the betrayal. You can't get that back once it's lost. Walton's hand dropped back to his side. His fingernails had left deep scratches on the side of his neck. You know, I wish I could be of more help. My memory's not what it used to be. It was a long time ago. 12 years, Emmy said. I should. Walton motioned toward the hall. I should check on Alma. She gets scared lately. Completely depends on me for everything. Her life would fall apart without me. You understand? Emmy understood exactly what he was saying. He wanted to pass on murdering and raping children because his wife was blind. What about Paisley? Is she scared too? Walton chewed his lip. His animal instinct had told him that Emmy was onto him. She could practically see his brain working the odds. In the end, he plastered on the goofy smile, pretending he was still the same hapless old man. You can search the house, officer. You have my permission. Check the basement, Adam's truck, whatever you need. We have nothing to hide. It was nice of you to keep his truck for him, Emmy said, and all his things, like his wallet and driver's license. Walton's eyes went to the wallet on the counter. She could tell he was remembering the suitcase in the foyer, the way the wallet had stuck out of the front. He knew that he'd made a mistake back then, and he rushed to cover it now. Alma held on to Adam's belongings. She always believed he was innocent. Really? Emmy asked. What made her think that? Walton's goofy affect disappeared. I should go check on her. See if she needs anything. Take all the time you need searching the house. Dr. Hunsinger. She waited for him to turn back around. The Senka? Oh, right. Walton reached for the mug Brett offered. Thank you. Emmy watched him walk back up the hallway. The shuffle was gone. She could tell he was doing everything in his power to maintain a normal pace. He made it as far as the foyer, then he took a quick turn and hurried up the stairs. Jesus, you almost had him, Brett whispered. What now? There was no what now as far as Walton Hunsinger was concerned. He hadn't confessed. He hadn't broken the law. Emmy had to find another way to get him. She told Brett, bag the wallet. Emmy grabbed a pair of gloves from one of the evidence kits. She lifted the hammer between her thumb and index finger to place it in a bag. The coppery tang of blood hit her in the back of the throat as she logged it into evidence. She waited until Brett had done the same with the wallet to relay his orders. Search every square inch of this place. Secure any weapons or ammo. Keep a close eye on Walton. Let me know if he tries to leave. Look at paperwork, receipts, anything that might indicate there's another location where he could be hiding Paisley. She's still our priority. If we get him on Paisley, we've got him on Cheyenne and Madison. Yes, Chief. Emmy walked out the side door. Rain was spitting from the sky. She texted dispatch to send a unit to help Brett with the search. By the time she reached the road, the rain had started in earnest. The Verona police SUVs were gone. She ran to her cruiser, tossed the evidence bags into the passenger seat. She didn't call Cole until she was turning down the side road that ran along the interstate. Mom, he sounded excited and panicked at the same time. You're on speaker. What happened? Are you okay? I'm okay. It was harder to keep her voice calm for her son than when she was talking to a murdering pedophile. Emmy silently reminded herself that the only thing that mattered now was finding Paisley Walker. Walton didn't break, but he knows I'm onto him. He practically begged us to search the house. I guarantee he's hidden another piece of evidence to frame Adam. He's desperate to throw us off his trail. Jude asked, "What do you have?" "Nothing concrete." Emmy wiped the rain off her face. "I bagged up Adam's wallet and the hammer. It'll take days to get everything tested. We need to find a smoking gun we can point at Walton's head right now. He won't tell us how to find Paisley unless his back is against the wall." Jude didn't respond. Emmy could practically feel her exchanging a look with Cole about the futility of believing there was still a chance that Paisley was alive. Emmy couldn't let herself go there. She was not going to give up hope. "Did you get those flight manifests out of Muscle Shoals and Bridgeport?" Jude said, "I called in some favors. We should have it back within the hour." Emmy muttered a curse. An hour was too long. "Those cases I told you about in Arkansas and Texas, we should see if Walton was there with his charity." "Already in the works," Jude said. "We've also been calling storage facilities within a 100-mile radius to see if Dale, Walton, Alma, or Adam's names come up on rentals. What else do you need from us?" Emmy tried to comb through her conversation with Walton for some kind of lead to follow. "The Audi A4, search the title. Did Esther buy it new or was it a private resale?" "Checking now," Cole said. There was a stretch of silence. Then, "Holy shit. We've got an overlap. Esther Loudermilk bought the Audi from Alma Hunsinger 3 years before the abduction." Emmy wanted to slam her fist into the dashboard. Everything she'd missed 12 years ago was suddenly coming into sharp focus. Remember Dale said the paint on the Audi's trunk got chipped when he took his lawnmower in for repairs? Obviously one of the bikes chipped it. But guess who was doing lawnmower repairs out of the shed in the backyard 12 years ago? Jude answered, "Adam Hunsinger." "It gets better," Emmy said, though it was exponentially worse. Walton admitted that Dale was hanging around the house a lot back then. He was trying to implicate Adam, but he didn't realize he was also implicating himself. These narcissists always give the game away. Emmy wasn't playing a game. She gripped the steering wheel to steady herself. Her body felt as if it was charged with an electric current. Part of her felt sick for all that she'd missed. Another part felt terrified that none of this was leading them to finding Paisley. "Did Virgil get anything back on who had contact with Adam and Dale at the prisons?" "Not yet," Cole said. "I think he's still in your office. I'll go get him." "Cole, wait!" Emmy veered the cruiser into a quick U-turn, driving back the way she'd come. "Tell Virgil I'm going to swing by his house. I want to pick up that box that has Walton and Alma's call logs. We might find a number on Walton's line that doesn't belong. If we can trace it back to Dale, then we can bring in Walton." Cole said, "Got it, Chief." "Emmy." Jude's voice had a tense quality that Emmy had never heard before. She was afraid. "Think about what this means. He gave up one of his trophies. The hammer." Jude said, "Predators don't sacrifice their toys unless they're desperate. That's the time they're most dangerous. They make mistakes. Not just the good kind that help us, but the bad kind that get people killed." Emmy tried to ignore the certainty in Jude's tone, to pretend like her sister hadn't written the actual book. "Do you think you can talk to Adam again? He thought you were the one framing him. You clearly have a way of pushing his buttons." "What did he say about me?" "Nothing specific." Emmy could tell there was more to the story, but she could only navigate one crisis at a time. "Adam is being held at the Verona jail. If he finds out his father was trying to send him back to prison, he might get angry enough to talk. As far as we know, Walton's been inside his house for the last day and a half. He could have left Paisley chained up somewhere. She could go up to 3 days without water." "Sweetheart, you know Paisley's already gone. All we can do now is work to give Elijah and Carol some peace." "You can't make me give up on her." Emmy's voice caught on the last word, but she didn't care. "I'm going to find her, Jude. I'm not going to fail this time." "Okay." Jude's sigh was from resignation. "Tell me what to do." "Don't wait for the flight manifests to come back. Go at Adam with what we think we know. You're the best interrogator we've got, and Adam's the only suspect who might be stupid enough to talk. I need you to help get him there. He has to know more information about his father, a place they used to go when he was a kid, an old family property with a hunting cabin. If you can turn Adam on Walton, I bet you can turn Alma too." Jude didn't fight her. "I'll leave now." Emmy ended the call, held tight to the steering wheel. Rain started slapping against the windshield. The wipers could barely keep up. She took a sharp turn into Virgil's driveway, then reversed into the spot beside the horse trailer. Emmy ran across the yard toward the basement. Her boots slid on the concrete steps. She was reaching over the door jamb for the key when her phone started to buzz. She had to shout over the shush of rain. "What is it, Brett?" "Chief," he said. "Something weird's going on with Alma Hunsinger. I went upstairs to check on her. She's not making sense. Can't keep her eyes open. Swear to God, it's like she's drugged." Jude's warning was still in Emmy's head. This was a predator's most dangerous time. She asked, "Where's Walton?" "Downstairs in the den. He's got the TV up so loud it's shaking the windows." "Call an ambulance. Backup should be there any minute." Emmy slid the key into the lock. She kicked the bottom of the door to unwedge it from the frame. "Brett, don't let your guard down with Walton. He plays up being old, but he's still dangerous." "Yes, Chief." Emmy had to kick the door closed to keep out the rain. She tucked her phone back into her vest, flipped on the fluorescent lights. She went to the closet in the back, ran her fingers down the labels on the file boxes, wedged into the cramped space. Emmy recognized some of the names from Virgil's cheating spouse investigations. She didn't see her handwriting on any of them, but there was one at the very bottom with Virgil's old-fashioned script. Call logs. She didn't have time to be careful. She got on her knees and yanked at the box, trying to dislodge it like a Jenga piece. Instead of sliding out, the cardboard split at the corners. The other boxes collapsed on top of her, pounding into her shoulders and the top of her head. Emmy fell back, her arms flying up to protect her face. Dust swirled into her nose and down her throat. She was seized by a sneezing fit. There was a gash in her forehead. Emmy touched her fingers to the wound and pulled back blood. "Shit," she mumbled, rolling onto her side, sitting back up on her knees. Papers were everywhere. Typed, handwritten, photographs, receipts. Thankfully, the contents of the call log box were still intact. She slid it over. The top page had Walton Hunsinger's name and address. The AT&T logo, with its familiar blue globe, was in the corner. Emmy thumbed through the stack, noting the dates and numbers. Alma's cell phone account, Walton's cell, the landline. Everything from 12 years ago was all there. Emmy started to lift out the stack of papers, but her arms didn't quite get the message. Her hands hovered in the air. She felt her brain struggling to make a connection. It was like a swarm of bees was suddenly inside her skull. She opened her mouth, took a deep breath. Police agencies ran on paperwork. Every document that was handled by the Clifton County Sheriff's Department was bait-stamped with a searchable code and date. The information was recorded in a log, and the log told you who was responsible for verifying the information. This policy had been in place going back to the last century. Even if a document wasn't part of trial discovery, even if it wasn't scanned into the server, you stamped the page at the bottom and you filed it in the appropriate place so that it could be easily retrieved if needed. None of the papers in the box had a Bates number. They didn't have Virgil's notations either. That was the other rule. If you tracked down a phone number, you wrote down the information you'd found out. That way, if you went on a vacation or if you keeled over at your desk, the next deputy could pick up your work. Emmy pulled out a random page, held it up to the light. She noticed dots of whiteout over some of the digits in the phone numbers. New numbers had been written on top with a fine tipped pen. Emmy hadn't seen the opaque correction fluid since she was in middle school. Myrna had used it to fix typos when she was creating tests on her old Smith Corona typewriter. If you had neat enough handwriting, you could substitute the correct letter or number, then you could make a photocopy, and no one could tell the difference. The whiteout was cracked and yellowed. Emmy used her thumbnail to scratch it away. She held it up to the light again. The original phone number was as familiar to her as the landline to her family home. She had called it countless times as a young mother whose son loved riding horses, as a deputy in need of advice from a trusted mentor, as a friend who wanted to share a glass of wine or dinner. It belonged to Virgil Ingram. Emmy looked at the old photocopier that was pushed against the wall, the ancient dot matrix printer, the early 2000s Dell desktop, everything a person would need to tamper with evidence before bait stamping the faked documents and scanning them into the police server. Blood dripped into Emmy's eye. The gash in her forehead was still bleeding. She was in a daze when she stood up. Her mind was numb to the implications of what she'd found. She could only silently recite the facts. The phone number that appeared multiple times in Walton Hunsinger's call logs belonged to Virgil. Whiteout had been used to alter the number so that it could not be traced back to Virgil. None of the real evidence had been processed through the system. There were no stamps, no notations. The evidence had been sitting inside a box that only Virgil had access to. Emmy was on autopilot when she pushed aside the boxes to clear a path to the first aid kit on the wall. She pried open the rusted door. The blood from her fingers left a streak on the white metal. No Band-Aids or bandages were inside, just 16 hooks, of the kind you'd hang keys on. Only there were no keys inside the box. Each hook held a small, clear bag with pieces of jewelry inside. A thin silver bracelet with the initial K. A gold necklace with a cross. A Klutz friendship bracelet. A small Gryffindor badge. A pair of star-shaped earrings like you'd buy for a child who'd just gotten her ears pierced. Trophies. She reached for the old flip phone that rested in the bottom of the cabinet. Black, with a mirrored front, nearly an inch thick. The hinge was an elongated rectangle with a camera lens inside. Emmy flipped open the phone, read the model number. Nokia N93I. She turned it over to look at the back, saw the initial scratched into the plastic. CB. She pried open the tiny door on the side. There was a blue mini SD card in the slot. Emmy was breathless when she looked up at the ceiling. She didn't see the stained tiles. She saw Virgil walking down Felix and Ruth Baker's driveway 2 hours after Madison had been abducted. He was dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, holding a handkerchief to the deep scratches on his arm, warning them about the sticker bushes on the side of the house, covering the 3 deep gouges that a 15-year-old girl's fingernails had dug into his skin. She saw Virgil 16 hours later. Emmy had collapsed on the floor of the shed in Walton Hunsinger's backyard. Gerald was holding her steady. Virgil was reaching down to offer his handkerchief. The cotton was wet. So was Virgil's hair. He'd picked at his shirt collar. His uniform was stuck to him like cling film because his skin was still wet from dragging Cheyenne and Madison's chained bodies to the middle of Millie's pond. She saw the photocopier, the computer, the altered call logs that hid Virgil's constant communications with Walton Hunsinger on and around the 4th of July, the Nokia flip phone, the girl's jewelry, the trophies he'd taken off his other victims, the blatant way he'd hidden everything in plain sight inside the basement of his own home. 12 years ago, Virgil had been in charge of tracking down all of the electronic devices. They had taken him at his word when he'd told them the burners couldn't be traced. The license plate scanners had come up with nothing. The cell tower data was useless. The man working the Hertz counter had remembered seeing Walton when he checked in the car. The mileage added up. Cheyenne's donated laptop had been clean. Her burner phone had been sent to Quantico. The second burner that was found in her pocket was too waterlogged. There was no evidence that tied the girls to anyone but Adam Hunsinger. Virgil had sat at the conference table listening to Jude lead the case against Madison and Cheyenne's killer. He had offered to track down Dale Loudermilk's prison contacts because he knew one particular name would appear on the list. Virgil Ingram, a white man working in a skilled position that required education and training, whose job brought him into frequent contact with children, who was married with kids of his own. Emmy's hand went to her mouth, but she couldn't make a sound. The blood had stopped pumping through her heart. The ice water in her veins was frozen solid. She was stunned beyond reason. Every part of her life, every step of the way, Virgil had always been there. He was her father's most trusted deputy, the man who'd taught Emmy how to be chief, the pedophile who had raped and killed Cheyenne Baker and Madison Dalrymple, the monster who had taken Paisley Walker. The door slammed open. Emmy jumped, dropping the phone, nearly tripping over the boxes. In an instant, she knew that there were no excuses to be made, no lies to tell that would get her out of this situation. Virgil had seen her through the window, probably watched as she made each discovery. He held a pistol by his side. It looked like something out of a World War II movie. Ruger, .22 rimfire. One button takedown, bolt action, drop-down mag. Instinctively, Emmy tried to step back. Her boot thudded against the heavy box of call logs. She said the first thing she could think of. Jude knows about Walton. She knows about you, too. Virgil grinned, but his eyes were a flat, menacing black. She knows about Walton because I led her to his door. But you wouldn't be alone in my basement right now if she knew about me. The coldness in his voice brought out a shiver. How did you get here so fast? I was already out, handling some business. Cole called to let me know you were dropping by. She knew what business he was handling. Paisley Walker was dead. It was only a matter of time before Virgil murdered Emmy, too. Gotta say, baby girl, you would have made a good sheriff. Gerald would have been proud. Emmy should have been terrified, but a stillness had washed over her body. It was the same feeling she'd had on the road with her father. This time, Emmy held on to her senses. Her vision sharpened on Virgil. She slowly reached for her Glock. She felt the rough, plastic grip with her fingers. He said, "Don't." She wrapped her hand around the weapon. The safety strap was already hanging loose. Virgil lifted the Ruger, pointed it squarely at her chest. I said, "Stop." Emmy gripped the gun, but kept it holstered. She did the calculations. From 15 feet, the .22 caliber round would punch the hell out of her, but it wouldn't penetrate her armored vest. He seemed to make the same assessment. He raised the gun so that it was aimed at her head. What you figured out. I want you to know you were right. I met Cheyenne at the outlet mall. I was working security for extra money to help Peggy set up the storefront. Emmy made herself shrug. I don't care. You're still going to listen. He waited for her to argue, but Emmy realized she needed time. How long did it take to groom her? It's not grooming if you're giving them what they want. And believe me, baby, Cheyenne Baker wanted to be fucked. He studied her face, clearly hoping for a reaction. She was a virgin our first time, but god damn, she knew what she was doing. Nothing was off the table. She never said no. Emmy's hand had started to sweat around the Glock. She used her peripheral vision to take in her surroundings. Wall to her left, barber chairs to her right, nowhere to duck, nowhere to hide. I had to go slower with Madison. Build up her trust. Make her feel like she was special. Virgil let his tongue show between his lips. You remember what she was like. So damn prickly. I love a challenge. She crooked her finger around the trigger, felt the sliver of the built-in safety. She would have milliseconds to draw and fire. She couldn't waste time. Girls that age, they're so fresh and open. All they want is to be loved. They need somebody to guide them. Somebody to show them how their bodies work.
Emmy slowly started to inch the Glock out of the holster. There were 15 rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber.
You were right about the video on the Nokia, too. Walton's always been careless. But I should have known better. I didn't know she was filming us with her phone. All that glorious fucking and sucking would have buried both of us under the prison.
His eyes scanned her face again. He wanted a reaction.
It's one thing to say a stupid little bitch is lying, but Cheyenne had the actual proof. The second she tried to blackmail us, both of their lives were over.
Stress caused tears to slide down Emmy's cheeks. She mentally walked herself through drawing the Glock, pulling the trigger.
Don't cry, Emmy Lou. You were that age once. So young and stupid, all arms and legs.
Virgil licked his lips again.
Do you know how hard it was for me to leave you alone?
Emmy stopped moving. She was paralyzed by the question.
If Jonah hadn't had you first, I could have shown you how good it feels to be with a man.
Emmy took a shaky breath. Her resolve faltered. The stillness started to ebb.
Emmy Lou, he whispered. Beautiful, misguided Emmy Lou.
She was sickened by his intimacy. What about Dale?
Madison and Cheyenne weren't his type.
You're lying.
Why would I lie?
Virgil waited for an answer that wouldn't come.
I figured Dale out years before it happened. He did me some favors. I didn't send him to prison.
We figured him out, too. Emmy struggled to throw him off balance. Walton drove Esther Loudermilk's Audi to Muscle Shoals. He used Adam's driver's license to fly to West Virginia and back. Then he drove back to North Falls so he could abduct the girls with you.
Virgil laughed. God, you're so fucking sharp. That's exactly what he did. Adam was always leaving his wallet lying around. Dumbass had no idea Walton was using his ID. The photo outside the American Legion was my idea. And it was a good one, too. Once you saw that picture, you stopped looking at Walton.
Tell me where you left Paisley. Let me bring her home to Carol and Elijah.
Baby girl, that's not gonna happen.
Virgil's chest rose as he took a deep breath.
I'll make you this promise. For Cole's sake, I'll leave your body where he can find it.
Emmy felt something click inside of her head. A timer going off that she hadn't realized was counting down. She kept her eyes locked with Virgil's, her body as still as possible, her hand wrapped around the gun, her finger resting on the trigger. Then she banged the heel of her boot against the box behind her. Virgil looked down for a split second, but a split second was all that Emmy needed. She pulled the Glock out of the holster, raised it into the air, and started firing as soon as the muzzle cleared. The first billet ricocheted off the floor. The second hit his foot, the next shattered his kneecap, then another dug into his thigh, then 2 more ripped open his groin and hip. Another 3 blew apart his chest. Then she lost count as Virgil's body flailed back and forth like a boxer was beating him down to the floor. He didn't fall, so much as sink onto his back. Emmy heard a rapid clicking. The sound echoed into the corners. The clip was empty. Her finger wouldn't stop pulling back on the trigger. She panted out a sharp breath. She couldn't let go of the gun. Her muscles were too cramped. The stiffness went into her arm, locked her elbow. She had to bang the back of her hand against a barber's chair to make her fingers release. The gun clattered to the floor, knocked into the broken Nokia, came to rest against a cardboard box. The stillness was back. Her training took over. She kicked the Ruger out of Virgil's hand, pressed her fingers to the side of his neck to make sure he was dead, patted down his pockets to look for other weapons, lifted her phone from her vest to call dispatch. Emmy's mouth opened, but she couldn't speak. Her vocal cords felt paralyzed. She texted
Cole instead. It was Virgil. He's dead. Emmy watched the dots bounce as Cole tried to compose an answer. Then they stopped, and the phone started to ring. Her finger hovered over the green button to answer the call, but she couldn't press it. Couldn't even control her hand. The phone dropped. The glass cracked. The tremble started in her chest. She felt it spread down into her belly and up into her shoulders. She watched it move down her arms, flutter into her fingers. Everything was shaking. Her teeth began to chatter. Her eyes felt jittery. She couldn't focus. Couldn't see. Couldn't even breathe. She stumbled toward the door. The rain had passed. She blinked in the sudden burst of sunlight, tried to clear her vision. Virgil's truck was in the driveway. Emmy's cruiser, the horse trailer. Vomit erupted from her mouth. Emmy was doubled over. She retched into the grass. Bile splattered her boots, stained her pants. She was on her knees again. Tears wept from her eyes. All the emotions she'd kept in check came roaring out. She started sobbing. Over Cheyenne, over Madison, over the fact that she had killed one of the 2 men on Earth who could lead her to Paisley Walker's body. He had confessed. He had told her everything, but he hadn't told Emmy how to find her. Emmy sat back on her heels. She wiped her mouth on her sleeve. She looked up to the dark clouds. A gentle mist caressed her face. She could see the sun trying to come out. "Dad," she whispered. "Please tell me what to do." There was no answer. But now, more than ever, Emmy longed for her father. The rudder steering her in the right direction. The gentle prompts that made her see the clues that were right in front of her. What do we know? What do we think we know? What are we missing? Emmy felt the questions working their way through her brain in slow, lazy arcs. The same way that Emmy and Hannah used to coast their bikes down the back roads. She forced herself to stand up. She looked back at Virgil's house. The lights were off. The curtains were open. In most predatory kidnappings, the bodies are found within 20 miles of the abduction site. The area is generally familiar to the kidnapper. He oftentimes revisits the scene to relive his crimes. He usually conceals the bodies in some way, covered with leaves, buried in a shallow grave, submerged in water, hidden in an abandoned building or shed, disarticulated and disposed of in a landfill. Virgil wouldn't take Paisley to his home. He would want to keep her somewhere isolated, contained, accessible. A place where he felt comfortable. A place that he could return to so he could relive his crimes. A place where Emmy had watched him loop a chain around a hasp block, the same way he'd looped a chain around the concrete block at the bottom of Millie's Pond. The barn. Emmy started running down the hill. The grass was soaked. Her foot slipped. She stumbled, catching herself with her left hand. Her wrist exploded with pain. Emmy jumped back up, kept running. She slid down the last part of the slope on her ass, then she was up again, sprinting 30 more yards to the barn. Hope took hold again. Stupid, pointless hope. Virgil hadn't told her that Paisley was dead. There was a slim chance, a statistical anomaly, that Paisley Walker could still be alive. The chain was still tied through the hasp block. Emmy wrenched it away with one hand, threw open the barn door. Light and shadow danced around the interior. The sun split through the cracks in the old boards. She felt it strobe across her face as she checked the empty stalls, the tack and feed area, the equipment room, the office. "Paisley!" she yelled. "Paisley Walker!" Her voice traveled up to the rafters. Emmy stepped back so she could see up into the hayloft. Bales of hay were stacked up like a fortress. The ladder was missing. Emmy searched the barn, ran past the stalls again, pushed open the back doors. She found the rickety 14-foot ladder on the ground behind the barn. Fire shot through her sprained wrist as she dragged it back inside. She could barely get it upright, but somehow managed to line the side rails up to the notch in the loft floor. She used one hand to climb, the other throbbing like a metronome as she navigated her way toward the top. "Paisley!" she screamed. Emmy waited, her ears straining for a response. Nothing. She climbed the rest of the way. There was only a narrow ledge between the hay bales and the railing. Emmy went up on her toes, but she couldn't see over the top. The bales were stacked 4 high, jammed end to end. They were at least 50 pounds each. Emmy jogged down the ledge, pressing her palm against each section, searching for a weak spot. She didn't find it until the end of the row. One of the bales gave way. Emmy shouldered the rest of them over. She could only see darkness beyond. She took a small flashlight out of her vest pocket, climbed over the fallen bales. Virgil had stacked them 3 deep. She didn't think about the fact that they were there for soundproofing, for cover, for soaking up blood and fluids and misery. Her boot thumped against solid wood. The darkness crowded in. Virgil had paneled over the walls and ceiling. The sun couldn't slice through the gaps in the boards. The beam from the flashlight was weak. She started to scan the area back and forth. A glimmer of bright white stopped her. Sketcher sneaker, pink laces. Emmy tried to summon the stillness, but the despair would not be ignored. She saw the matching shoe. A blue hoodie with the Eras Tour logo. Wadded up black leggings. A pink sports bra. A pair of underwear with a Hello Kitty pattern and pink elastic, because 14-year-olds were still little girls. The light started to shake from the tremble in Emmy's hand. The beam shifted up, bounced into the far corner. "No," Emmy whispered. "No." Paisley Walker lay on her side. Blood spotted her face, her torso, her legs. Her eyes were closed, lips swollen. Her hands were grotesquely misshapen. The skin was black where the blood had pooled around the shattered bones. Her feet were the same. The arches curled the same way Cole's had when he was a baby. Emmy went to the girl. The ceiling was low. She had to crawl across the floor. She put her flashlight down, let the beam bathe Paisley's face. "Paisley?" Emmy could barely say the name. She pressed her fingers to the girl's wrist. "Baby, can you hear me?" Emmy closed her eyes, trying to drown out her own racing heartbeat as she felt for a pulse. Paisley's wrist was too bloated. Fluids bulged out her skin like a water-filled balloon. Emmy laid down beside the girl, gently turned her face away from the floor, held the weight of her head in her palm, pressed 2 fingers to the side of her neck. Again, Emmy closed her eyes. She didn't think about Madison or Cheyenne or even Paisley. She thought about her precious son. Giving birth to Cole had nearly killed her. Emmy was supposed to be on bed rest for a month, but she couldn't stop herself from going to the nursery every few hours to make sure he was okay. Her first solo call-out as a sheriff's deputy had been for a baby who'd died from SIDS. Emmy had been terrified that the same fate would befall her little boy. She could still remember the elation every time she pressed her fingers to his carotid artery and felt the quick tap of blood pumping through his precious heart. It was the same sensation she felt now with Paisley. "Oh, God!" Emmy cried. She was alive. "Paisley Walker!" Emmy held the girl's face between her hands. She made her voice firm, commanding. "Paisley, I know you can hear me. You need to look at me right now." The girl did not respond. Emmy was torn between staying and leaving to get her phone. She was saved the decision by the distant wail of sirens. She had terrified Cole by not answering his call. Every cop in the county was probably barreling down the road. "Paisley!" Emmy shouted. "Do you hear those sirens? We're going to get you back home to your mama and daddy, but I need you to open your eyes and look at me, baby. You're safe now. You're safe." The girl still did not respond. Emmy was about to try again when she saw movement behind the eyelids, like 2 marbles sliding under a silk cloth. "That's right," Emmy said. "Look at me, sweetheart. Show me those beautiful eyes." At first, all that Paisley could manage was a narrow slit. Her pupils were giant black circles in a sea of red. Emmy turned the flashlight toward her own face, leaned in closer so that the girl could see her. "Paisley," she said, "I'm Sheriff Emmy Clifton. You're safe. I'm here to help you, okay?" The girl's eyes closed, then slowly opened again. Her lips peeled apart. Her breath smelled stale and sickly. She whispered,
The man.
"He's dead," Emmy told her. "He can't hurt you anymore." Her voice trailed off. She closed her eyes, but she didn't stop talking.
I was on my bike, and he hit me, and I fell down, and I was so scared, and
what, baby?" Emmy wiped the tears that leaked from her eyes. "You can tell me all about it. I'm not going anywhere." Chapter 19. Emmy sat beside Cole in the viewing room inside the sheriff's station. The only light was from the 2 monitors, but Emmy didn't focus on the images. She looked down at her right hand. The memory of Paisley Walker's pulse lingered in her fingertips. The girl had been flown to the Children's Trauma Center in Atlanta. She was severely dehydrated, on the brink of death when Emmy had found her. There was no telling whether she would regain the use of her feet and hands. But she was alive. She was breathing. She was talking. She was with Elijah and Carol, and she was safe. Everyone was acting like Emmy was a hero, but there was no hero in this story. All that Emmy could think about was Hannah's words the night that Madison and Cheyenne had gone missing. They'd both still been holding on to the tiniest sliver of hope that Madison would be found alive. Hannah had asked the most obvious question. How the hell is she ever going to recover from it? 12 years hadn't brought Emmy any closer to an answer. But if being a Clifton had taught her anything, it was that some things were easier to endure than to examine. She clasped together her hands, trying to get the tapping sensation to go away. Emmy was rewarded with a horrific pain in her left wrist. She couldn't breathe through it. The ribs in front of her heart were bruised. Virgil had fired 1 shot from the Ruger before he'd started to fall. K5 center mass. The .22 had punched Emmy's armored vest like a compressed bolt. She hadn't felt it at the time, but now every breath was a misery. Cole rested his hand on her arm. She knew he was worried, but there was no way Emmy was going to lie in a hospital bed while Walton Hunsinger was interrogated. "I'm fine, baby." She looked past him to the monitor that showed Walton slumped at the table. Jude and Seth Alexander were sitting across from him. Seth looked exhausted. His tie was pulled down. He was hunched over a notepad he'd rested on his crossed leg. He wasn't transcribing the interview. He was noting inconsistencies. His pen had scribbled furiously at the beginning. Now, he only made a stray mark here and there. In contrast, Jude looked invigorated. Nothing Walton had said managed to rattle her. As Walton had walked them through the disgusting details of his sickness, she had remained completely impassive, at times seemingly bored. He might as well have been telling her about the price of cotton futures. He'd had no idea she was setting a trap until it was too late. Emmy wasn't too proud to admit that her sister had given a master class in interrogation. 7 long, brutal hours had passed since Walton had been arrested. But Jude had carefully broken him down piece by piece until finally, eventually, Walton had given in. The sound of Seth flipping a page on the notepad shushed from the Bluetooth speaker. Okay. Jude's tone was crisp and professional. Continue. Walton looked at Seth's notepad. The last bit of his good guy facade had fallen away. Only the child rapist and murderer remained. I guess it was around 10 days before the 4th. Cheyenne told me to meet her at my office at midnight. I thought we were going to have some fun, but Cheyenne showed me the video. How did she show it to you? On the Nokia N93i. It was the good kind with the video camera you could hide in your pocket. Virgil didn't even know she had it. I told you she was sneaky. He'd given her an iPhone burner, but he checked it all the time to make sure there was nothing that could lead back to us. Walton shrugged. She was such a damn good liar. Jude stayed on point. What did you do when Cheyenne showed you the video? I snatched the phone away from her. She started laughing. I checked the slot for the memory card, but it was empty. She told me she'd put it in a safe place. Walton took off his glasses and dropped them on the table. She said if I didn't give her $50,000, she would send Emmy Clifton the part of the video that showed all of us together. All of us. Jude repeated. Me, Virgil, Cheyenne, and Madison. Walton recited, putting his crimes officially on the record. Cheyenne thought it was funny. Some kind of sick joke. She didn't give a shit that our lives would be ruined. Emmy bit her lip. Walton and Virgil were not the victims here. Jude asked, What about Madison? Was she in on the blackmail scheme? Yes, but it wasn't her idea. How do you know that? Madison would have never tried to hurt us. She was a good girl. Anything bad she got mixed up in was all because of Cheyenne. Emmy tasted blood in her mouth. Neither girl was bad. They'd been victimized by two sadistic predators. All right. Jude kept her preternatural calm as she continued walking him through his crimes. What did you do after Cheyenne showed you the video? I panicked. I called Virgil. He told me we would take care of them both over the 4th of July holiday. Tell me your plan. Virgil's plan, he corrected. I'm not shifting blame. I'm telling you he was always in charge because he was a cop. He knew what he was doing, how to keep us safe. He told Cheyenne to meet us on the back roads because he knew everyone would be at the fireworks shows. She was going to give us the phone, and we were going to give her the money. What was she going to do with $50,000? Move to Atlanta with Madison. They were going to leave in 3 months on Halloween night so no one would look for them. Emmy closed her eyes. She could easily see Madison and Cheyenne stupidly thinking they'd had it all worked out. The idea that no one would look for them on Halloween was preposterous. Jude said, The plan you just told me. That's what Cheyenne thought would happen. What were you and Virgil actually going to do? I wanted to pay them off and let them leave town. I knew it would draw too much attention to us if we did anything to them. Walton rubbed his eyes. Virgil said that $50,000 would only be the start, that they would keep coming back for more. We couldn't give them that kind of power over us. I wasn't on board until Cheyenne upped the pressure. How? Phone calls. Constant phone calls. Walton scratched the side of his neck. His fingernails had already dug angry furrows into the skin. Cheyenne called multiple times in the same day. Alma was getting suspicious. There was no plausible reason for a teenage girl to be calling me so often, or at all, really. Virgil kept saying we had to do something about it, but I was hesitant. We've never done anything like that in town. We always make sure to keep our activities away from North Falls. Emmy noticed the switch to present tense. Walton hadn't fully accepted that he was going to die in prison. Maybe that was a good thing. Every one of Virgil's trophies needed to be tracked to a case. Jude's contacts had already identified 5 murdered young women in 5 different areas that Walton had traveled to with the Tooth Troopers. In every case but one, Virgil's timesheet showed that he'd taken at least 2 days off from work. Emmy could remember joking with him about spending all of his time in the company of horses. Jude told Walton, "Go back to the plan." Virgil told me how to set up my alibi. Again, he gave a detailed answer. Dale gave me the Audi to drive to Muscle Shoals. I used Adam's license to book a round-trip ticket to West Virginia. I paid cash, like he said. After I landed, I walked down to the Legion Hall to take the photo to prove I was there. Then I caught the return flight to Muscle Shoals. I drove the Audi back to Dale's. Virgil met me there. We got in the car, and we collected the girls. Jude asked, "Who got in the car?" "Me and Virgil." A new detail. A new question answered. The night of Madison and Cheyenne's disappearance, Emmy had wondered how one man had controlled 2 15-year-old girls. 2 predators made perfect sense. Jude asked, "Did you, Dale, or Virgil do anything to prepare the car?" Yes," Walton said, as if he'd just remembered. "Dale lined the trunk with a tarp. I think it was black. Virgil was furious because he'd told Dale to duct tape the edges so it was sealed, but Dale was always a prick. He saw everything as a game of chicken." Cole whispered a curse. Emmy checked in on him. His hands were balled into tight fists like he wanted to go through the monitor and beat the hell out of Walton. Jude asked, "How else was Dale involved that night?" "That was it," Walton shrugged. "Dale let us use Esther's car, but he stayed home. I told you, he likes them younger. The only reason he helped was because he knew Virgil could arrest him. We were both terrified of Virgil. I don't have to keep reminding you that he was a cop, but it mattered. He could destroy us in an instant. He lorded it over us." Emmy tried not to focus on the pathetic, whining tone. Jude didn't seem to have any problem ignoring it. "You and Virgil got into the Audi. You left Dale's house. Where did you go?" "We were early, so Virgil drove around for half an hour. He'd arranged to meet Cheyenne at 6:30 on the back roads." "Did she know you were going to be there too?" "No, but that was how Virgil did things. We always had to be together." Walton scratched his neck until there was blood. "I'll tell you why he wanted me there. I was his get-out-of-jail-free card. If things went sideways, he was going to kill me and make it look like he'd saved the day. That's how smart Virgil was. Always strategizing." Emmy had no problem believing that was Virgil's intention. He'd always had the uncanny ability to think dozens of steps ahead. Walton continued, "Virgil told me that he would make Cheyenne look like a hit and run. He was going to work the scene of the accident so that nothing traced back to either of us. He was good at altering evidence." Cole cleared his throat for Emmy's attention. "That's why they only found 1 pair of boot prints. The GBI eliminated the impressions from the sheriff's department." Her teeth gritted. She couldn't imagine all the other cases Virgil had tainted. They would be going back through them for years. Walton said, "Cheyenne was on her bike when we reached the back road. Virgil didn't slow down. She panicked, started pedaling as fast as she could, weaving back and forth. Virgil tapped the back wheel of her bike with the bumper. We weren't going fast, but the poor thing just flew through the air. He was going to finish the job, but then I realized that the memory card wasn't in the phone." "The mini SD?" Jude asked. "Yes," Walton said. "Cheyenne wouldn't tell us where it was. We took her back to my house. We put her in the shed.
Emmy felt a burning inside her chest. Another detail explained, another question answered. Virgil had put himself in charge of processing the shed for evidence. He'd told them there was no trace of either girl.
Cheyenne was so tough.
Walton sounded impressed.
It took hours for her to give up Madison. Any man would have cracked, but she held on to the bitter end. Except for Virgil, she was the strongest person I'd ever known.
Emmy hated his tone of reverence. Cheyenne Baker had been a 15-year-old girl. She didn't need to be strong. She needed to be safe. Jude asked,
"You didn't suspect Madison had the mini SD?" "I totally did," Walton said. "Virgil wouldn't hear it. I reminded him how she cut up the SIM card but wouldn't hand it over. Mad could do that sometimes. Just turn obstinate for no reason. In the beginning, she would never disobey us. That's how Virgil still thought of her, as an innocent little angel. He couldn't accept that Cheyenne had corrupted her."
Emmy could only think about the photos she had found in Cheyenne's locker. One girl wearing a set of white, slinky underwear, the other in black. Good and bad. Madonna. Whore.
Jude asked, "What made Virgil accept that Madison had the mini SD card?" "Cheyenne eventually convinced him, but not without a fight. That girl was hardened steel."
Walton still had the tinge of admiration in his voice.
"For hours, she took whatever Virgil doled out. One minute she said her father had the memory card. The next, she said she'd hidden it in her mother's purse. You didn't know the girls, but Cheyenne protected Madison from a lot of things. She took the brunt of Virgil's interests. She was out there selling her services for money, dealing drugs, doing everything she could to get away."
"Why did she want to get away?"
"Her parents were assholes."
Walton sounded like a petulant teenager.
"Ruth was cold and violent. Felix was never home. They were both religious freaks, the kind that showed up at the church every time the doors opened. Cheyenne was sick of their bullshit. She wasn't really a child. She was a young woman with needs. They never let her have any fun."
Emmy wasn't a fan of the Bakers, but she wouldn't call two grown men gang-raping a child any kind of fun. Jude asked, "What did Cheyenne tell you in the shed?"
"It took a while. I told you she always tried to protect Madison, but Virgil found a way to get it out of her. She told us Madison was at the park. Cheyenne was supposed to meet her at 8 o'clock under a specific tree."
Emmy took no joy in hearing her theory confirmed. She could still remember that lost moment under the oak. The irritated look on Madison's face, the sudden swing of emotions when the girl had looked as if she might start crying. Then there was Madison's anxiety at the top of the hill. Emmy's "not now" that sent the damaged 15-year-old looking for Cheyenne on her own.
Seth said, "Cheyenne told you and Virgil where to find Madison and the mini SD card. Then what?" "We couldn't leave Cheyenne in the shed because I had no idea where Adam was. He could come home any minute."
Jude asked,
"Why didn't you kill Cheyenne?"
Walton rubbed his mouth.
"As I said, Virgil had an attachment. The fact that she'd resisted him for so long was an aphrodisiac. He wasn't ready to let her go."
Emmy's hand went to her heart. She could feel Cole struggling to keep his composure. Jude told Walton,
"Continue." "Virgil put Cheyenne in the trunk. Then he put her bicycle on top of her. The lid wouldn't close. He told me to tie it down with a rope, but I'm better at slip-knotting a suture. It kept bouncing every time we hit a bump in the road."
Walton's smile was fleeting. The detail was only humorous to him.
"We drove to the park to find Madison. Virgil was going to text her on Cheyenne's burner phone to meet us up in the parking lot away from the crowd, but Madison was already there when we pulled in. It felt like fate. Jude prompted, and then I, foolishly, thought we could salvage the situation. I was going to talk to Madison, put some sense into her. I told you she was a good girl. Without Cheyenne, her entire life would have taken a different course. Emmy's head started to shake. Walton's facade was slipping back into place. There was no way that either of them were going to let the girls live. They were both unrepentant killers. Jude had picked up on it, too. She told him, "Stick to the facts." Walton shrugged but said, "Virgil pulled onto the soccer field to lure Madison farther away from the crowd. The fireworks had just started. I got out of the car, but Madison was already looking inside the trunk. She was trying to help Cheyenne out. I was scared she was going to scream." "What did you do?" "It's not what I did. It's what Madison did. She turned around and looked at me. I felt paralyzed. I didn't know how to respond, but then Virgil hit her on the back of the head with the hammer." Emmy closed her eyes again, praying that the image of Madison being struck wouldn't haunt her dreams. Jude asked, "And then?" Walton heaved out a sigh. "Madison wouldn't fit in the trunk with Cheyenne and the bike, so Virgil carried her around the car to put her in the back seat. The next thing I know, Cheyenne's running toward the trees. Everybody from North Falls was down the hill. I don't remember how the pistol got into my hand, but somehow it went off, and Cheyenne was dead." Emmy didn't need the autopsy report to know that he was lying. She had seen the gunshot wound in Cheyenne's forehead when she'd first seen the girl in the water. Jude asked, "This was the .22 rimfire pistol?" "Yes," Walton said. "Virgil told me to bring a gun. It was the only one I had lying around. My father liked to shoot for sport. I don't like guns." "Yeah." Cole sounded furious. "He likes hammers." Emmy resisted the urge to soothe him. "You shot Cheyenne," Jude said. "Then what did you do?" "I followed Virgil's orders like I always did." Walton shrugged. "He said we had to leave the bikes. They wouldn't both fit in the trunk, and with Cheyenne bleeding so profusely, we couldn't put her inside the car. Virgil told me to leave one bike in the middle of the field. He threw the other one toward the trees. Then we shut the trunk and left." Emmy resisted the urge to close her eyes again, but her mind still flashed up the image of Madison trapped inside the trunk with Cheyenne's lifeless body. Jude asked Walton, "Where did you go?" He stared down at his glasses. "To the barn. Peggy was out of town. She was due home by the weekend. That gave us time to plan." Emmy knew exactly what it had given them time to do. Jude asked, "Did you find the mini SD card?" "It was in Madison's pocket. Virgil put it back in the Nokia. I asked if I could see the video, maybe get a copy, but he wouldn't let me. Said it was too dangerous, but I know he watched the video. Who could resist?" Jude didn't answer. "Did you have sexual intercourse with Madison Dalrymple?" Walton paused but said, "Yes." "And Cheyenne Baker?" "Before, yes." Walton hesitated. "Not after. That was Virgil's thing." Cole grabbed Emmy's injured hand. She held on to him, ignoring the pain. Jude asked, "What about the damage to Madison's feet and hands?" "That was..." Walton hesitated again. "We both liked that. We took turns. The way the brakes reverberate into the wooden handle. It's such a tiny vibration. almost like a little death with every snap.
Emmy parted her lips to breathe. Her only consolation was that a jury would hear Walton's sick, twisted admission and have absolutely no qualms about putting him on death row. Jude asked, "Who disposed of the bodies?"
"Both of us," he said. "Virgil knew that Millie had gone back out to help search for the girls. We picked up a concrete block and a length of chain from his barn. We dragged the bodies to the middle of the water, then anchored them down. I barely made it back to the house in time. My hair was still wet when the sheriff knocked on the door. Virgil's uniform was soaked through, but nobody noticed."
"Why leave them in the pond?" Jude asked.
"Virgil said he wanted to make sure the bodies were found. That we owed that to Madison's parents. He knew them, you see, Paul and Hannah. They were good people."
Emmy hadn't felt her rage flare up until that moment. Virgil had not chosen Millie's pond out of compassion. He'd put the girls there as a big fuck you to Emmy and Gerald. Jude said, "Cheyenne was a patient of yours when she first moved to town."
"I did an emergency filling, but she wasn't one of my regulars."
Walton shrugged again, as if he was helpless.
"She was Virgil's choice, though. I was going to leave her alone, but he saw her at the outlet mall and something just clicked inside of him. That's how it is with these girls. They smile at you or flirt a little bit, and you feel this tug in your heart. You can't sleep, you can't eat. All you do is think about them. It'll drive you crazy if you let it."
Jude asked, "Whose idea was it to take Paisley Walker?" Walton's demeanor changed. He'd been fairly open for the last hour, but now he crossed his arms, sat back in his chair.
"That was all Virgil. I'd never even heard Paisley's name until I read it in the Herald. Then there were all those angry people outside the house. I thought Virgil was trying to set up Adam again. Then your father told me that he didn't think Adam did it."
Emmy leaned forward. She studied Jude's face in the monitor. Nothing had changed. She looked just as dispassionate as when Walton had described brutally murdering the two girls. Jude asked, "Did Gerald explain why he thought Adam was innocent?"
"He said North Falls was too small and Adam was too big. Because of the podcast, everybody knew his face. There was no way Adam could get close enough to a teenage girl. The same mob that was outside the house would have chased him into the ground."
Emmy doubted her father had used as many words, but that sounded exactly like the kind of insight that Gerald would have had. He'd clearly developed the theory on the long walk down the driveway. Only the bullet from Paul's gun had stopped him from sharing it with Emmy.
Walton said, "Virgil obviously realized the same thing. He knew he couldn't pin it on Adam again."
"Why are you saying that it's obvious?"
"Because I know how Virgil thinks. I told you I was his get-out-of-jail-free card all along."
Another shrug.
"When Adam put that damn hammer on my kitchen table, it might as well have been a gauntlet. I knew Virgil was coming after me."
"How would the hammer implicate you?"
"My DNA is all over it. Virgil always used gloves. He was never without a condom. He kept himself waxed. He knew exactly what they would find."
Walton gave a bitter laugh.
"And if they didn't find it, he knew how to make it look like the lab had anyway."
Emmy had no doubt he was right. She'd completely trusted Virgil's analysis.
Jude asked, "Why did Virgil keep all the evidence? All the paperwork, all the trophies were hidden in plain sight." "That was how he played the game."
Walton almost sounded envious.
"Up until recently, Peggy was living at the house. All she had to do was walk downstairs and she'd find out everything. But she never did. She trusted him. Everybody trusted him. Gerald, Emmy Lou, Father Trask, the whole damn town. He got off on the deception. It gives you a rush knowing you're smarter than everybody else.
Jude didn't point out that he hadn't been smart enough in the end. What about 12 years ago? Was it Virgil's idea to frame Adam for murdering Cheyenne and Madison?
No one set him up.
Walton seemed perplexed by the question, despite the fact that he had used his son's driver's license for that exact purpose.
That's just how it happened.
What about Cheyenne's necklace? Jude asked. It was found in your backyard.
I assume Adam's explanation is the truth. Madison gave it to him to repair. He tinkered with things all the time. He really is quite good with his hands.
A broken necklace was found on the back roads where Cheyenne was hit by the car.
She must have been wearing a different necklace, Walton said. You have to understand, Adam is always in the wrong place at the wrong time. His entire life, all he ever did was screw up. I was constantly having to cover for him.
You didn't cover for him 12 years ago, Jude said. He was given a death sentence. He could have been executed.
Don't kid a kidder, Sugar. You knew Adam from way back.
Walton crossed his arms over his chest again.
We both know that he was always going to end up in prison. His life was a disaster. He was selling drugs to children. He couldn't hold down a job. He was drunk most of the time. I had a choice to make, his life or mine. I know you don't think my charity work is meaningful, but I'm proud of all the good I did. I took care of the people no one else would take care of. And I knew Adam would abandon Alma. I had to keep myself out of prison so I could be there for her.
Cole stirred beside Emmy. He was seething. Asshole doesn't care about anybody but himself. Emmy kept her attention on the monitors. Jude had looked at her watch. She was pacing herself. There were a lot more murders that had to be covered. She told Walton, "Why don't we take a bathroom break?"
Yes, but...
Walton had a tentative look on his face.
Can you tell me how Alma's doing?
Jude turned to Seth. He looked startled. It was the first time in hours that she'd acknowledged he was in the room. "Agent Alexander, do you have an update?" Seth put down the pad and pen. "The doctors say the dose of lidocaine Walton gave her was toxic, but she'll live." Jude turned back to Walton. "Good news, right?" Walton didn't look relieved. He had spent 12 years keeping his wife away from the police. Alma had to know more about his crimes than she realized.
"Right. Thank you."
Emmy heard Cole mumble under his breath again. She waited until Walton was being escorted from the interrogation room before turning on the lights. She looked at her son. "You okay, baby?" Cole's jaw was clenched. The bone stuck out like an anvil. She was expecting him to rail some more against Walton Hunsinger, but instead he told her, "You sent me that text about Virgil. Then you didn't answer when I called. You always answer my calls." Emmy felt remorseful, but she wasn't going to let it crush her this time. "You're right. I apologize. I was in a bad way." Cole laughed. "Understatement." "Your grandmother hates when you imply subjects and verbs in conversation." Cole's smile faltered. "Virgil was right there in front of us the whole time." "Longer for me than for you," Emmy reminded him. "Virgil was a psychopath. He fooled all of us, everybody in town. His own wife and kids had no idea what he was doing. Even Papa didn't see it. If you're looking for people to blame, we are all guilty here." Cole didn't seem entirely convinced. Jude said that pedophiles groom the people around them, too, so that when a kid says something bad is happening, you believe the pedophile and not the kid.
She's right, Emmy said, but that was cold comfort. Baby, remember what Papa said about mistakes? They can give you an opportunity to forgive. Cole stared at the empty interrogation room on the monitors. She could tell his perseverance was barely holding. It's starting to feel real that Papa's gone. We're going to be at his funeral in a few days. Look at me. Emmy turned his chair to face her. She couldn't stop herself from fixing his collar. He'd left the button undone again. I know I should tell you to feel what you want to feel, but you need to get all of that out before the funeral. It's not going to be a private event. There will be a lot of people watching us. The governor will be here, senators, politicians, law enforcement from all over the region, news cameras, photographers. It's going to be hard to keep it together, but I'll be right beside you. And so will Tommy and Celia and the rest of the family. You need to remember you're a Clifton. Keep your head down and do your job. The nod he gave her was terse, but she knew he would do it. What about Jude? Will she be there? Emmy hadn't thought it through, but she knew her answer. That's up to her. I won't stand in her way. Me either. There was no relief in his expression. I need to tell you something else, but it's going to be hard. She silently braced herself for more bad news. Go ahead. What you did to find Paisley, the choice you had to make with Virgil, I just want to say... His jawbone craned out a few times as he tried to keep his emotions in check. I hope I'm the same kind of cop as you one day. I hope I learn to be that good. Emmy fought against her own emotions. They were quite a pair, she and her son. Both of them sitting together alone in a quiet room, both fighting the urge to sob uncontrollably. She would have to remedy this eventually, to make herself the safe space for Cole that Gerald had been for her. But not today. Baby, I hope you never have to make that choice. But I know you're going to be a good cop. You're already on the right path. I've never been more proud of you. You're very nearly perfect. Emmy tugged at his collar by way of things that needed improvement. Then she looked for a way to change the subject. She was too brittle right now to keep setting a stoic example. Fortunately, there was a low-hanging lever she could pull that would bring the difficult part of this conversation to an abrupt end. I need to tell you something, too. There's no good way to get it out, so I'm going to be blunt. Tommy and I decided a while back that when Papa was gone and Grandma had to be moved into the facility, we were going to sell the house. Cole sat up in the chair. What? You need to clear out all your stuff by the end of the month. Mom? I'd put in a quick call to Uncle Penley if I was you. Celia told me there's no way Tommy will move his hat collection out of the guest room. Emmy stood up to leave. Keep watching the interrogation. Let me know if I need to hear anything. Mom. Acting sheriff, Emmy corrected, which was enough to shut him up. Emmy left the door ajar so the air would circulate in the stuffy room. She needed to check emails, arrange the duty roster, check in with the deputies. Her mind filled with a long to-do list as she started up the hallway. Her body had other ideas. A tingle shot through her spine, some kind of primal warning. Not the tickle or the don't feel right, but a long, simmering grief that she'd spent the last few days keeping at arm's length. Her office was at the end of the hall. Gerald's office, too. The lights were still off. His rain jacket was still hanging on the hook. She pushed open the door to the women's toilet. To her surprise, Jude was standing at the sink. Her hands were braced on the counter, head down. The unflappable, ice-cold interrogator was gone. Tears were streaming down her face. It was as if every sick, twisted word that had spewed from Walton Hunsinger's disgusting mouth over the last 7 hours had finally caught up with her. Emmy felt deeply ashamed to witness such a private moment. She started to leave. Jude said, Don't go. Emmy felt trapped on the wrong side of the door. Jude looked utterly destroyed. There was no way she wanted anybody to see her like this. Jude laughed at her discomfort. I see Myrna taught you to be terrified of tears. I think it's a genetic predisposition, Emmy said. Like how some people think cilantro tastes like soap. That's a variation on the olfactory receptor genes reacting to the aldehydes in the leaves. Jude had learned some tricks from Myrna, too. She seemed more composed as she used her finger to neaten her eyeliner in the mirror. Her eyes went to Emmy's reflection. They had the bathroom to themselves. They were the only two women in the station. It's okay to feel your feelings. Sure. Emmy wasn't going to stare at her navel in the toilet with her estranged older sister. She put them back on safer ground. We've got Dale on felony murder for Cheyenne and Madison, right? Yes. Jude went into the stall to get some toilet paper. He gave Virgil and Walton material support for the crimes. He cleaned the Audi afterward in order to help them cover up the murders. He'll probably plead down to life in prison in exchange for testifying against Walton. The good news is Dale will never be able to hurt another girl again. Emmy wanted to feel more relieved than she did. What about Adam? Was he really duped? Jude wiped her nose. That's what my gut is telling me. Emmy's gut was telling her the same thing. Adam will still go down for threatening Brett's life and violating his bail. And rape, Jude said. Barbara Jericho deserves justice. Emmy hoped she got it. Dale Loudermilk was on the hook to Virgil. It had to be more than child porn on his laptop. Dale might have actual victims in the real world. You're right. Jude leaned against the counter. I'm going to pull some strings with my old bosses, see if they'll let me take on Dale as a side project. I think I can get him to talk. Dooley Prison is only a 30-minute drive from here. Emmy shrugged. I mean, I assumed you'd stick around for Dad's funeral, but... Are you sure, Emmy? Jude's poker face was gone again. She was raw, nearly breathless with need. I'd really like to pay my final respects to Dad, but not if it makes you or Cole uncomfortable. Emmy couldn't stand seeing her so vulnerable. What about Tommy? He told me he's good if you're good. Emmy knew that her brother could always be relied upon for at least that. I'm good. Thank you. Jude paused, giving herself another moment to reset. Listen, I know therapy is a dirty word around here, but you'll need to talk to someone about what happened with Virgil. Not only because of the betrayal. It's a hell of a thing to kill a man. Yep. Emmy was going to leave it at that. Of all the things she didn't want to think about, Virgil was the thing she did not want to think about the most. How long is it going to take you with Dale Loudermilk? As long as it takes, Jude said. I think I'm going to stick around for a while either way. I know we're strangers, but I'd like to change that. Emmy felt the awful sensation of tears stinging her eyes. Her body was working against her again. She had to get some sleep before she turned into a full-on basket case. You're right. We're strangers. We are, Jude agreed. But sometimes it's good to have a stranger around if you ever need to talk it out. Emmy blinked, trying to stop the tears. Instead of Jude, she saw Gerald's office. His empty chair, the photos he'd printed out and framed himself. They used to talk over their desks, occasionally, just the two of them. The people who had never talked to anybody had talked to each other. She said, Yep. Emmy wiped her eyes as she walked back into the hallway. She tried to take in a breath, but the pain from her bruised ribs felt like a burning hot poker pressing into her chest. The usual number of phones was ringing in the squad room. The FBI support staff and volunteers had gone home. Third Watch was already patrolling the streets. The two sheriff's detectives were at their desks. It occurred to Emmy for the first time since Gerald's death that she was solely in charge of the force now. There was no one backstopping her. No one to turn to but herself. "Chief Clifton," Sherry Robertson looked pissed off, which meant she'd seen the video of Emmy and Hannah talking to each other in the jail complex. "Can I have a moment?" Without thinking, Emmy nodded the woman into her office. She didn't realize what she'd done until she was reaching for the light switch. The fluorescent bulbs popped on, 2 desks, one facing the other. A folding chair that could be turned in either direction for visitors. Emmy looked down at the floor. Her boots had already crossed the threshold. She couldn't sit right now. She leaned against her desk and waited. Sherry said, "I'm sure you won't be surprised to know that I'm going to have to release Hannah Dalrymple." Emmy wasn't going to get into that. "What about Paul?" Sherry crossed her arms, but she didn't press the Hannah issue. GBI agents were trained to be diplomatic with bumbling local law enforcement. He sobered up and finally listening to his lawyers. "They want the death penalty off the table. He'll confess to shooting Gerald if we agree to life in prison without parole." Emmy knew that a plea deal meant there wouldn't be a trial. Hannah would not be asked to testify under oath. Witnesses would not take the stand. Paul's defense attorneys wouldn't try to pick apart the case. He would plead guilty for murdering her father. Then he would die in prison. She said, "Have you asked Tommy how he feels?" "He said it was up to you." Tommy never failed to deliver. "Give Paul the deal. My family's been through enough. So has his." There was nothing more to say. Sherry left. Emmy closed the door. She looked at the empty office. Photos of Cole and Emmy in uniform, Tommy in a pork pie hat, Celia with her cat, citations on the wall, a picture of the governor, another of the president. There was no paperwork on Gerald's desk. The last few weeks had been hard on him. The cancer had metastasized to his spine. Some days, the pain had made it hard for him to dress himself in the morning. Emmy knew that she should take a moment. Give herself time to grieve. Process what she had lost. Find a way to work through it. Instead, she took her phone out of her pocket and called Dylan. "Babe?" He sounded worried. "Are you okay?" She realized he wasn't panicked about the phone call. It seemed like a lifetime had passed between now and Emmy killing Virgil and finding Paisley. For Dylan, it was only a handful of hours. All she could tell him was, "I'm at the station." "Has the GBI interviewed you about the shooting yet?" Dylan sounded like a lawyer. "They're not allowed to talk to you without representation." "My union rep's on the way." Emmy felt her throat go tight. She hadn't called to talk about killing Virgil. "Hannah's being kicked loose." Dylan needed a second. "How did that happen?" "I tainted myself as an eyewitness by joking with her on the jail CCTV." "Okay." Dylan drew out the word. "It's not just that. No one could put her hands on the gun when it was fired. The GBI couldn't build the case. They're going after Paul. His lawyers are talking him into a plea deal to avoid rolling the dice at trial." Like Jude, Dylan knew how to let the silence play out, which probably said more about Emmy than about them. Finally, he said, "I know this is a stupid question, but how do you feel about that?" "Awful," Emmy admitted. "Gerald loved Hannah. She was my best friend since forever. Cole adores her. Paul was her husband. They have a child together. Davy already lost a sister to violence. He's going to lose his father. He almost lost his mother." Those are all accurate statements. He was sounding like a lawyer again. "I'm standing in my dad's office for the first time since he died, and I know if I let myself start crying, I'll never be able to stop." When Dylan leaned into the silence this time, she knew it was because he was shocked. The last time Emmy had talked to him so openly was 12 years ago in a school hallway. She made herself keep going. I've been waiting so long for them to die. Saying the words out loud made Emmy feel like a monster, but she couldn't take back the truth. Not that I wanted to lose them, but when Myrna got diagnosed, it started this clock winding down, and all I've heard every day, every week, every month and year since then, was this constant ticking, waiting for her to forget things, to forget places and memories, and eventually to forget me and Tommy and Cole and Dad. Emmy leaned back against the door to brace herself. And then Dad got his cancer diagnosis, and nobody could really tell us how long it would take for him to die, so another clock started ticking, and I couldn't take both of them. Not at the same time. We had to watch Dad slowly fail. And meanwhile, Mom's haunting us like a ghost in her own house, and no one could tell us when it was going to end. Emmy had to stop to swallow. I miss them so goddamn much, Dylan. I've dreaded losing them for so long, and suddenly it's like somebody snapped their fingers and both of the clocks stopped at the same damn time, and they're just gone. And the worst part is that I'm so fucking relieved it's finally over, so I don't have to live with that constant ticking anymore. She heard Dylan let out a long sigh of breath. I'm so sorry, cariño. Sometimes things just fucking suck, and you have to accept it, and there's no shame in being relieved when the bad part is over. She wiped her nose with her sleeve. Will you cook dinner for me? My love, it's midnight. Emmy looked at her watch. He was right. She'd lost all sense of time inside the dark room with Cole. A third day was inching up on the death of her father. Dylan said, How about I cook you breakfast? Okay. She ended the call. She couldn't start sobbing in front of the squad. She wiped her nose again, dropped her phone on the desk. Her chest felt like a cattle prod was pressing into her ribs when she sank into her chair. Knock, knock. Vanna Temple opened the door without being told to come in. She saw Emmy's face and asked, Bad time? Emmy's eyes threatened to roll. There was never a good time for Brett's irritating wife, especially because she was pregnant and smug again. What do you need, Vanna? I was dropping off a fresh uniform for Brett. You got him working some long hours, Missy. Vanna struggled to sit in the folding chair. Her yellow and white polka dot dress stretched across her belly like a hospital sock. I thought I should pop in to let you know Brett's going to toss his hat in the ring to run for sheriff. Emmy smoothed her lips together. The worst part about this conversation was that from the very beginning, her sister had been right. We both know you don't want it, Vanna said. Nobody can fill Gerald's shoes, but Brett's going to try his best to make your daddy proud. I hope he has your support. Emmy stared at her for an uncomfortably long time. Where did you get that I don't want it? Well, it's just hard work, isn't it? Are you unfamiliar with the last 2 days of my life? Vanna laughed, though nothing was funny. I don't think this town is ready for a female sheriff. This town, Emmy repeated. You mean Clifton County, where all the Cliftons live, isn't ready for another Clifton to be sheriff? Oh, honey, that wasn't a knock against you. It's just not the natural order of things. Vanna's open shrug implied it was all beyond their control. Women don't lead, men do. They're the hunters, we're the gatherers. They're our protectors. We gotta let them protect us. Who do we need them to protect us from? What's that? Emmy summoned her best Myrna. From whom do women need protection, Vanna? Vanna obviously knew the answer. She wasn't laughing anymore. Emmy, don't be silly. It's sheriff, Emmy said. That's my title now. I was the chief deputy before. Now I'm the sheriff. All right. Well, I see you're not in the right mind for talking. Vanna's smile was tight across her face. You have a blessed day, Sheriff. The sting to her parting salvo was somewhat lessened by her struggle to rise from the chair. Vanna left the office door open. Emmy got up to close it. Instead of going back to her own desk, she pushed her laptop over to Gerald's side. She gave herself a moment before she sat down in her father's chair. When Emmy was a child, Gerald would often bring her to the station to give Myrna a break. He would set up Emmy at his desk with crayons and coloring books. He would turn on the radio so she couldn't hear him talking about cases with Virgil. She'd always hated coloring. Myrna hadn't raised her to sit still. Emmy had spent most of her time spinning herself around in her father's chair until she was dizzy. Then she had gotten older and started spending all of her free time with Hannah. Then Jonah had come along. Then Emmy was wearing a deputy's uniform and sitting out in the squad room. Then she was sitting across from her father as his chief deputy. Now, she sat in Gerald's chair because she needed her back to the wall. Emmy didn't want anyone to accidentally see what she was doing. She opened her laptop, went to the cloud backup for her phone, selected the video from 2 days ago that she'd recorded on the street outside Adam Hunsinger's house. Emmy tapped play. Dervla Culpepper's face was pinched with self-righteousness as she filmed the mob of people with her iPhone. Ashley Ellis was looking at her watch. Brandy Norton was kneeling down to tie her shoe. The crowd was starting to grow restless again. Moms in leggings, men in factory coveralls, a few stragglers in business casual. 26 volatile, unpredictable people with more on the way. By the time Emmy had started the recording, Hannah was already there. Gerald was still inside the house. Emmy had wanted to capture the faces in the crowd because occasionally, violent criminals tried to insert themselves into investigations. They pretended to be witnesses or concerned citizens or spectators, or sometimes they volunteered to come out of retirement to help with the case. There was a cough from the squad room. Emmy waited to make sure no one was heading toward the office. She tapped down the volume when Hannah asked, "Do you think Adam took Paisley?" Emmy touched the trackpad and scrubbed past the conversation. She could still remember how jarring it had felt to hear Hannah ask her a direct question. Their shared agony of watching Gerald slowly, painfully make his way up the driveway. The comforting warmth of Hannah holding onto Emmy's hand. The sweat pouring off her father when he'd leaned against the mailbox to catch his breath. The sight of Gerald's frailty had been so disconcerting that Emmy had tucked the phone into her vest pocket without stopping the recording. The camera had continued filming for 16 minutes. By the time Emmy had stopped it, she was covered in blood and sitting inside her cruiser beside her son. She tapped the key to slow the video back to normal speed. Gerald was holding onto the mailbox like a crutch. He was so visibly failing. His skin was pale. He couldn't stand up straight because of the fractures in his spine. His voice was gravelly when he told the crowd, "Paisley Walker is not here. Go home. Let us do our job." Emmy skipped a few moments ahead. Gerald had pushed himself away from the mailbox, summoned the ice water in his veins, stood straight and tall. The tactic had worked. Most people were dispersing, but Dervla Culpepper had shoved her phone into Gerald's face. He looked exhausted when he responded to her vacuous question. "Ma'am, the case against Adam Hunsinger is..." Hannah screamed Paul's name. The camera turned along with Emmy. The sequence of events happened so fast that now, sitting alone in the office, Emmy had to slow down the playback to quarter speed to understand what had really happened. Paul aimed the revolver at Emmy's heart. The crowd scattered. Panic ensued. Screaming, crying, pushing, shoving. Cole was running in the distance. His vest flapped behind him. Then Hannah lunged into the frame, her hands flailing as she reached for the gun. Emmy leaned closer to the screen, slowed down the video to a crawl. She watched the index finger of Hannah's left hand accidentally slip through the trigger guard at the exact same moment that Paul fired the revolver. The muzzle jerked up and over, which changed the trajectory of the bullet so that it bypassed Emmy and went straight into Gerald's chest. Emmy stopped the video. She took a breath, sat back in her father's chair. Hannah had saved her life. Sherry Robertson would have said that Hannah had also helped take Gerald's. Emmy stared at the paused image. Smoke still flowered from the revolver's muzzle. She didn't need to see the rest. The details of her father's murder would live with her forever. She dragged the file to the trash. Hit permanent delete. She would buy a new phone tomorrow. Submerge the old one in water until the circuits died. No one would ever see the video. No one but Emmy and Hannah would ever know what had actually happened. A split second, a quick reaction, a fatal moment in time. Losing a precious thing, holding on to a bad marriage, trying to protect a child. Emmy knew exactly what that felt like. She also knew that mistakes could be a reason to forgive. 12 days later. Chapter 20. Jude sat at her mother's bedside. The lights were out, but the lines of sun between the half-closed window blinds were slowly moving across the floor. Myrna had been asleep when Jude had walked in, which, in every way, was a gift. 42 years had passed since they'd last laid eyes on each other. Jude was nearly 20 years older now than Myrna had been on that long-ago day. The shock of finding her mother so reduced was almost too much to bear. Jude remembered a towering, intimidating woman, someone who would quote Nathaniel Hawthorne to describe your outfit or whip out a red pen to correct your Mother's Day card. That Myrna was not the old woman who was wasting away in a hospital bed. She looked so small, so vulnerable. Her skin was nearly translucent. Blue veins crisscrossed her eyelids. The color of her lips was reminiscent of the light pink hydrangeas that still grew in her front yard. 13 days ago, Jude had fine-tuned a very good speech on the 5-hour flight from San Francisco during the 3-hour-long drive to North Falls, while she'd walked the last few yards to Milo's funeral home where her father lay dead. The speech was brief, because her mother had never been one for flowery soliloquies. Most of it was framed in a series of requests, because Jude had assumed that Myrna would, as always, control the balance of the power. Will you let me see her? Will you let me talk to her? Will you let me bury my grief? Years of therapy had helped Jude work through so many dark moments in her life. The night that Adam Hunsinger had raped her. The fact that she'd started drinking excessively to numb the pain. Losing Henry to the Flint River. The days and days of waiting for his body to be found. Watching Gerald drink himself into a stupor. Seeing Myrna completely fall apart. Witnessing the final evolution of Tommy's invisibility. The blame that Jude would always carry for her small part in her brother's death. It was a hell of a lot to work through, but none of those sessions had ever gotten Jude to the point where she could forgive herself for giving up her baby. 42 years ago, Jude had been in the full throes of alcohol addiction. She had barely graduated high school. Myrna and Gerald had finally kicked her out of the house. No one had known Jude was pregnant. She had barely admitted it to herself. She was unstable, homeless, living out of the car that she'd stolen from Aunt Millie. Jude had driven to Memphis to start a music career that was never going to happen. She'd ignored the pregnancy until it was too late to do anything but go through with it. Somehow, by some miracle, Jude was stone-cold sober when she'd given birth. Unlike the majority of women, she remembered nearly every single detail from that cold November morning, particularly the kind nurse who'd warned Jude that the police were on their way up to the maternity ward. They'd wanted to interview her about a hit-and-run where Millie's car had been seen fleeing the scene. The nurse had given Jude some diapers and formula in a plastic bag. Blood was still dripping down Jude's legs when she'd sneaked out through the ambulance bay. The baby didn't even have a name. No birth certificate, no registration. Just an alcoholic mother who had been living out of a stolen car for 7 months. Jude still didn't know why she hadn't abandoned her child at the hospital. She wasn't delusional enough to believe that her heart had swelled with joy the first time she'd held her baby. That moment had come hours later. Jude had pulled over to the side of the road so she could sleep. The baby had started howling like a siren. Jude had tried everything. Feeding, changing, begging, pleading. Then she'd turned on the radio and Emmylou Harris was singing Sweet Dreams. Back when Henry and Jude were children, Gerald would occasionally take them to the station for a few hours to give Myrna time alone in the house. He would spread crayons and coloring books out on his desk to distract them. Then he would put on a record so they wouldn't hear him discussing cases with his deputies. Emmylou Harris had been his favorite. Jude knew all the words of every album. On that cold, dark morning on the side of the road outside of Memphis, she had cradled Emmylou in her arms while she sang her the softest serenade. By the last line of the song, only Jude was crying. She couldn't get over Emmylou's delicate eyelashes, the clear, startling blue of her eyes, the precious curl of her lips, the sweet smell of her head, the insistent tap of her heartbeat against the palm of Jude's hand. When she'd sneaked out of the hospital, Jude's only focus had been to get away from the police. That moment in the car with Emmylou had given her direction. Jude had started driving south, started making plans. She would go to college. She would raise her child. She would become a teacher like her mother. She would earn back Gerald's respect. By the time she'd crossed the Clifton County line, she had felt elated with possibilities. All of that had changed when Gerald had opened the door. The weather had been brutally cold, but he wouldn't let her come inside. Myrna had wordlessly taken Emmylou to keep her warm in the kitchen. Millie and Father Nate had been at the table for their weekly card game. Gerald had told Jude to wait on the porch, then closed the door in her face. She had felt like a lost puppy as she'd looked through the window over the sink. No one would look back at her. Myrna had placed Emmylou on her shoulder. Her mother's jaw had been clenched, the bone jutting out as she'd stared at the refrigerator door. Jude hadn't been able to hear what anyone was saying, but the conversation was brief. They had all nodded their heads in silent consensus. Then Gerald and Myrna had opened the door and delivered their decision. They'd framed it as a choice, but it was really an ultimatum. Jude could leave with Emmylou, or Jude could go, and Emmylou could stay. Looking back, Jude knew that they were never going to let her leave with the baby. She'd been an alcoholic single mother living out of a stolen car, but then Gerald had promised that he would stop drinking, and Myrna had promised that she would love Jude's child. And then Jude had promised her parents that she wouldn't step foot back in Clifton County until they were both dead. Sounds intruded from the hallway outside Myrna's closed door. 2 women talking, plates and silverware clattering. Myrna's hand moved, but only to pull the sheet away from her neck. The sunlight had crept closer to the bed. Jude stood to adjust the blinds, ended up staring at the parking lot through the slats. She thought about something Emmy had asked outside Carol Walker's house. Why had Jude devoted decades of her life to bringing lost children home to their parents when she'd never once brought herself home to Myrna and Gerald? It was a good question, but it missed the true purpose of Jude's 27-year career. The 12 photos of murdered girls on the wall of her office, the tedious drives to and from Folsom Prison, the hours spent with Freddie Henley, the years of searching the pinnacles, the hiking trails, climbing routes, nesting areas, caverns, and talus caves that served as home to at least 13 different species of bats, the Resurrection Wall, Frog Canyon, Bear Gulch, Hawkins Peak, Machete Rock Formation, Tanya Butler, Natalie Daniels, Honora Rios, Wanda Trocek, Mary Kay Morris, Valerie Lydell, Jennifer Wu, Mandy Kroll, Jonna Blackman, Casey Wen, Steph Haver, Darlene Talbot. Jude had not found the girls and young women that Freddie Henley had murdered. She had found their bones, their ashes, their broken teeth. Her quest was never about reuniting a parent with a lost child. It was to give their parents something that Jude had never had, a place to bury their grief. She turned away from the window. Myrna still slept. The commotion in the hallway had died down, but the door lever was being throttled. Jude was about to open it when the door swung back.
"Millie Clifton,"
Millie announced as she sucked up all the oxygen in Myrna's room. The lights flipped on. She saw Jude and scowled.
"You owe me $3,000 for that car you stole."
"I sold it to a hooker for $600 in California."
"I'll take cash this time, smartass. You're not gonna leave me holding a bad check again."
Jude's only surprise was that she wasn't demanding interest. "How'd they pull it off, Millie?" Myrna just showed up with,
"Shush."
Millie pressed a gnarled finger to Jude's lips, forcing her to stop. Then she stumbled across the room with her arms out like Frankenstein, presumably to catch herself if she fell. She grabbed onto the bedside table, picked up the remote control, pointed it at the TV. Gunsmoke flickered on the screen. Miss Kitty and Doc were standing by a stagecoach. Millie turned up the volume to an uncomfortable level. She dropped the remote, then shuffled back across the room. Jude picked up where she'd left off. Myrna just showed up with a newborn and no one asked questions.
"What's to ask?"
Millie demanded, as if the very idea was insulting.
"Myrna slipped on some ice and broke her leg while she and I were visiting the Coleman cousins. Found out she was pregnant when we took her to the doctor. Gerald drove her home so she could recover. We told everybody she was laid up in bed, couldn't come down the stairs. I stopped by every day to check on her. People dropped off casseroles and pies, but you know how ornery she could be. There weren't that many clamoring to see her in person."
Jude knew that part, at least, was the truth. It was really that simple.
"Why wouldn't it be?"
Millie shrugged off the lies.
"Gerald told everybody Emmy Lou came out before he could get Myrna to the hospital. Uncle Rudy rustled up a birth certificate. I put the announcement in the paper. Taby's mama donated one of her old baby pictures. Aunt Pauline let Myrna take a year off school to be with her. Emmy Lou was big for her age, but Uncle Enoch reminded everybody the Colemans run large."
Jude had forgotten how easily Cliftons lied for other Cliftons. And just like that, I disappeared.
That's the deal you made.
Millie stabbed her finger at Jude's chest.
All right, little miss, it's my turn now. You broke your word. Gerald's dead, but Myrna's still here. At least her body is. Why are you back? State your purpose.
Jude wanted to laugh in her Granny Apple doll face. I don't answer to you.
Who else is gonna listen? It's just me and Nate now. Everybody else is dead. Nobody knows you dropped her off and never looked back.
Jude struggled to keep her voice down. Do you know how many times I wanted to come home? Millie snorted in disbelief. Trying to justify herself to this noxious old woman was an exercise in madness, but Jude couldn't stop herself. She had stalked Emmy for years through the North Falls Herald and Celia and Tommy's Facebook pages. She had made so many plans, bought so many plane tickets, written so many emails and letters that she'd never sent. I knew that she was happy, Jude said. I knew that Dad kept his promise to stay sober, that he took care of her, that Mom loved her unreservedly, that Tommy and Celia enveloped her in safety, that she had a beautiful, amazing son, my grandson, and I sacrificed what I wanted, what I longed for, what I needed to heal myself because I didn't want to blow that up. For her sake. For Cole's. For theirs.
Well, aren't you a saint?
You're goddamn right I am. The anger sparked on its own. Millie had only known Martha the child. She'd never met Jude the woman. Why do you think I haven't told her? She just lost Gerald 14 days ago. For the past 6 years, she's been losing the only person she's ever known as her mother. I'm not going to walk in after 4 decades and try to replace Myrna. She doesn't deserve that. Mom raised a beautiful, smart, wonderful girl. She's earned whatever peaceful death she can have.
Look who suddenly wants to be a good daughter.
If you can't see that I have always loved my parents, then you don't understand how love works. Millie cocked a thin eyebrow.
You're never gonna tell her.
What would be the point? The question had been on Jude's mind since she'd arrived in Clifton. She had decided that she was the only person who would benefit from the truth, which meant there was no benefit at all. If I can be in Emmy's life as her sister, that's enough. And if you're looking for me to pay penance, you, of all people, know that sometimes knowing a secret is harder than keeping it.
I guess you learned that psycho-babble horseshit over in California.
Millie was scowling again, but at least she was backing down.
I'll give you one bit of advice, Toots. You better mind your P's and Q's around that girl. She's smarter than you. She's gonna figure out what happened, and then what are you going to do?
Jude gave up. I don't know, Millie. She's got a lot of shit going on in her life. Maybe we can help each other.
Oh, no.
They both turned at the sound of Myrna's voice.
Look!
She was pointing at the television.
Chester fell off his horse. He's okay, Millie shouted. He's getting back on. He's fine.
Jude barely heard the exchange. Myrna was finally awake. She was looking at Jude. A polite smile was on her lips. Jude smiled back, but there was no glimmer of recognition. Her mother could have been looking at a member of staff or a stranger who'd happened by. The moment lasted no more than a second. Myrna's gaze skipped back to the television.
Stupid to get your hopes up like that.
Millie never missed a chance to twist the knife. She stumbled toward the remote to adjust the sound to a more tolerable level.
She doesn't know you from Adam's house cat.
Jude had to swallow her grief before she could speak. Does she know you?
No. But I look older than her grandmother, and she doesn't want to be rude.
Jude could hear the sadness in Millie's voice. It must have been hard to survive everyone who'd ever mattered in your life. She tried to mend fences in the Clifton way.
I'm honestly shocked you're still standing.
Millie cackled.
No more than me.
Myrna corrected.
No more than I.
Emmy's light laughter preceded her into the room. She gave Jude her usual nod. Her uniform was wrinkled, her sprained wrist was in a brace. She was holding an ancient White Pages phone book to her chest. She said, "Mom will never forget to be pedantic." Jude smiled, but she saw Emmy look toward Myrna with the same hope for recognition. There was none. There would never be again. She really was gone. Emmy cleared her throat exactly as Jude had. She placed the phone book on the table, told Millie, "You left this in the car."
I guess I'm in the right place for losing my marbles.
Millie Frankensteined toward the chair and practically collapsed into the seat.
Tell Caitlin to bring me some horseradish when she picks me up. Oh, and sweet pickles, but not the big jar. I don't want them wasting in the fridge.
Yes, ma'am. Emmy motioned for Jude to follow her out into the hall. As usual, she dove straight into work. The marshals are transferring Walton Hunsinger to Atlanta. He's agreed to speak with the Texas Rangers about the Hidalgo case. Apparently, the victim was a state senator's daughter. There's a lot of heat over there to get her case solved. Jude closed the door so she didn't have to yell over gunsmoke.
I spoke to my contact at the center. They've got 3 other possible cases that correspond with the trips that Walton took with the Tooth Troopers. DNA was tested in all of them. If we get a match to Walton, that will bring us up to 19 total victims.
Jesus, Emmy whispered.
It's going to get worse, Jude warned her. Walton's been hurting people for a long time.
Tension knotted Emmy's brow.
What about Virgil? The FBI is using face recognition software to scan CCTV footage from smaller airports within a 500-mile radius of Clifton County. They've already found Virgil flying out of Augusta Regional and Punta Gorda in Florida. He was using a stolen driver's license that belonged to a con serving time in Calhoun State Prison. The photo was a damn good match. He didn't pick it up by happenstance.
Calhoun is close to the Alabama border.
We're coordinating with the State Bureau of Investigation, Jude said. The GBI is interviewing staff at Calhoun to find out who sold him the license.
Do Virgil's clandestine trips track with Walton's?
Some of them, Jude said. But you should know that up until recently, Virgil traveled to show his horses. I think he went solo. There's no doubt in my mind that he left a string of unsolved cases. It'll be harder with Virgil. He knew about evidence handling. I'm sure he covered his tracks. We might not ever find out how many girls and women he hurt.
Emmy's jaw tightened, the bone sticking out the same way Myrna's used to. She looked down the hallway. Virgil's betrayal was a wound that would not soon heal. Jude could see the delicate strands of her eyelashes when she blinked away tears.
Okay, Emmy said. I've got to get out of this building.
Jude expected one of her abrupt departures, but Emmy nodded for Jude to follow her up the hallway. They bypassed the elevator and headed toward the stairs. They'd both been raised by a woman who didn't believe in dawdling. Jude held onto the railing so she could safely navigate her way down. She'd left her motorcycle boots and jeans back at the motel. The heels and pantsuit were a vestige from her previous life. Emmy took in the outfit as she rounded the landing.
Does Hillary Clinton know you stole her look? Does Andy Taylor know you stole his?
Emmy shot Jude a blank stare.
Who's Andy Taylor? Congratulations, you finally found a way to hurt me.
Jude followed her down the next flight of stairs.
I was at Dooley this morning talking to Dale Loudermilk. He wouldn't give me the time of day if I showed up in jeans and a biker jacket. This is how he expects a female agent to dress, so this is how I have to dress.
Emmy had stopped at the next landing. What did he say?
We mostly talked about music, but I'll get him to crack eventually, and he'll tell me what else he knows.
I guess you have a right to sound sure of yourself. I minored in music for my undergrad. I've been brushing up on my classical music so I can hold his interest. Jude walked the rest of the way down to join Emmy on the landing. When you cage a psychopath, their personalities tend to flatten out. Prison is lonely. They're bored most of the time. You have to remember when they're on the outside, every emotion they show, every action is something that they're mirroring. They don't know how to be good people, so they steal those traits from the people around them. I'm going to mirror Dale into confessing. That description sounds familiar. Virgil Ingram was definitely a psychopath. Emmy looked at the brace on her wrist, adjusted the Velcro strap. Jude had learned to spot the physical manifestations of Emmy's discomfort. The way she smoothed her lips together, the obvious attempt at breath control, the mind-scrambling changes in subject, the clearing of her throat or fiddling with her phone, or recently, adjusting her brace. Emmy asked, "Did you get some peace with Myrna?" Her sadness was so palpable that Jude could feel it in her chest. She said, "When people die, your relationship with them doesn't end. You find new ways to connect with them. I don't think I'll ever stop hearing Dad's voice in my head. But with her..." Emmy's gaze moved past Jude to the stairs. "It's hard to see her in bed all day. She was always in such a hurry. Move forward, make plans, do something." But she eased into her sickness. At first it was manageable, and then it got a little bad, and then it got a lot bad. And then it hit worse. And looking back, it was years. But right now it feels like minutes. These were the most difficult moments with Emmy. The back and forth where Jude didn't know if silence would help or whether she should gently push. Killing Virgil was a burden Emmy would always carry. But that act of self-preservation had only added weight to the heavier burdens of losing Gerald and the slow march alongside Myrna as she drew closer to her grave. Jude tried. "I was living in San Francisco back in the late 90s when protease inhibitors came out. They were the first medications that could help stop the HIV virus from replicating into full-blown AIDS. Suddenly, all these men and their caregivers who had been living in limbo, dealing with the daily uncertainty of waiting to get sick or waiting to die, had their lives back. They were happy, obviously, but depression levels and anxiety spiked. They had lived under the pressure of uncertainty for so long that they had trouble figuring out how to live. They called it Lazarus syndrome, coming back from the dead." Emmy smoothed together her lips. "You took care of Myrna and Gerald for a long time. It's really okay to be happy. Lean on the people around you. Let yourself breathe." Emmy asked, "Why is it when Dad talked to me it sounded like advice, but when you talk to me it sounds like a fortune cookie?" Jude shrugged. "At least I use adverbs." Emmy started down the next flight of stairs. She was quiet until she reached the exit door. She turned, telling Jude, "I know who Andy Taylor is. Myrna checked me out early from school one day because the pickle episode was on." Outside, the sun cut between the clouds like a razor. Jude looked for her sunglasses as she followed Emmy down a winding walkway to the small garden overlooking a pond. Birds chirped from the trees. Ducks waddled in the shallow part of the water. All of the seating was empty because this wasn't the kind of place where patients spent much time outdoors. Jude sat down at one of the concrete picnic tables. She felt a slight chill from the breeze coming off the water. "How's Paisley doing?" "She's doing." Emmy sat across from her. She pulled at her brace again. "The doctors think she'll be able to walk with assistance. They don't know how much use she'll get out of her hands. The psychological is up in the air. I told Carol and Elijah I'd talk to her whenever she's ready, but I don't know how she's going to come back from what happened." "Either you do or you don't." Jude took off her sunglasses. she couldn't pass up an opportunity to get Emmy to open up about Virgil. Denial gets a bad rap, but it can be very helpful on a temporary basis. The problem starts when you stay in denial because trauma doesn't go away. It stores itself in the body, particularly with children. The more they try to force it down, the more ways the body finds to push it back out. Emmy was paying close attention. How? Jude tried not to sound like she was giving a lecture. People with trauma are more likely to struggle with mental health issues, to become addicted to substances, to self-harm. Then there's the physical component. Over time, trauma can alter your brain chemistry, cause illnesses like immune deficiencies, heart disease. Sometimes it can even shorten your lifespan. Emmy smoothed her lips together again. We're not talking about Paisley anymore, are we? Jude clasped her hands in her lap so that she wouldn't reach out for Emmy's. The last 12 days had been filled with deflections about what had happened in Virgil's basement. She silently prayed that Emmy was finally ready to talk it out. Emmy took a deep breath. She turned her head toward the water. Jude thought she was going to shut down, but Emmy was nothing if not surprising. When Adam got out of prison, I started having these dreams about finding Madison and Cheyenne in the water. I was so relieved when they stopped. But now I'm having dreams about killing Virgil. Jude watched Emmy blink away more tears that she would never let fall. I saw him in that doorway, and I knew almost immediately that I was going to shoot him. That's never happened before. I'm not saying that I can't do my job, but usually when shit starts to get real, I feel the stress of it. I get so damn jittery that I forget to breathe. But not with Virgil. Their eyes met when Emmy finally looked away from the water. I felt this stillness in my body. I was completely calm. I knew exactly what to do. My hands weren't shaking. My heart wasn't racing. I could see so clearly that it was him or me. And I did what Dad always told me to do. I did my job. I pulled the trigger and killed a man who's known me all my life, and I didn't feel a goddamn thing. Jude asked, "What happened afterward?" Emmy's quick laugh was more from shock. Jesus, I hate when you're right about shit. I went outside and barfed up the lining of my stomach. Jude borrowed a page from Emmy and took a deep, calming breath. The stillness you're talking about is a trauma response. There are only 3 responses you can have: fight, flight, or freeze. You know what flight is. You run away. Freezing is often described as disassociation. You mentally go somewhere else so you don't have to process what's happening to your body. With Virgil, your brain chose fight. Dopamine flooded the reward center to reinforce your behavior because it was good for your survival. Again, Emmy was paying close attention. Feeling invincible can be a rush. The problem comes when you seek out those behaviors for the dopamine reward. You start pushing boundaries, putting yourself at risk, making bad decisions for the thrill of it, hurting yourself in the process. That sounds like addiction. That's exactly like addiction. Both work on the same reward pathways. They can both alter the structure of the brain and change how it processes information. Jude shrugged. Why do you think I was so good at my job? It's something that serial killers experience too. Surprise flashed in Emmy's eyes. Tell me. Some people think serial killers make mistakes because they want to get caught. But the real reason is they're as desperate as any other addict. The first time they kill, they experience a rush of euphoria. The next time, it's good, but it's not like that first time. Their brains have built up a tolerance. They chase the euphoria by pushing boundaries, becoming more sadistic, more craven, to trigger the reaction. The desperation makes them sloppy. All they care about is feeling that rush. The same as alcoholics. The same as me. I took stupid risks and put myself in bad situations. I lost things that mattered, Things that were cherished. Things that I still cherish.
Emmy picked at the Velcro straps again. What you asked about Jonah. He didn't hit me. He pushed me down the stairs when I was pregnant, and I felt so vulnerable. Trapped, if you want to know the truth. Because we had Cole between us. After that, I just let him do whatever he wanted. That's the shameful part of it. He didn't have to hit me because I always gave in. The pain in Jude's heart felt like glass shattering into millions of pieces. She should have been there. She could have protected her.
Emmy Lou, I'm sorry I've missed so much of your life.
Emmy's eyebrows furrowed. Less than 2 weeks ago, you didn't even know I existed. Jude felt the danger of flying too close to the sun. She pulled herself back.
You should use fewer than when you're talking about numbers.
Emmy didn't laugh this time. She took a deep breath and held it in her lungs for a very long time. The night that Cheyenne and Madison went missing, Dad told me something. And I didn't realize until later that he was talking about you. Jude took her own turn of staring out at the lake. Disassociation had always been her brain's favorite coping mechanism. She tried to anchor herself back into the present. She looked at the brace around Emmy's wrist, the white band of her watch, Gerald's Sheriff of Clifton County star-shaped badge that she'd only lately pinned to her uniform. Jude borrowed Emmy's line.
Tell me.
We were talking about mistakes, and Dad said that he'd made all of his big mistakes early on, that he used to be too rigid, that he'd pushed people out of his life, but he couldn't change what happened, and it was too late to apologize. He said he had to teach himself to be different, to learn how to forgive. Jude looked back at the water. Dad was big on forgiveness, for other people. For himself, I think what he was saying was, too much time had passed for an apology to heal things between the two of you. The way he made up for that was to change his life, to stop drinking, to be a better person, to learn to forgive. The earnestness in her voice was heartbreaking, but Jude could only think about the fact that a man who'd had the strength to turn his life around, who'd staked his character on forgiveness, had given up on the daughter he'd sent away. I've been thinking about that statistic you quoted on dual child abductions, that fewer than 24 cases of double child abductions have been reported in the United States since the 1970s. You literally wrote the book on child abductions. You had to know about Cheyenne and Madison. Why didn't you come home 12 years ago?
That's a good question,
Jude said, but only to give herself a moment to come up with an answer.
2 vulnerable children were abducted. That hardly seemed like the time for a surprise Clifton family reunion. You and Dad needed to focus on building the case. I wasn't going to exploit the situation to make it about me.
Okay, Emmy said, but whether she was accepting the explanation or simply moving on was unclear. I finally went into Dad's office at the house. Jude studied her face. This didn't have the usual feel of Emmy's random deflections.
That must have been hard.
That's not the point, Emmy said. I'm going to have to be blunt because that's the only way I know how to say this. A few months ago, Dad asked Cole to show him how the printer works. We thought he was printing out photos, but I found his scrapbook in the filing cabinet. He'd printed out a bunch of articles about you. The last one was about how you'd finally located the Talbot girl. Jude felt like the world had been pulled out from under her. I don't know how, but he must have done a deep dive on the internet. You worked really hard to keep your name out of the Freddie Henley case, but Dad found you. She was incapable of responding. Her father had followed her career. He had known that Jude had broken Freddie, that she had found the bodies of his victims, that she had returned all of them home. Emmy said, "There's more.
Jude laughed to give herself a reason not to cry. The morning that Dad was killed, he was writing a letter. Cole and I walked in on him, and he slipped it into a folder. Then we went to Adam Hunsinger's house and... Emmy shrugged. He never got to finish it. It's not clear who he was writing it to, but I think it was meant for you. Jude's heart started tapping like a snare drum. She watched Emmy reach into her back pocket, take out a folded sheet of lined notebook paper. Jude opened her purse, stretching out the act of locating her reading glasses, opening the case. Her hand only shook a little when she put them on. She unfolded the paper, saw the date. Gerald's old-fashioned handwriting. Dear daughter, I thought I'd have 1,000,000 words to say to you, but now that I'm sitting down to write them, I only have 3. I'm so... Jude read it again. Then she turned over the page. There was nothing on the back. That's it? I'm so and then nothing? Yep, Emmy said. Like death Mad Libs. Proud, Jude said, because she knew that Gerald hadn't addressed the letter to her. Emmy lived in his house. He had always called her daughter. That's the 3rd word. He wanted you to know he was proud. No, I think the 3rd word was sorry. He was writing it to you. He was telling you, I'm so sorry. Jude appreciated the generosity, but she knew that was a stretch. We'll never know. Maybe, Emmy said. But apologies were on Dad's mind that morning. He brought me and Tommy into his office to tell us he was putting Myrna in a facility. He said that she was already gone, that the woman who was our mother was as good as dead. And he apologized to both of us for waiting so long to put her in this god-awful place. Jude folded the letter on the table between them. I'm glad he took that decision out of your hands. It's a hard one to make. You're giving me platitudes when I'm trying to give you answers. Emmy sounded frustrated. After Dad was shot, we had this moment before he died. He was looking at me, and he wasn't confused or disoriented. He was right there with me, and he said, "Tell your mother I'm sorry." The world shifted again. Jude made herself hold eye contact with Emmy, even as she broke out into a cold sweat. Had Emmy figured it out? Was she trying to tell Jude that she knew? I told Mom a few days later. Jude's breath was caught in her chest. Her hands were shaking. I felt like an idiot, but I told her. She had no idea what I was talking about. Mom doesn't remember me, let alone that I'm her daughter. Jude tried to steady herself. The guilt of her secret was making her mind leap to the wrong conclusions. She was acting like a suspect during an interrogation. She was going to make a stupid mistake. What am I missing? The obvious. Think about it. Dad had already apologized to me and Tommy that morning. Then he told me to tell Mom he was sorry. That only leaves you. Dad wrote the apology letter to you. Emmy unfolded the paper, smoothed it flat on the concrete. Dear daughter, I'm so sorry. The wind picked at the corners of the page. Jude took off her reading glasses, folded them back into the case. Emmy was the one who'd missed something. On the morning of his death, Gerald Clifton had said that his wife was effectively gone. He had known as he lay in the street that his own life was reaching its end. His 42-year-old agreement would finally be complete. Jude had promised she wouldn't step foot back in Clifton County until both of her parents were dead, which meant Gerald hadn't been seeking forgiveness from Myrna. He'd been seeking forgiveness from Emmy's mother, Jude. Shit. Emmy had taken her phone out of her pocket to read a message. Tabby voluntold me to bring potato salad to the potluck. She's asking if You can do the deviled eggs? I've got Myrna's recipes. We can help each other if you want.
Jude looked into the clear, startling blue of her daughter's eyes.
Okay.
That was We Are All Guilty Here by Karen Slaughter, read by Kathleen Early. Produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer Suzanne Franco Mitchell. A HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright Karen Slaughter, 2025. Production copyright 2025 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publishers. Without limiting the author's and publisher's exclusive rights, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence, AI, technologies, is expressly prohibited.